The episode kicks off with a sudden flash forward. Watch a samurai-clad warrior carve the air open with raw, unstoppable force. Haruki throws out a rhetorical question, "Why am I this strong?" then instantly answers himself, by finally admitting that's the one truth he's dying to uncover himself. Haruki locks eyes on the edge of his katana and breaks down exactly how his power works. He claims he can slice through absolutely anything. He makes it crystal clear, yeah, that means absolutely anything, no exceptions. Snapping us back to reality right in the middle of the wild fantasy chaos. Haruki Ito bursts onto the scene at 18 years old, a third-year high school student planted in a classroom, ready for whatever hits next. He slumps with his head in his hand, looking painfully bored, and thinks, nobody s ever called him handsome, but nobody s ever dared to call him ugly either. He's just an ultra-average high school kid. Right now he's trapped in a classical Japanese class, stuck there like it's dragging for hours. The classroom feels heavy and sleepy. Haruki leans in and admits it's the sticky warmth after lunch, plus that old teacher's slow, droning voice that knocks everyone out. He was already halfway gone, slipping into the world of dreams. A huge magic circle suddenly blazes onto the classroom floor, glowing under the desks, so out of it, Haruki blurts that even when the weird thing first showed up. He just stood there staring blankly at it, not a single reaction. Then the magic circle flared to full power. Over a cold stone chamber, armored knights filled the walls like a deadly guardrail. Haruki jolts awake, face planted on a cold, unforgiving floor. He blurts out, totally confused, "What is this?" Then notices the cobblestones under his feet and a seal carved into the ground. He tries to push himself up, but his body feels like it weighs 1,000 tons, pinning him in place and leaving him unable to move. Gazing at the armored knights circling them, he blurts out what kind of place this is and what's happening, while his classmates groan in agony on the floor nearby. The robed man stands right among the knights, declares the summoning a total success, and then snaps his orders, clearing the area fast as his troops force everyone out. Haruki clocks the guards barreling toward him, fights back with everything he's got, and screams in protest as they yank him into their grip. He thrashes against the knight's iron grip, screaming what the hell is happening, but they yank him away and leave him with zero answers. The guards slam Haruki down into a wooden seat, and before he can even blink, they lock his wrists to the armrest with brutal straps. He gasps in horror when he realizes they've strapped him into a restraint chair, while his own confusion gets completely ignored. A man in a lab coat stands there with a clipboard, and then snaps, ice cold, for his team to start the procedure. A wave of energy detonates through Haruki's body, and he erupts into a gut-wrenching scream as the machine starts analyzing him. He slumps forward in the chair, completely wiped out. The scientist stares at the magical readout, scans the results, and then clicks his tongue at one detail. Haruki's occupation is listed as a samurai, so he waves it off like it's no big deal. Haruki gets slammed down onto the cold stone floor of a brutal cell, and that heavy door slammed shut behind him with a bone-rattling clank. He jerks upright, groaning that they still haven't explained a single thing, and he scrambles to make sense of this mess. He figures this can't be a dream, because if it's real, then everything changes. It has to feel exactly like the summoning tropes he's been devouring in light novels. He whips his head around and realizes he's not alone in that cell. Then a girl nearby blurts out in a shaky voice, asking what in the world is happening. Haruki locks eyes with her and instantly knows exactly who she is. It's Shizuoka, and just like that, a girl from his class shows up. Haruki can't stop replaying the time his classmates gossiped about her, like every whisper is still stuck in his head. They nicknamed her the plain girl for her braids and glasses, and somehow nobody ever bothered to talk to her. Realizing he's trapped in this tiny cell with her, alone at last, he turns to answer the question she just asked. He admits he'd be totally stuck for words the moment anyone asked him anything. But he snaps her back to reality, telling her he has a wild guess about what's really going on, sparked by a thought that hit him out of nowhere. Haruki's got a wild theory. Maybe their whole class got yanked into another world through some kind of summoning. Shizuka goes quiet for a beat, then shuts the whole idea down as impossible, and Haruki turns to her like, "Shoot, tell me every objection you've got. I'm game for anything else." A guard crashes in and slams a brutal loaf of bread onto the ground, barking at them to start eating. Haruki pokes at his food and mutters that the menu looks about as appetizing as dust. Shizuka wrestles with her bread, grumbling that it's so tough it bangs straight against her jaw and hurts like crazy. But they somehow pushed through and slammed the meal before time ran out. After he finished eating, a suffocating silence slammed into the cell, but it didn't stick around for long. Both students start wheezing and panting like they've been running for their lives. Sweat dripped off their faces as a terrifying heat swept through their bodies. Haruki stammers, totally thrown as his own body betrays him, while Shizuka, red-faced and panicking, demands to know if someone slipped them something to make them honey. Haruki declared this the absolute worst situation imaginable. Shizuka leans in and asks, "So what are you trying to pull off?" And he leans in, daring her to hold back her wild urges. He finally bursts, he can't keep it bottled up any longer. Shizuka blurts out that she's in the same sinking boat, and scares everyone by admitting she might not be able to stop herself either. Suddenly, Shizuka explodes forward and tackles Haruki straight to the floor, then Haruki panics as she climbs on top of him. Shizuka's nerves hit hard as she blurts that she really hates this, but she pushes them to stick to the proper procedure anyway. Then she snaps off her glasses and unties her braids while Haruki vows to do his best. Glasses off, she bared her eyes. Shizuka drops her jaw because when she finally shows her face, it's outrageously cute. Just as they lean in to kiss, Haruki clocks the brutal irony of it all. He clocks it, this plain girl turns into a beauty the moment she ditches her glasses, and yeah, that trope is so painfully cliché, he can't help but think, this is straight up a light novel right here. That calm sleep shatters, right after 2 nights of silence, the jailers slam their weapons into the cell bars, a deafening crash that screams for every prisoner to wake up. The guard snarls orders at Haruki and Shizuka, wipe yourselves down, get dressed, and scarf down your breakfast. Later, Haruki sat on the floor wrapped in a sheet, staring at the world like it didn't make sense, and blurted out the same question, what was he even doing anymore? Shizuka, sitting right there with her back turned to him, just shrugs and says she doesn't care. A crushing silence smothers the air while they sit on wooden stumps inside that cell. Shizuka snaps the silence and asks if anyone has medicine for their condition, and Haruki shoots back that he doesn't know, then he pushes the truth hard. If they don't drink at least some water, they're not going to make it. He basically tells himself, hydrate or die, because right now it's the only move, but the water trap clicks into place fast. Drowned in steam and blistering heat, Shizuka screams that this is the absolute worst situation imaginable. Haruki's face went red, sweat poured down his back, and then it hit him. The truth was right there. They'd pumped the cool stuff straight into the water supply too. They both know they can't slam the brakes on this, and the nightmare keeps rolling straight through the night. Haruki even tells us he's been stuck like this for about a week, clawing little scratches into the stone wall to count the days. Reality hits hard in the middle of their confinement. Shizuka, cheeks burning, glances away and blurts out, "Who's going to take responsibility if I get pregnant?" Haruki can only sputter an awkward apology, totally clueless what to say next. Suddenly, the guard slams the door again and shouts that there's no breakfast today and barks orders for them to get outside, right now. Haruki and Shizuka get yanked out of the dungeon and escorted by the knights. Haruki realizes the whole situation is finally kicking into gear and pushing the story forward. They get guided into this massive, ornate hall packed with people, and the moment Shizuka spots the crowd, her eyes flare with excitement. When they finally realize every single kid from their class is safe. Haruki stays on high alert, clocking the vibe, and something about the tension screams this reunion isn't meant to be happy. A voice calls out an apology for the wait, and then bam. A blonde guy in a suit with a cape strides into the room, introduces himself as Oriver Algacatrigus. The Chancellor of the Kingdom of Gardara stands there, and Haruki instantly clocking him, eyes sharp, calling him sly as a snake. Oriver shrugs off the student's reactions and barrels straight into the task, eyes locked on the report in his hand as he reads. Oriver steps into the room of confused students and grins like he owns the place. Then he says he's thrilled they're all having a good time this past week, and the crowd erupts in shocked silence at how chill he sounds. Haruki clicks every piece into place, and as the truth hits, he realizes the others in the room are just as trapped, split into pairs and drugged the exact same way he was. Oriver keeps going, clocking that everyone's probably screaming in their heads, why did all this happen? He blasts the truth into their faces on the spot, and just like that, this isn't the same world they thought they came from at all. Shizuka and Haruki stand shoulder to shoulder in the crowd, saying nothing as the truth hits them like a wave. Oriver lays it out plain, the summoning is all about one thing, having them serve the nation. He says this should wipe out their doubts then, because he knows they'll have questions. He orders everyone to shout the word revelation. The students start whispering with shaking nerves, wondering what any normal, powerless high school kid could possibly do in a crisis like this. Haruki decides to put it to the test, then blurts out, revelation. Right then, a holographic screen snaps into the air in front of him, and both he and Shizuka freeze, staring in stunned disbelief. Haruki spots Haruki Ito lighting up on the screen, but the words come out in stutters as he blurts, "Wait, what even is this thing?" Oriver breaks it down. This world hands every person a job by their natural aptitudes, and then those abilities get revealed as numbered talents. Right after they arrived, he made sure they got tested for how well they matched with their partners. Haruki jolts in shock because investigation is just a polite mask for a forced breeding week. Or whoever pushes forward to the most important topic wins, because their unique skills make all the difference. He explains that the summoning circle lets them decode the locals' language, and reveals they've got special powers the townsfolk can't even touch. The Chancellor drops the truth about summoning. There's a dark cost, because the body usually can't survive the brutal jump across worlds. Truth is, their classical literature teacher keeled over the second he arrived, probably because his body finally gave out with age, and then Orover wastes no time, he lays it on them. Monsters are rampaging, and these students were picked just to wipe them out. The moment the students feel it, their excitement and fear spike, because this is exactly like a light novel world, but can they really survive the day they're forced to fight monsters? Oriver makes it crystal clear, those crazy skills weren't random gifts, they were handed over for one mission, hunting monsters. He reassures them that once their skills and their job power lock together, they'll be totally fine, and then he tears into the details, breaking down exactly how it all works. Slaying monsters showers you with experience points that you can use to jack up your stats like strength or hit the button and unlock powerful skills. He makes it crystal clear, the harder they clash, the stronger they become. And only the summoned students can pull off this kind of power. Oriver finally lays it all out. This whole world runs on the power of God, and that force dictates everything from physics to even the skills people can use. He snaps the speech shut right there, then lines in and only tells them to go crush everything ahead. The students stare in shock, speechless at how brutally fast it ends. Grumbling through clenched anger, they finally realize they've been kidnapped and forced to fight with zero answers, just that command. One student's had it fast. Sanada steps up, all tall and delinquent energy, and he blurts, "Hold on just a second." He screams at the Oro River, demanding answers. Why does he have to go through all of this? And snapping at the Chancellor not to play the high-end mighty after kidnapping them. Haruki hangs back in the shadows, clocking Sanada, an ex-karate guy, and Yuki Ando. When Haruki clocks that they're still clinging to each other, he knows for sure those two got stuck in the same cell as him together. Haruki keeps his mouth shut, because the moment he thinks about starting trouble with the Chancellor while armed knights surround them, he realizes it's basically suicide. Oriver doesn't blow up at all. He stays cool and admits Sanada is right about the non-consensual summoning and the forced labor. Sanada marks it as a victory and demands they be freed, but Oriver won't budge, so the Chancellor steps in and offers to pay them for their trouble. Or whoever calls the shots on the payment, he'll grant them the time to stay safe and spend it with the people they love. Sanada stares in pure confusion at the offer, then Oriver snaps a single command, disrobe. Before anyone even blinks, Yuki starts panicking. She stammers, panicking that her body is hijacking her, and before she can stop it, she starts stripping right in front of everyone, while Sanada is screaming her name like a lifeline. Moments later, Yuki was standing there completely naked in the hall, sobbing and begging Sanada, "Don't look at me." Oriver watches the humiliation without blinking, then drops the brutal truth behind the summoning. That magic circle was rigged from day one. Every woman who got summoned into this world got shoved straight into the slave job class, no choice at all. The Chancellor leans in and tells them straight up, because of this class assignment, he's drilled them to follow his orders without question. The guys stare in pure horror as the girls freeze up, trapped in terror. Haruki snaps the last pieces into place and suddenly realizes just how massive the kingdom's plan really is. He glances at Shizuka, and there it is, a status screen screaming that she's landed the slave job too, like the universe just handed them the absolute worst-case scenario. Haruki finally lets the truth hit him, because after a whole week of forced closeness, he can't deny it anymore. Feelings just grew on their own. And yeah, he's already starting to see Shizuka as someone special, but then it hits him. The Chancellor is using the partners as hostages, and Shizuka's just the hook. Oriver backs it up, telling them straight, hit your monster-slaying quotas, and the girls get their own rooms, and they'll finally be safe. The threat is crystal clear. Miss the quota and the soldiers are handed free reign over them. Shizuka goes rigid because she instantly understands, fail, and the army will crush her. Oriver shuts the meeting down and tells the students to pepper the specialists with any extra technical questions. Yuki, still naked and shamed under the crowd's stare, begs for permission to slip her clothes back on, apologizing over and over like her life depends on it. A river coldly shuts it down, saying this humiliation is the bill they pay for defying her. He whips around to face Sanada, and just leaves him frozen in horror, while the Chancellor orders him to spend the day wallowing in what just went down. The knights shoved the students out of the hall and marched them straight back to their living quarters. Later, in their assigned room, the weight of everything finally crashes down on them. Haruki snaps that everything's gone into full-blown chaos, and Shizuka quietly nods, dead tired, like she's been carrying the disaster on her back. Shizuka spirals into a dark spiral of thoughts, and it hits her. This whole system is stacked against women, and the imbalance is brutal. If he misses his quota or just decides he doesn't like her, she's the one who gets punished, and the penalty hits hard. She decides that survival means one thing: she'll have to outsmart and control her partner perfectly. She decides she's got to go all in, using every ounce of her mind and every muscle in her body to keep Haruki firmly under control. Her sharp, calculating thoughts get cut off the moment Haruki yanks her into a crushing, tight hug. Shizuka jumps in surprise, but Haruki locks in with iron resolve. He vows he'll never let her go. He tells her straight to her face. She's his now, and nobody at all, is getting within arm's reach of her. Shizuka leans in and lets her head rest against his chest, like the world finally goes quiet. He blurts out, asking if he's trying to comfort her, just because she can't stop looking down, and in that instant, her whole view of him flips completely. She used to label him unreliable, but now she finally understands. He's the kind of person who will protect her for real. As she sinks into the hug, she can't ignore it. She and him just click. And yeah, the physical chemistry is even better than she expected. Haruki clings to a blazing memory of Shizuka, using it like fuel to keep pushing forward. In the flashback, he whispers her name close to his heart, and she answers back softly, encouraging him like a lifeline. He insists that guarding someone makes a man stronger, vows he'll do his best to inspire her back too, and that memory keeps his resolve blazing. Back in the summoning world, Haruki flicks open his status screen, and boom, he spots it. His assigned job is samurai. Meanwhile, the night instructor strides into the courtyard, facing the summoned students, and tells them this world runs on one wild power. With your job, you can forge every piece of equipment you'll ever need. He says it straight: the only way to truly earn the name soldier is to live the life and keep that job. Now he's set on showing them how to break loose with that power. Then a demonstrator steps forward, yells the command to activate his dress form, and a pillar of light crashes down as his gear materializes out of thin air. The instructor jabs a finger at him as the example, then dares the rest of the class to try it right there. Every student shoots their hand up at once, and the skill detonates in perfect sync, sending pillars of light exploding everywhere. As the light dies down, the classmates step out in full fantasy glory, clanking in heavy plate, draped in mage robes, and dressed like barbarians in leather, all gripping shields and clubs like they're ready to start a fight. Haruki stares at his own transformation, utterly stunned and totally baffled by what he's seeing. Haruki panics the second he realizes he doesn't look anything like the others, so he blurts, "What's happening? Why am I the only one standing here in a traditional Japanese outfit?" He bursts into a scream, shouting that it's the Shinsengumi uniform. As soon as he steps in, the other students lock onto him, staring hard and whispering right away, because they instantly spot that light blue haori and the unmistakable Shinsengumi design. The instructor casually drops a crucial detail: your equipment depends on imagination, and once it's set, it's locked in forever, so they had to picture everything perfectly before they made the choice. Haruki erupts, yelling that the guy should have said it way earlier. A classmate smirks and drops, "Honestly, the Shinsengumi look pretty cool," and Haruki instantly snaps, "Stop staring." Turns out that brutal electric chair Haruki sat in on day one wasn't punishment at all. It was a temple ceremony where grown-ups pick a special skill, and the world hands them their profession. After they double-check their gear, the crew pushes forward to a whole new lesson: selectable skills, and the instructor lays it out fast. Skills are those special abilities locked to whatever job you're assigned. On the status screen, the choices line up: iron wall, guts, and everything in between. And Haruki's insane shukuchi. Then she slams a heavy warning down like it could crack the air. Once you pick a skill from that window, it's locked in forever. You can't swap it out. This news absolutely wrecked Sanada. He bolted his hands to his head in full panic, realizing he'd already tapped something random by messing. Mistake. Haruki watches it all crash down, then flips the script. He keeps his skill slot empty for now, saving it like a secret trump card for the moment it truly matters, while the knights roar out the orders for the day. The deal is simple: wipe out 10 goblins, but before that, first, they've got to check every last piece of their gear, no excuses. Haruki scans the courtyard and realizes every single person has pulled out weapons that match their assigned job, shockingly perfect. His gaze locks onto Sanada, who's swinging a giant battle axe like it's nothing, even though it looks way too heavy for any normal human. Yet somehow he's pulling it off, watching the others prep. Haruki glances at the katana on his hip, grips the handle, and draws the blade like it's go time. The second the steel slips free, a jolt rips through his whole body. He freezes with his eyes bulging in pure shock, staring at the weapon like it's speaking back, because the second he unsheathes it, his whole consciousness snaps into a brand new mode. He's standing there with a katana in hand, the blade flashing in the light. Though it's his absolute first time ever holding a real sword, somehow it feels weirdly right, like it was made for his grip. He tests the swing, then the blade cuts through the air with a sharp, clean snap that you can practically hear in your bones. Even without experience, his form is razor perfect, so when a single falling leaf drifts near him, the leftover power in his swing slices it clean in two. Haruki freezes, stunned by the gut-punching truth. He feels like he could cut through absolutely anything. He can't help wondering, did his own vision of the sword light this confidence up, or are all the students riding the same terrifying power right now? Just as he's about to sink into it, the instructor explodes with a shout, "Follow me to the hunt," and everyone scrambles after him. Haruki snaps out of his spiral, shoves the messy thoughts to the side, and locks in on the mission. The crew storms into the hunting grounds, and it's instant chaos. The field is absolutely swarming with goblins, and the students are already hacking their way into the thick of the fight. Sanada barrels forward, hurling his giant axe overhead and bellowing like a war drum, then charges straight at a goblin. The battlefield turns into pure chaos. Sanada whirls his axe like a storm, roaring with rage as he lunges again and again, trying to catch those slippery, screaming at them to quit weaving out of the way. Haruki watches everything explode into motion around him, and he realizes the other students can't get their manifested weapons to sync, while he's the only one moving with control. He studies the enemies up close and realizes they've been handed goblins, the lowest trash monsters in the whole lineup. It's basically a training stage designed to teach them how to start slaughtering magical creatures. Haruki yanks his attention back to his own fight. He shuts his eyes for a split second, then explodes into motion. He landed a razor-clean slash, and the goblin got cut clean in half. He towers over the corpse, stone calm, already satisfied, 10 kills, quota met. For him, it's not the fight that matters, it's the blade's sting, the feel of it in his hand. He remembers the terrifying lore. When monsters die, they melt into Mona essence, then that power reshapes itself into brand new monsters. But Haruki shoves that theory aside and locks in on something far more disturbing. He grips his katana and realizes the brutal truth staring back at him. He can wipe out living things with zero trouble, yet he braced himself for guilt or disgust, and it never came. He slaughtered like it was nothing, with not a shred of hesitation. The training is brutal. Soldiers scream at every student who even hesitates, telling them that refusing to kill isn't just a choice, it's betrayal against the partners they were assigned. By the end of the day, no matter if it's with threats or brute force, everybody somehow claws their way to the quota. Sanada crawls on his hands and knees, gasping for breath, utterly wrecked by the sheer physical damage. Haruki watches him like a hawk, clocking the delinquent and realizing he's clearly been through hell. As night crashes down, the whole crew slips back into their cells. That night, behind the locked door of their cell, Haruki and Shizuka are tucked together in bed. Then Shizuka leans in and tells him she finally chose her elective skill. Essence absorption. She admits with a flushed smile that it lets her turn their private energy into raw power, and she makes it sound like a sweet deal where she can keep taking as much of Haruki's love as she wants. Haruki nervously blurts a laugh, calling her voice succubus level, but when it matters, he nods and promises to help her out, saying he's genuinely happy for her. Haruki instantly regrets those words because the power is way too good. The more Shizuka sucks his energy, the stronger she gets, and it turns into a never-ending loop. Her eyes blaze with heart-shaped light as she keeps circling round after round, and Haruki is getting carved down to a dried husk in real time. By the end, he's on his knees begging her to stop, barely able to get the words out, like he's throwing everything he has into a desperate last try to make it through the night. His hand shoots to his status screen, and he buys a stamina skill on instinct, anything to keep himself alive. Haruki panics to make it through the night, yanks open his menu, and grabs the skill Vigorous Virtuoso. He's praying it'll help him keep pace with Shizuka's non-stop demands. Then it works a little asterisk too well, and Shizuka finally lets out a satisfied breath. She mumbled that future her would handle everything, then she passed out hard, while Haruki was left completely drained. His soul slips out of his body the second he realizes he got fired up in the absolute wrong context. Next morning rolls around with birds chirping, but Haruki's sitting there looking wrecked because it finally hits him. He truly messed up big time. While Shizuka snores in peace with that contented smile, Haruki crouches there, gripping his head in sheer frustration. He blew a rare skill point on Vigorous Virtuoso. Turns out it's a passive gift that fuels his hunger every night, and he finally clocks the truth. He's in the same mess as delinquent Sanada, forced to lock in permanent build choices just to win a girl's heart. Haruki can't stop replaying last night in his head. Shizuoka was practically glowing, cheeks blazing as she swore her new body lets her give it her all with him forever. Haruki opened his mouth to protest, but when he saw how happy she was, he swallowed his argument, sighed in defeat, and just went along with whatever she wanted. A few days drift by, and romance hangs in the air over the castle like a spell, because the group isn't out battling monsters every day, since the kingdom demands everyone stay in perfect shape for battle. On their off days, the guys hit the castle courtyard and train like it's a battle about to start. Meanwhile, the girls forced into the slave class get shoved into skimpy-made uniforms as their official outfit. No choice, no mercy, just obedience. And then jumped into the castle's domestic grind. Handling every duty like it was the most urgent mission in the world. While they train, Haruki clocks his classmates, especially Senata, watching how they gulp down goblin hunt experience points to crank their base stats up. Sanada is slamming a massive axe through the air with terrifying speed, spinning so hard she looks like a human tornado. Haruki scoffs at the idea that a tiny point bump could matter, then he crunches the numbers and reality hits. Going from 50 kg to 70 kg is a massive one, 4x jump in raw power. But raw power isn't the whole story. Sanada's momentum slips and his face smashes into the ground hard. Haruki watches and says mastering that sudden surge is brutally tough. He compares it to his own fighting style, less brute force, more deadly weapon handling. But Haruki's hiding something huge, because once it clicks, he realizes his Seigo skill is tied to Shizuka's skill, like they're connected by fate. In the middle of their late-night grind, every single XP Haruki earns gets shoved straight to Shizuka, so bad that he's basically watching his own levels get drained just to power her up. Haruki is deep in the middle of his third subjugation mission, and everything starts to fall into place, one sharp piece at a time. He slashes straight through that massive enemy with a razor-clean horizontal strike. Then it all hits him at once, a single realization lands like a thunderclap. He finally faces the truth, somehow, he's stronger than he ever thought possible. This mission's target is the orcs, dangerous, shockingly tough monsters that hit harder than you'd ever expect in this world. While most of his classmates can barely hunt at all, Haruki finishes his quota the moment it's asked. Once he's finished, he slips in quietly to back up his teammates, racking up experience points in the background. He clocks his kill count and realizes it's miles ahead of everyone else, even while his stat modifier is still stuck at 0. Haruki can't stop thinking about his wild power. Right when he first drew his sword, it surged to life, and now anything he feels, slice it and it cuts straight through. And today's orc was no different. He's the only one who can pull off this kind of impossible power. He has zero clue what it truly means, and just how brutally strong it makes him compared to everyone else in the world. But after spiraling for a minute, he finally clocks it. Overthinking gets him nowhere, and he locks in on one thing: hunting orcs. The hunt's over, but the air feels heavy. Haruki tried to back them up, yet 3 people still couldn't hit their quota. As the knights wrestle with their failures, Haruki's spine tingles, because the thought of Shizuka stuck in that exact position chills him to the bone. Even while he's sure he can keep her safe, the brutal truth of how this system really works hits him like a wave, and suddenly he's uneasy, vowing to take these hunts seriously. That night, Haruki's anxiety spikes into raw intensity. Shizuka is in his grip as he holds her from behind and blurts her name, frantic and desperate. Shizuka's done, his rough, sudden attitude crushes her, and she blurts out, "Why are you acting like this today?" Haruki doesn't hold back for a second. He tells her no one else will ever get her, not ever, and then he boldly declares, "Shizuka is mine and mine alone." Shizuka snaps the pieces together fast. Then her eyes widen as she realizes someone must have vanished or missed their quota today. Haruki stares at her like he's out of time, then lunges in and kisses her hard, commanding her to never let anyone else uncover what he's hiding. Shizuka finally gives in completely, swallowed by the sheer intensity of the moment. The very next morning at the training grounds, an armored instructor lanes in and roars in Haruki's face like he's about to explode, pointing out that he'd been slacking off. Haruki sweats bullets, choking out a shaky apology under his breath because he knows exactly why he can't move. He went too hard with Shizuka the night before, and now he's showing up for training painfully late. Lord Galberston snarls that he'll beat the fight out of him, then swings a massive blade, but Haruki slips the strike with shocking ease. As Haruki keeps moving, he sizes up his opponent fast. Galberston isn't just any instructor, he's a battle-tested veteran with decades under his belt and the kind of top-tier ranking you only earn in this country. Even knowing that gap in status should be massive, Haruki grabs this moment and dares to test just what he's capable of. Referencing sports dramas where the hero gets pushed to the breaking point, left utterly drained. Haruki snaps in one ruthless swing with his wooden sword, and the hit lands with a brutal, earth-shaking impact. Galberston barks out a strangled grunt as his heavy armor explodes into chunks, launching him skidding backward, and Haruki just freezes in stunned silence, gaping at the beaten veteran as the words "weak" slip out of his mouth. Haruki stared at his blade, shaking with terror, because he just realized that if it had been a true strike, even with the back of the sword, it would have split the man's head clean off. The other soldiers burst into panic, yelling for their captain as they sprint straight to Galberston's side. Haruki blurts out frantic apologies, demanding to know if the man is okay. Wondering if these soldiers can even be trusted when their own leader drops so fast. From the sidelines, Haruki's summoned classmates just stared in dead silence, watching his power light up the whole room. Later that night in their bedroom, Shizuka and Haruki just crashed together, and Shizuka teased him, joking, "Did you come from some planet where men level up every time they sleep with a woman?" She stares into the mess of it all and can't even figure out what the original reference was supposed to be anymore. The whole world's settings are scrambled beyond recognition. Haruki fires back that it's actually Shizuka who's leveling up. Every time they sleep together, she's the one getting stronger and racking up experience points. They stare at their status screens and gasp. Both of them have racked up a huge stash of points, but neither has the slightest idea how to spend them. Shizuka is still fuming because they have no idea where Haruki's strength maxes out, and hints that he may have to battle someone even stronger just to learn the truth. Haruki shuts that down right away, saying that if he's got the time to do something terrifying like that, he'd rather use it to get close to her instead. In the Chancellor's office, a report about Haruki's terrifying strength just hit the desk, and Chancellor Ororiver reads it with a sharp frown, because special class sounds way too specific. His subordinate braces for impact and admits, shaky as a leaf, that even if it's only a possibility right now, the fallout would be massive. In this world, one special class soldier can wipe out an entire army, because their power rivals it alone. Is often the line between a nation's victory and its collapse, or River stroke him, chin first. Haruki's one-hit takedown of Count Galberston has him staring in disbelief. There's no way a normal summoner could pull that off, but the doubt still won't leave him. He points out that it's way too early to write someone off when they've only been here a month, because plenty of candidates dazzle for a moment, then burn out and fail later. Playing it safe, he orders his subordinate to just watch for now, then tells him to come running back if anything changes. The subordinate bows low and bolts out of the room. Suddenly a voice snaps the question, "Are you sure that's really okay?" Oriver whirls around in his chair and spots a woman in a hooded cat suit crouched behind him. She giggles, blurts out an apology, and Oriver only sighs, because she's back, even after his warnings about barging into his room without permission. The cat shrugs off the scolding and fires back, asking if he's really not going to go meet the new candidate himself. Oriver insists he's just going to watch how it all unfolds, but the woman snaps back that he can't afford to stay relaxed, because the neighboring country has already landed its third special grade fighter. For a heartbeat, her teasing grin vanishes, and she snaps the truth about the kingdom, calling the king ordinary and the prince completely incompetent. Claiming the nation would have crumbled ages ago if the chancellor hadn't somehow kept it all from falling apart. Claiming she's the country's only active special grade sorcerer, she steps up and drops some straight-up advice. She slaps down the ore, and with it, a document packed with a plan to forge the next special grade fighter. Or anyone who dares to read that paper and start doubting her sanity. She tells them the mission doesn't call for her power, but if they send regular soldiers, the death toll would get ugly fast. So it'd be flawless to shove that job onto the new guy with the gun. Oriver is taking that proposal seriously. He admits the truth. There are way too many tasks only he can pull off right now, and they're in desperate need of more people who can work at that same high level. He flashes the green light, tells her to go for it, and Catwoman bursts into cheers, finally feeling like she can breathe and take it a little easier. Oriver's gut twists with dread, convinced the world must be ending if. So they're basically sending a brand new recruit to go slaughter an orc lord. Cut to Shizuka, she's hunched over, cleaning like it's no big deal, all sweet and harmless on the surface, but once you really look, you see it. She's calculating to the bone. Before the drugs hit her, accepting Haruki that easily was nothing but a cold survival move, she just wanted his protection fast. She didn't pick that essence-drained skill because she wanted to, it was necessity, not desire. She chose it because she swore there had to be a loophole, turn the fluids into energy and dodge the pregnancy risk. We get inside Shizuka's head, watching her survival plan click into place as she picks a bigger maid uniform, not just for fashion, but to smother her curves and dodge the harassment from jealous women. Hoping those thick glasses would finally turn her plain look into something unforgettable. But her plan detonates instantly, right in the courtyard. A creepy noble locks eyes with her and blows past her desperate attempt to blend in. He traps her with a grin and demands she come to his room for some special attention. Shizuka clutches her broom like it's a lifeline, trying to dodge the whole thing with shaking nerves. She tries to vanish in plain sight, but no matter what she does, guys like this still clock every inch of her. The noble can't handle the rejection. He lashes out at her, snarling that she better know exactly who he is and he fires off the question, daring her to have a death wish for blowing off his invitation, and Shizuka immediately spirals inward. This is about to get messy, because she has no clue who he even is. Suddenly an armored knight lunges in and cuts him off, barking that it's enough for his highness. The knight leans in and drops the bombshell. Shizuka isn't some lowly maid at all, she's a guest of the chancellor. The noble recoils at the news, then snaps his tongue and storms off. Shizu bows in thanks to the knight, and he just shrugs it off. It's my job. Shizuka watches them disappear, a calm smile hiding the cold math churning in her head. She tells herself the truth. She doesn't hate Haruki, but she stays close because he's her shield, exactly for moments like this. Without Haruki's protection, that knight would have had zero reason to charge in and save her. She explains it like this: she'll do everything she can for Haruki so he keeps winning, because if he's safe, then she stays safe too. She tells herself maybe this survival move turns into something real feelings someday. But the panel snaps into a terrifying close-up of her face, and you realize that sweet little hope she used to cling to was never the truth, it was just a belief she had back then. The scene snaps to a nightmare, an enormous orc lord looming over tiny, defenseless Shizuka, while the narration creeps in with dread, warning that all her carefully calculated, safe plans are about to get crushed by a brutal, no-escape reality. Now we're in the present, watch a caravan of wagons rumble across the wild landscape, mile after mile. Inside one of the wagons, Haruki keeps the silence away by talking to Shizuka. Then he leans in and asks if she still remembers Tsukasa Naito, the guy from their class. Shizuka freezes, racking her brain for the name. Then Haruki cuts in, reminding her that Nito was the quiet type, the same way she used to be, barely noticed by anyone. But yeah, everything's flipped for him now. Haruki reveals that Nito just landed a special job class called *Hero*, and Haruki starts rambling excitedly over the stats like a total nerd. He leans in and tells her the hero class is totally busted, everyone else gets nothing, but heroes come loaded with special blessings, 2 one-of-a-kind skills instead of 1, 2 selectable skills, and even hero-only abilities like it's some unfair privilege jackpot. Rumor says Naito didn't just spar, he even went toe-to-toe with a former general and one other. Haruki spills the secret: this insanely skilled heroes on a special mission wipe out a whole horde of orcs, and for some reason Haruki and Shizuka have been pulled along to serve as his attendants. Shizuka demands to know why they have to leave, and Haruki finally fesses up. He's not even sure himself. Even so, he stays the eternal optimist and insists, it's only a few days on the road, so let's call it a cozy little comfort trip and enjoy it together. On the battlefield, Tsukasa Naito surges forward, energy roaring through him as he screams his limit break. Right before he clashes with the horde of orcs, Nito explodes upward with a roar, his sword blazing with raw power, while Haruki shouts that this savage move is one of the limit break hero class's rare, one-of-a-kind skills. Just like the name says, it shoves physical abilities way beyond what nature ever allowed. It's like you get turned into a superhero for exactly 3 minutes, but then bam, the catch hits hard. Your body gets absolutely hammered, and after it's over you're left wrecked, needing a full 30 minutes just to recover. Haruki watches Nito clash in battle and can't deny it. Seeing him barrel straight into the front lines screams classic hero to the core. He shrugs and jokes that the hero class is basically cheating. Shizuka stares at Haruki like she's daring him to prove himself wrong, because in her head, he's the cheater, and she's already rattling off his ridiculous kit piece by piece. That blade power slices through literally anything, then you add his deadly samurai move, Shukuchi, and it becomes unstoppable. The narration rips into Shukuchi, piece by piece, like it can't wait to show you what's really going on. A lethal samurai technique that lets the user instantly vanish and reappear anywhere between 1 and 30 meters away. Haruki realizes this skill is usually garbage. Every use guzzles a huge chunk of EXP and even drops the user in level. But somehow, when he uses it, he only bleeds a tiny sliver of experience, so he can spam it to his heart's content. He spots an enemy far out and decides to put on a show. In the blink of an eye, Haruki teleports beside Shizuka and slashes an orc out of her space before it can get any closer. He tells her, "You're safe now." Shizuka can't even breathe. How could something like that be real? It just cements it for her. Haruki is the real disaster here, because even without all the flashy hero show, his kill count is absolutely crushing Nido's. Meanwhile, Haruki takes one look at Nido's moves and tears into his skill, saying the limit break is straight up total overkill. Sure, a boss could use it, but when you're hunting down big groups of enemies, it's a complete disaster. But Haruki isn't complaining. He's grinning while he farms those easy experience points. Shizuka blurts out, "Are there always this many monsters around, or are we just having the worst luck ever?" Haruki admits he's clueless too. Turns out an orc king rules this forest, and that's why everything feels so thick and packed. While Shizuka watches everyone scramble to save themselves, the classmates nearby are spiraling, doubting themselves like they can't do anything right. They murmur to each other that they're way too weak, that they'd been wiped out ages ago if Haruki hadn't stepped in. Then the guilt hits, and they realize they're just dead weight, wondering why they were dragged into this mission at all. At last, the battle is over, and across the clearing, exhausted soldiers and maids are sprawled on the ground, drained beyond words. Still breathing through the chaos, barely recovering from that brutal fight. Shizuka peers out at everything, watching the chaos finally fizzle out as night slips away, and she can't stop wondering how many monsters are still waiting to hit them before this is over. Right beside her, Haruki drops this horrifyingly calm fact. He wipes out a 4-digit swarm of enemies all on his own like it's nothing. Haruki lets out a huge yawn and groans that he's painfully sleepy, then decides, right then, to splash cold water on his face at the nearby lake. Shizuka watches him leave and smirks like, "Wait, he still looks like he's got way more energy left." Haruki instantly panics, blurting out a shaky, frantic excuse like, "I totally haven't slept, I'm just pent up." Moments later by the lake, Haruki slams cold water onto his face, forcing himself awake. He finally spots it, too late, that he left his towel behind. Just as he's about to stress, Shizuka pops up behind him grinning and offers to bring one back for him as a reward for all his hard work. Haruki thanks her, and she slips back into the woods. Shizuka trudges alone through the forest, then slams to a stop, senses a weird presence lurking nearby, and can't help wondering what's out there with her. A creepy rustle from the dark snaps her attention. She freezes solid. Then, out of the shadows, a huge muscular hand lunges toward her, and Shizuka's eyes go wide with shock. The truth behind this presence bursts into view. It's the Orc Lord, that towering pig-faced monster, looming over her. Unleashing a deafening, terrifying roar that rips through the forest and shakes everything to its roots. Shizuka shrieks, then crumples backward onto the ground as her legs betray her from pure terror. She stares up at the monster and her thoughts slam into overdrive, because it hits her hard. This is it, and there's no coming back. Instinct screams that this is a fight no human could ever win. With the monster breathing down her neck, she fully realizes this is it, and she's about to die right here. The Orc Lord wastes no breath. Another savage bellow rips through the air as he hoists his massive claws above her, ready to smash her to the ground. Shizuka can't move at all. She can only gasp, trapped in fear as that deadly strike barrels down to end her life. Right when the Orc Lord swings that massive arm to slam Shizuka into the ground, a sudden burst of steel slices through the air like lightning. The blade cuts clean through the monster's thick arm, and blood erupts everywhere in a violent spray. Shizuka, already bracing for death, just gapes in total shock as the blow gets stopped, and then she realizes who's blocking it: Haruki. He bursts forward with jaw-dropping speed, carving a flawless arc with his sword, eyes locked in and face blazing with focus, until the final slash finishes, saving her life. The fight ends in a blink, just like it began. The Orc Lord's massive body crumples against a tree, head gone, fully defeated. Haruki looms over the corpse with his blades still gripped tight, then mutters in shock that the thing is still standing even after death. Then it hits him. This has to be the Orc King standing right in front of him. He whips his focus back to Shizuka, still crumpled on the ground, and demands to know if she's okay. Shizuka trembles hard, and a tiny, shaky breath slips out of her like it might break. Haruki can't even get the words out, and when he sees her trembling, panic hits him hard as he scrambles to comfort her. He blurts out that she's never faced a monster before, so fear is only natural. Then he rambles, repeating "you can't help it" again and again just to soothe her. Suddenly, Shizuka snatches onto his clothes and yanks him in tight. She mumbles something he almost misses, then she snaps her gaze to his and hits him with the words, loud and crystal clear. "Step up and take responsibility." Haruki freezes, totally thrown off by what she's saying, and Shizuka presses again, telling him straight up he's got to take responsibility. Haruki's brain seizes up and he starts nodding like crazy, stammering that yeah, sure, he'll take responsibility, even if he can't even figure out what it's for. But he blurts out, "Whatever you want, I'll marry you," like it's already decided. Shizu just stared up at him with wide, glistening eyes. Shizuka leans in and asks in the gentlest voice if he likes her. Then Haruki's cheeks flare bright red, and without a single second of hesitation he blurts, "Of course," confessing, "I love you." Hearing that, Shizuka throws her arms around his neck and yanks him into a tight hug, then lets out a joyful sigh that says everything's okay. She clings to him, whispering his name like she's just pulled off the smoothest win, a sly, satisfied smile curling on her lips. Things spiral in seconds. Shizuka doesn't just cling to him anymore, she dives in and kisses him deeply. She's utterly shaken by everything that just happened, thoughts crashing through her head, because seeing Haruki drop a monster that huge and that terrifying with raw strength leaves her composure in pieces. Something primal surges in her, the instinct to chase the strongest male, and once it hits, she realizes she's totally, hopelessly fallen for him. The kiss rages on, hotter and fiercer with every second, and Shizu tries to talk herself into it like, in a cutthroat world where only the strong survive, this kind of pull is just inevitable. All those careful doubts and calculations get obliterated by raw instinct, and a fierce possessiveness crashes in, one that orders her to erase every other female rival from the picture. She's all in, no backing out. Shizuka clings to Haruki, her glass tilted askew, and in her head she's screaming that Haruki is hers, full stop, because nobody else gets him. Then she bursts out, drunk on euphoria, totally undone by his overpowering force. Tsukasa Naito steps into the forest, brooding in silence, replaying it all as he realizes he's hated Haruki from the very start. Ever since that day he spotted Haruki in the training grounds, he's known it. Haruki wipes out way more monsters than he ever could. Naito suddenly trips over the Orc King's headless corpse, and his whole body goes ice cold. He freezes in disbelief, watching as everyone's admiration somehow swarms toward Haruki more than it ever hits him. He starts spiraling, mumbling through clenched teeth that he's supposed to be the hero, and then he can't stop asking, why is this happening to him? So convinced he should be the main character of this world, not Haruki. Naito keeps replaying the kill in his head, picturing the sword slash that finally dropped the monster. Then bitterness burns in his chest as he snaps at the empty air. Why is Haruki taking credit for what I did? The gap between what they can really do hits him like a punch. But Naito won't let it go. Hunched down in the bushes, he watches in ruthless silence as Haruki and Shizuka fade into the distance. Naito towers by himself over the Orc King's massive, headless body. With grim determination, he reminds himself that, at first, this was meant to be his work and his kill. While jealousy churns inside him, Shizuka's voice floats in from the forest path, breathless, sweet, and calling Haruki's name like she can't help herself. Crouched in the bushes, Naito stares at the unfolding scene, completely unable to believe what he's seeing. He's still reeling from the brutality he just witnessed, and now his brain short-circuits because Shizuka, the plain girl from their class, somehow looks insanely gorgeous in the heat of it all, and he can't even tell if it's really her. Meanwhile, Shizuka gets utterly swept up in the moment, gasping as the kiss keeps pressing deeper. It cranks up even harder until Shizuka's head fills with furious complaints about how unfair it is that Haruki put her in this mess, while deep in Naito's mind, a jealous voice rages, yelling that it's always Haruki who gets everything. Haruki finally pulls back from the kiss, then turns and strides off like he can't even look back. Shizuka, cheeks blazing and lungs burning, shoots after him on the spot, shouting his name as she runs. As Haruki and Shizuka stroll down the path like nothing's wrong, Naito explodes out of the forest in full panic. He's sprinting down the battlefield, clutching the Orc Lord's severed head like a trophy in both hands. He screams into the sky that Haruki is to blame, panicking as he tries to talk his way into what he's about to do. Then he convinces himself that because Haruki hid his power, taking the credit is suddenly fair. Down at the camp, chaos suddenly erupts, and Shizuka snaps her head toward the commotion, pointing it out to Haruki right away. They crane their necks and see Naito standing tall before a packed crowd of soldiers and maids, lifting the Orc Lord's massive head high above them as cheers erupt, everyone staring in shock, calling him a true hero, and can't believe he just smashed the terrifying monster that had been stalking the forest. Shizuka lunges to lift the severed head, but Haruki misreads the moment at first, then explains that most monsters crumble to dust when they die, while the powerful ones don't, leaving a corpse behind. Shizuka snaps the moment he speaks, cuts in to say, "We're talking about the theft," and then nails the truth. Nito's just stealing credit for Haruki's achievement. Haruki shrugs it off and admits, "Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now." When Shizuka asks if he's really fine with it, he shoots back with total calm, saying he doesn't care about glory at all, only that she understands the truth. Haruki drops one more bombshell. He's sure Nito grabbing the credit will backfire hard and shove him straight into an even bigger mess. Right on cue, the story cuts to Naito facing Chancellor Oro River, and with a snap of authority, he officially names Naito as a candidate for the nation's special class forces, right there for toppling the Orc Lord all by himself. Naito is left utterly speechless, staring in shock at the sudden and deadly promotion. Back in the audience chamber, Oro River doesn't waste a second. He corners Naito and starts pressing him hard, telling the terrified student that the country's situation is spiraling into something truly critical. So he's putting NIDO on a frontline unit that takes on survival-level missions where death is basically guaranteed. Nito's mind is screaming in panic, totally clueless about what's happening, so he blurts out, stammering that he wasn't the one who beat the Orc Lord, yet Oriver shuts him down cold, barking that Nito better show his full strength before he even gets dismissed. Nito's stuck alone in that hallway, rambling why under his breath, until the truth hits him and he realizes he's trapped inside a lie. Later in the Chancellor's office, a woman in a cat-eared hood lounges on the desk, chatting with Aurora River like she owns the place, and when Naito steps into the conversation, she doesn't even blink. She calls him a total letdown. And basically declaring there's no way he's special class material, pointing at that staggering weakness like it seals his fate. Or ever Nito's telling the truth, did he really take down the Orc Lord? And just like that, the cat confirms it, while Nito insists he's the one who did. Everyone can see it plain as day. River's not letting them play games because he can't afford mistakes with his subordinates, so he demands the real truth. A River raises a report that screams one thing: the Orc Lord got his head chopped off on the spot. With one clean stroke, the cat clocks the Orc Lord's freakish endurance, so tough even a special grade fighter can't just plow through it like that, meaning the real killer is absolutely special grade. River brings up the rumor about stolen credit, and the woman bursts out laughing like, "Yep, I knew that's exactly what happened." She finally clocks it. The headhunter's real meaning is Haruki, the true powerhouse they've been hunting, and their hope is still very much alive. The cat can't stop thinking, why on earth didn't they just summon Haruki, the beheader boy? She says Haruki didn't even flinch when someone snatched his achievement. He just shrugged it off and slid right back into his everyday routine, like he's got zero ambition. She demanded to know why Aurora ever decided to back that hero boy, Naito, in the first place. The Chancellor lays out his game plan. He needs 2 or 3 more chains to control Haruki for real, so he's letting him run loose for now. While the world waits, this country needs a top-tier figurehead to frighten off everyone else, and Nito is stepping up to be the scarecrow in charge. Or he can just coldly say, "You wanted the fame, Nito," then own the consequences that come with it. The talk instantly turns to trapping Haruki. River lays it out while the cat presses. When will he finally be useful? River admits they're still hunting for a weakness strong enough to chain him. The woman presses her question about the first chain, and River clocks it. Haruki clearly puts Shizuka way up on his list. But that's a fast track to disaster, because the cat warns them. One wrong touch of the girl and Haruki could snap completely, and they've got to stop the country's idiot princes from messing with Shizuka before it all spirals into catastrophe. River decides they're getting a chain no matter what, hands the cat her next mission, and she panics, begging to be spared from a deadly brawl against their own nation's top ranks. Knowing exactly how deadly Haruki can be, she takes the order. Then the cat slips off the desk, saying she'll scout around for now, while warning River not to get his hopes up too high. Right as she sets off, the scene flips. Haruki jolts awake and starts rummaging around town, while a cooperation-desired message pops up in front of his eyes, daring him to respond. Haruki glares at his status screen. It's gone absolutely wild, and his experience points have skyrocketed through the roof, crushing past 60,000 points after that Orc Lord kill. He's freaking out, staring at all that XP like, what am I even supposed to do with this? When Shizuka finally steps out of the administrative office. She tells him the paperwork's already handled, and Haruki can't believe how lightning fast it all happened. And Shizuka beams, declaring that from today onward, their relationship is officially official. Shizuka clings to Haruki's arm, cheeks blazing, giggling like, we're husband and wife now. Haruki locks eyes with her and instantly thinks she's the cutest little creature to ever exist. She practically bursts with excitement and jabs her status plate toward him. Her name is officially updated to Shizuka Ido ****. She's drowning in pure joy, convinced it's like the universe is blessing them right in this moment. Haruki flashes a grin and urges them to rush home, and Shizuka lights up and agrees without hesitation. As they head off, that cat stays planted in a nearby alley, staring them down like it's got secrets. But she won't move, she's frozen with pure terror, cold sweat drenching her face as she locks her eyes on Haruki's back, thinking, I've never seen anyone like this, not even close. Her instincts are screaming, this isn't about being strong or weak. She knows one thing for certain, if she steps any closer, she'll get cut down instantly. As a top-tier sorcerer, she clocks exactly how brutal his power is, and the moment it hits, she realizes Haruki isn't just strong, he's the real monster. Suddenly, Haruki slams the brakes and stops in his tracks. He tells Shizuoka he's dying to get home early, but right then, looks like they've got a guest to deal with. Shizuka is totally thrown off, but Haruki fires back with a calm smile. This'll be over in a flash, then tells her to go on ahead. He whips his gaze to the alley and shouts, demanding to know if whoever's lurking there wants something from him. The cat erupts into a terrified fugy scream and rockets backward like it's seen a ghost. The cat drops to all fours, fur spiking up, and blurts out a stammering question. How did he know it was her? Haruki calls it out like, come on, this was obvious, because he kept spotting her tail jutting straight up every single time. She's horrified she let that slip, because her tail has never, ever curled up like that from fear before. Haruki cuts straight through it, grilling her on what she wants and how long she plans to keep dodging if she's really come here to talk. Then she finally admits. She admits she came just to talk, then straight up says it feels like the moment she takes another step, someone's going to slice her down. Haruki can't help but admire her intuition. If she's this sharp already, then she's got to be strong as well. The cat takes a sharp breath, trying to steady herself as the moment tightens in that. He blurts out an apology for losing it and for chasing after him. She steps forward and formally introduces herself as the Chancellor's envoy. She hits you with the bombshell, she's the nation's only special class combatant, and yeah, she's probably the strongest person in the whole country. Stepping up to answer every single question that Haruki throws at him. Haruki demands clarification about that special grade title, like he's not taking maybe for an answer. He finally confirms it's the very same rank Nidu was nominated for, and the cat drops the truth. She's the only one in the whole country who officially holds that title. Haruki tries to calm things down by insisting he doesn't slice people for no reason, but the cat rips the nightmare open and reminds him he never promised he wouldn't cut her. She starts to crumble, realizing she's way outmatched, and the moment regret hits, she knows she only came here out of plain curiosity. Haruki fires off her perfectly timed, curiosity killed the cat line, and it sends her shrieking in pure panicked terror. The cat snaps, clutching her head in full panic, screaming that he's going to kill her. Haruki keeps telling the truth, steadying her pulse until she finally catches on. He's not about to slice her up right here. She gulps, apologizes for snapping again, and scrambles back on track, then leans in, asking what he actually wants from the administration. Haruki freezes mid-thought, weighing his words, and then his face turns stone-straight serious. His eyes blaze as he slams down a heavy answer, maybe even one that hits the Chancellor's head. The cat went stone still, glaring at him with pure terror. In that moment she clocks him and realizes this isn't some ordinary threat. He's pure disaster, a force of nature they can't control, and the danger is already rolling in. She blurts out, shaking, why he'd even want the Prime Minister dead, and whether he's nursing some kind of grudge. Haruki lays it out straight. He can't stand the idea of a leash on his woman's neck, and he's determined to cut that leash the moment he has to. The cat shudders and finally admits it. Trying to control someone like him is totally impossible. Haruki towers over her, slams a dark warning into her face, and orders her to deliver a message to her bosses. Whatever happens, they'd better handle it with absolute care. If that administration dares to break the rules, he'll wipe the slate clean, no mercy at all. The story snaps to the castle, where the cat is absolutely losing it, screaming, no way. Again and again, ranting that nobody warned her Haruki was such a monster. She's shattered, sobbing that just seeing him stand there makes her feel like death is seconds from catching her. She rushes to the Chancellor in full panic, pointing out a blonde man in a suit and cape, and hammers home that Haruki isn't just top tier. He's on a whole other level, so superhuman he could wipe out an entire nation all by himself. The Chancellor's trying to look calm, but he's clearly rattled. He blurts out, so you're really that powerful. The cat pleads with him, don't mess with the chains, those leashes pin the summoned students, and it warns that if he uses them, he'll enrage Haruki. He'll wipe out the entire country with zero hesitation. In the Chancellor's office, the air feels razor-thin. He's drenched in sweat, and he demands confirmation that the chain and its control method over the students is still working. The cat confirms it, then slams him with the bad news. Haruki can't stand the Chancellor, and even worse, she's seen the woman Haruki's with, and she's insanely important to him. She spits out the chilling warning she got. If anything happens to that woman, Haruki will storm in and drag the Chancellor out at once, so the Chancellor has to swallow that terrifying threat. He tore his gaze away and decided he'd gotten all the info he needed, for now. The Chancellor tries to wrap his head around it, sweating buckets as his voice cracks. He thought he was keeping a mouse, some tiny, controllable thing. Turns out it's elite class strong, and now he realizes he's trapped with a superclass monster that could wipe out the whole nation. Still, he clutches at hope and keeps mumbling, "If we can tame the beast, we're fine," but the cat shuts that down fast. "No, idiot, that's a huge problem." Noticing his delusion, she snaps back with savage sarcasm, "Don't push yourself so damn hard." As she faced the chaos, she silently accepted one thing. She'd have to grit her teeth and do her best to pull it all together. Later, the story snaps into a cozy bedroom. Haruki's finally kicking back while Shizuka sits with him. Haruki's now dressed in that maid outfit, and he's telling her about their meeting, because even standing in front of the country's self-proclaimed strongest fighter, he didn't feel a single iota of fear. He realizes that if she's truly the crown of their military might, he could probably wipe out the entire country with ease. Then Shizuka shuts that fantasy down instantly, dead practical, reminding him how brutal it is to rebuild a life in this world. So yeah, there's no way he's allowed to wreck the country, and Haruki agrees on the spot, vowing he'll do nothing she tells him not to. Time snaps ahead to the wild outside. Haruki's back in motion, hitting the trail again for another brutal hunt. He ditched his school uniform and slid into traditional Japanese clothes, snapping a headband into place like he was ready for anything. Above them, the sky explodes with massive predatory birds diving straight at the group, and just as one giant bird lunges in for the kill, Haruki is already ready to strike. He snarls that if they dare get this close, he'll cut them down, and with one brutal, massive swing, he smashes the creature clean out of the sky. He drops to the ground like nothing happened, already clocking that this one kill puts him at his daily quota. Right nearby, a massive brawl is raging, and Nidu, his hero job class fully locked in, takes command like a commander in war mode, barking orders to the front line to clamp down their defenses, and ordered the rear guard to hunt down the last enemies and finish them off, sealing the fate of every last one so none could slip into the open sky. Haruki hangs back at the sidelines, and honestly, he's genuinely impressed by Nidu's leadership. He can tell Nidu's holding it together and doing great. Turns out the hero class was built for squad fights, and ever since that incident, Nidu hasn't gone solo. He's teamed up with the other classmates and started running organized hunts. While Haruki watches the fight from the sidelines, the cat keeps talking, pointing out that since Nidu's a special class candidate, he has command authority, and even if it's taking a while, he's racking up kills for real. Haruki watches Nidu go toe-to-toe like a beast now, way better than in those earlier orc battles. He remembers Nidu's old game plan, slam a limit break straight into the fight, then crash and rest, like it worked, but it sure looked wildly inefficient. The cat tells him the new plan taps into the hero's crazy recovery and unbreakable will, skills he was supposed to use only to crush terrifying one-on-one foes. Suddenly, Haruki snaps his eyes up, and there she is, standing right beside him. She shrugs and says her real work is intelligence, meaning nobody's ever supposed to even notice her. Haruki leans in and asks what kind of intel job she's taking on today. She snaps back that she's digging into the worst subject in history, like it's a mission so brutal she can barely keep breathing. She drops an apology, then leans in and keeps breaking down the hero's powers. She explains that one standout skill is limit break, but if you want to survive what it costs, the hero has to earn Indomitable, a power that lets them clench their teeth through brutal, soul-crushing pain, while super regeneration mends the body after the limit break totally destroys it. She says heroes are built as a special class, bred to handle multiple skills. Turns out a bunch of those selectable skills are tailor-made for team fights, because the cat straight up tells you commanders get bonus experience first. So Nidu keeps cranking up his modifier and getting stronger, while Haruki clocks that he's still sitting at 0, right there on the spot. Wonders lined in and demanded to know Nidu's current value. She slaps up a chart, and it proves the experience needed to boost the modifier doubles every single time. Since Nidu's only been there for a few months, she figures he's probably sitting around a +10, or maybe +15 if she's unlucky. Haruki crunches the numbers in a flash, and when the math clicks, he realizes the Orc Lord is roughly asterisk 60 times asterisk stronger than the hero standing right there. The woman adds that even wiping out the birds still doesn't earn a clean, full 100% credit. The cat steps forward and offers herself as the baseline, then reveals her stats hover around plus 80, with agility jumping to plus 85. She straight up admits it, Haruki's way stronger than she ever imagined. But tells him don't drag her into this, she's stuck near the bottom of the special class, and Haruki just throws the numbers out the window without a second thought. He tells her he can't measure strength at all, so it doesn't matter to him one bit. He says the only question that matters is simple, can he slice through his opponent or can't he? And the woman freezes in shock, swearing she's never seen anyone fight with a mindset like that. Deep down, she starts to suspect he's not just strong, he's a superclass powerhouse, and the truth hits hard, this is going to be a total nightmare. She then lays it all out, the power hierarchy is wild. If your strength is so ridiculous it can't even be measured normally, you're a asterisk superclass force asterisk. And yeah, special class asterisk is about tactical power, but superclass asterisk starts at the scale of a whole nation and climbs even higher from there. She adds this, even if you stack every special class fighter on the battlefield, they still can't take down a single superclass. Seeing Haruki's bored, checked-out expression, she can't hold back and fires off a sharp question. If he actually fought her, how long does he think it would take him to end it? Like, in minutes. Haruki's face turns ice-cold, razor-sharp, and before I can even blink he answers, right away. The second I pull it out, it's over. The moment he delivers that statement, it slams into her like a freight train, and she realizes he'd gone way too far, so Haruki awkwardly blurts out an apology. The cat scoots backward, trembling hard, and pleads with him to give her a break. She's dead serious, being anywhere near him feels like it's cutting years off her life, and Haruki steers the moment straight into the correction values, with the cat sitting right there. She can't help it and grills him, if he's training up his physical strength, does that mean he's getting extra hard at night too? Haruki's stunned and she fires back, explaining that her power refills stamina, but it doesn't crank up her physical strength. That awkward truth hits hard. Haruki's nighttime life with Shizuka isn't just secret, it's powered by the scary fact that Shizuka can turn fluids into raw physical energy, vanishing into the morning light, leaving her radiating beauty, while Haruki ends up completely wiped out. Haruki blurts out in a panic that this is no small thing, it's messing with his marriage. The explanation makes it sound like he's getting crushed in bed, and the cat keeps digging, saying the higher the correction values go, the more the love drive rumors get strangled. Eventually they drained the power of the superhumans and made them lose interest in the opposite love altogether. Hearing that, Haruki snaps, there's no way he's using those values. Behind them, soldiers erupt into cheers, and you can feel the battle finally end, while the cat yells at Haruki like an idiot, still admitting the subjugation is done. She tells him she wouldn't show up out of nowhere, then grabs his attention and orders him to come with her, right now, for the real topic. Haruki trails behind, muttering about her attitude, and then the scene snaps to the castle where Haruki is waiting, right in front of Chancellor River. The Chancellor drops a quick apology for the sudden invite, but he doesn't play the waiting game. If he spots something useful on the board, he snaps to it and uses it right away. Haruki skips the small talk and jumps straight to the real reason. He's sure River wants to hand him a job and see what he can do with a performance test. The Chancellor clocks it immediately. Haruki catches on fast. Beside him, the cat hisses a warning. Amazed, Haruki can still stand his ground against the monster, but it makes one thing crystal clear: mess with the Chancellor and it's instant death. Haruki steps up to the challenge and shoots back that he's expecting the great Chancellor to foot the bill for all this work. He figures if he flexes his power right now, life will get way easier for him later. River pivots to go, tells Haruki he'll get paid based on the work, and throws in that he's got high hopes for what's next. They can finally build something real. Haruki leans in and demands the exact details of the job. Then he slaps a photograph of a man into his hand, and without beating around the bush, orders Haruki to kill the guy in the picture. Haruki stares at the image and it hits him instantly. This is an assassination order, and the whole situation starts smelling like trouble. Haruki reads the whole mess as a straight-up command from the shrewd Prime Minister. River drops a bold promise, backed by his full authority and sealed with a reward. Haruki demands to know where the target is, and how they're going to prove who it is, until someone points at the cat and says she'll handle the confirmation. She stares, stunned, because she's sure she never once heard about this extra duty. Haruki nods and steps up for the job, but asks if he can bring his partner along, and when the other person says they don't care what Haruki does, they immediately grant him permission. The scene snaps to a wagon rolling out for the mission. Then the story backtracks to Shizuka and Haruki's bedroom, where their night together says everything without needing a word. The story jumps to the present. Right there, a wagon rattles down the country road. Haruki grips the reins from the driver's seat, and the cat bounces around in the back. The echoes of last night still cling to their minds as the wagon rumbles forward, and the cat won't stop whining that it's all so unfair. They finally smash through the last stretch and arrive at a fortified city, the exact target of their mission. Inside the walls, Haruki strides down the cobblestone streets in a classic kimono and hakama, sword thumping at his hip, while the cat pads right behind him in her hooded outfit. They burst into the bustling town square, and the cat suddenly spots their target, then snaps and points him out straight to Haruki. Sensing the man parked right in the center of that bench, ringed by women and locking in, he's the target. She leans in and briefs Haruki, calling the target a traitorous spy who's rained misery on their nation and left them bleeding. That bearded warrior lounges like he owns the place while the women gossip around him, totally oblivious to the danger creeping in. Then the cat swivels to Haruki and challenges him. Does he honestly think he can beat a monster like that? Haruki studies the man inch by inch, and when he finally speaks up, it's clear the target looks like the toughest person to bring down he's ever laid eyes on. The cat lets out a heavy sigh, like his words just confessed he's struggling. She nods and grumbles that she'll have to invent a whole new way to take the target out, because Haruki can't do it. But just as she's about to finish her sentence, Haruki whips out his blade in a blur, carves a sharp slash through the empty air toward her, then snaps it back into its sheath with a sharp click, turning on his heel as he declares it's time to go home. The cat stares at him like he's lost his mind. Then, out of nowhere, the bearded warrior's head slips off his shoulders clean as a blade. The cat freezes in stunned silence as Haruki's slash finally lands, and a brutal fountain of blood explodes from the target's neck, snapping the women on the bench straight into panic. While chaos tears through the town square, Haruki keeps strolling away like nothing happened, calm as ever, while the cat follows close behind, glancing back in shock at the horrific mess, and then that cold realization hits her hard. She berates herself in her head for being a fool, then it clicks. When Haruki warned that the man was hard to cut, he wasn't talking about fighting at all. He meant the truth was all about texture. Cutting a powerhouse warrior and slicing fruit are basically the same in his eyes. She snaps right there and decides she won't keep forcing this monster to fit her rules anymore. After the assassination, Haruki is back on the road, knuckles white as he clenches his katana handle, and it hits him hard. That was his first kill, yet he feels absolutely nothing. He freezes for a split second, wondering if his own indifference really matters, then shoves the thought aside and barrels forward like it's nothing. A few days slam by, and the story rockets straight into the kingdom of Gardara. Inside the castle's grand audience chamber, the huge hall where the king usually meets his people, everything is already gearing up for something big. Today, this hall flips its role completely. It's packed for a warm welcome ceremony for the neighboring kingdom of Sandra. In the middle of the hall, Haruki just stands there, dead-eyed and bored, and blurts out why he's even stuck in this place. The cat beside him hisses, "Shut up and stay right where you are." She tells her straight up that his presence lets the Prime Minister talk in peace, and then she bluntly labels Haruki like he's a living nuclear weapon. Because he could wipe out everyone in that room on a whim, they called it a guarantee of peace. Haruki just sits there, clearly squirming at the thought of being branded a living weapon. That cat keeps grinning and says the Prime Minister's been in a crazy good mood ever since Haruki dealt with that incident. And don't forget, Haruki walked away with a mountain of rewards too. So if he's going to stick around for this painfully boring ceremony, it's the least he can do. Right then those heavy doors burst open, cat alert shrieking as Haruki realizes the Sandra delegation has arrived, riding in with the royal guard. Threading through the soldiers, this hulking, vein-cracked monster moves like it shouldn't even exist, steam hissing off its body as a wave of raw, violent aura snaps the whole room into a new, terrified atmosphere. Haruki locks eyes on the behemoth, and right away he clocks the truth. One person in that group is absolutely not normal. He leans in and interrogates the cat, asking if that thing's even human. Then the cat snaps back, technically, yeah, and points out it's just a discard. The monster growls as it labels itself, and she fires off the chilling backstory that explains exactly how it got this way. Unwanted summoners get tossed into the abyssal realm, where monsters endlessly crawl out of the dark, so they have to hunt, eat, and keep moving, until the fights turn into betrayals and rivals start tearing each other apart. The last one standing, warped by non-stop combat in monster flesh, becomes a brutal discard with stats that go way past normal. She says using them is technically banned as inhumane, but the rules are getting ignored, no second thoughts, no hesitation. Haruki stares at the twitching, vein-bulging monster and says it looks like it's clinging to sanity by a thread. Then he asks straight up if it's about to go on a rampage. The cat says it plain, the creature's sealed away with magic, but that seal is weak. One tug and it could snap undone at any moment. Haruki locks eyes with the monster, fully convinced that dragging an unstable weapon into the mess is basically begging for a fight. The cat throws herself into the geopolitics, saying Gardera and Sandra never even clicked, and because Sandra has no coast, they're clawing for coastal territory like their lives depend on it. She spills that they just snagged a third special grade unit, and that's what lit the fuse for their invasion. Then she warns this move won't stay contained and will probably explode into a full-blown war. Haruki shoots back, starting a war that easy, and she nods, saying it's a common move. Unleash the monster to cripple the country's leaders first, then strike with an army while the whole place collapses into chaos. Haruki snaps to the point, survive this right now, no questions, and then asks her straight up, if it goes berserk, can you actually beat it? She shuts him down right away, telling him she's no warrior, and that kind of monster is out of her league. Haruki-sai lets out a long breath and accepts the nightmare he's stuck in, convinced it'd be a disaster if the Prime Minister dies, and even worse, Shizuka would never forgive him for blowing up their peaceful little life. So he steels himself and decides he's got to handle it. The cat stares at him like he impressed her, calling him surprisingly dependable, until that spark of admiration vanishes fast. Once the chaos monster starts rampaging, Haruki lays out his plan. She's got to charge straight at it. She goes still, eyes wide, and blurts out, "Are you telling me to die?" Haruki waves it off, grinning like he'll somehow manage the rest. But she screams back that she won't end her life on some half-baked, vague plan. Suddenly, the discard monster blasts out a deafening roar, and Haruki and the cat both jerk back as it hammers its giant fist into the ground, sending debris exploding through the air and rattling the entire hall to its core. Haruki cuts in and warns them, the rampage is already underway. He slides her a brutal choice, take his deal or go face that monster on your own. The cat stammers in pure panic, frozen between every choice, and can't pick a single one. Haruki decides for her, so he rams a sharp kick into her back, blasting her straight toward the beast. As she rockets through the air, she howls that if she dies, she'll curse him. The cat drops straight into the danger zone, then the discard monster doesn't hesitate, ripping up with its huge clawed hands and slamming down with deadly force. She locks eyes on the oncoming strike, terror flooding her as it slams down toward her. The cat is flying through the air, full-blown panicking, screaming pure terror as she's sure there's no way she can survive. She knows that once the stat modifier hits over +10, there's basically no way to dodge or block the attack, it's suicide-proof. She tucks herself into a tight ball, bracing for the worst, but those gigantic spikes slam into the ground around her, close enough to rattle her, without ever landing on her. She cracks open one eye, lets out a confused little gasp, and realizes she's totally fine, completely unharmed. She whips her head around in total confusion. Haruki's just standing there, calm as can be. He jabs his finger forward and barks at her to hurry up and get moving. Realizing she's got backup, she whips around and rockets straight at the monster, speed surging like a second heartbeat. As she darts through the chaos, she mutters under her breath, admitting it's starting to feel downright stupid that she's the only one losing her mind while Haruki stays totally calm. Out of nowhere, the discard monster gets absolutely obliterated. Invisible slashes rip through its power-packed body like they're slicing reality itself. With a savage rip, it tears through flesh and bone in the blink of an eye, then a sickening crunch hits as the monster's head rockets clean off its shoulders. She drops into a combat stance the instant the headless giant crumples behind her, then just freezes, staring at her tiny combat knife like it's a miracle, because in her gut, it feels way too unnatural to believe her puny little blade could have done that. She points out that a monster this big should not just vanish after a decapitation, so when its presence is suddenly gone, there's only one answer: it's truly, definitely dead. Behind the bars, the prisoners and guards erupt into instant shock, right in the background. A roaring crowd of knights surges into the scene at once, screaming and cheering like they can't get enough of a miracle power that ripped them back from the brink and saved their country. The cat's panicking so hard she's sweating buckets as they close in. She blurts, stammers, and jabs a finger straight at Haruki, insisting he's the one who really crushed the monster. But Haruki just stands there, barely more than a blurry silhouette swallowed by the crowd. They flat out ignore him, then surge barrels ahead, drowning the poor cat in non-stop praise. Under the soldiers' loud, obsessive love, the cat yowls that Haruki just shoved every last annoying task onto her. From a safe distance, Chancellor Orover stands beside Haruki and admits, with a flicker of guilt, that framing her as the hero still makes him feel a little dirty inside. And that's when he reveals how he managed to keep the existence of a higher power buried, and Haruki clocks that the Chancellor spotted his real strength. Then he just smirks and says he's grateful for the cover-up. The vibe turns deadly serious as the Chancellor declares they're interrogating the messenger, because the enemy's move isn't subtle, it's straight-up aggression. He realizes they've come this far, and there's no turning back now. Haruki clamps a hand to his head, blurts that they can't be serious, and grumbles about the mess they're making. Then the truth slams into place. Later inside the palace, the cat sprawled across the couch face first, utterly drained and lifeless. She rants about getting shoved into the hero role against her will, and having to survive a non-stop barrage of questions. Still, she's stuck with the fact that she can't show her face in public for a while. The Chancellor lines in and praises her, straight up telling her she did great. He points out that the enemy started it for a reason, meaning they're ready for a full-on fight and won't back down. Then he vows to make the truth public. But in the end, the world doesn't care about the truth, it crowns whoever wins. The cat fires off a question, can we really win, and then points out just how totally unprepared they are. The Chancellor flicks his eyes to Haruki and tells him, getting that loan, piece of cake. The cat clocks his plan instantly, shudders hard, and points out the ugly truth. Slapping Haruki on the front lines isn't war, it's a one-sided massacre. She warns them, if the world brands us a genocidal nation, this country is done, no matter how loudly we win. The Chancellor nods and says the real question is how they'll use Haruki. Good news, though, he's still just a summon, and the whole world hasn't even noticed him yet. The Chancellor's face contorts into a wicked, villain grin, and he leans in to demand that Haruki go take out the enemy commander. They sent their special-grade guards in secret, ready to tip the balance of power in one sudden strike, no public spectacle, and the cat can't ignore how evil his expression looks. The Chancellor makes it official. Haruki gets picked to join a secret unit, and nobody's allowed to talk about it. Haruki grumbles that war is a pain in the butt as he stalks away, then whips back to the cat, telling her she's coming with him, no arguing, because she owes him for dumping her celebrity mess on him earlier. She knows she's guilty, so she swallows her fear and meekly obeys. Haruki blurts out, wait, when I beat that monster earlier, I somehow racked up a huge pile of experience points. The cat shoots him a sideways glare, like it's dead serious. Would anything other than monsters even drop XP? Mumbling like, you didn't even think about what you did, because he's 100% sure you haven't reflected on your actions at all. Then she points at the system and says, if someone snaps, goes berserk, and loses their sanity, the system doesn't call it a crisis. It labels them as a monster officially. She remembers the Prime Minister bringing it up ages ago. They say the gods built the system to hand out jobs to every human, then to keep everyone trapped and under their thumb. The cat snaps its tail and tells Haruki they've got to talk war strategy, right now. She tells him if you mow down common soldiers in plain sight, you'll light the whole world on fire, so you'll go quiet instead, and the real game plan is clear. Strike in secret, hunt enemy commanders, and special grade threats from the shadows. Haruki admits he can't even tell a special grade apart from some random grunt. The cat tells him to wipe out anyone who looks powerful, or even better, whoever she points at. She insists their allies won't lift a finger unless it's pure defense, because if Haruki and his crew are spotted attacking openly, the whole public will brand them as invaders and monsters. They've got to pull off this mission in total secrecy, without even their own allies catching wind of it. Haruki's like, wait, we're really supposed to fight. Then the cat snaps back, regular soldiers are just there to fill the ranks, while the summoned heroes are the real punch the countries fight with. Haruki asks, does this apply to Naito and the others too? And she answers, yes. Right then it hits him. This group battle is exactly why they were raised. Haruki shoots back, what if we lose? And the cat's face instantly turns grim as she bluntly says they'll get hunted without mercy, prisoners, slaves, or worse, tortured to death. Haruki catches on instantly and nods along because losing, not in the cards. Then the cat changes the subject, tells Haruki it's his turn to take the carriage alone, and lets him pump away with his partner as much as he wants. Moments later, the carriage bumps in a steady rhythm while loud, intimate moans pour out from inside. A baffled knight strolling beside the convoy blurts, what in the world is that noise? And the cat beside him flicks its tail and shoots back, it's just the monkey cage, mind your business. Inside the carriage, Shizuka and Haruki collapse together, catching their breath after what just happened, until Shizuka, eyes full of worry, asks him straight out if he truly thinks they can win this war. Next, the story whips over to Haruki as he stares out across the endless plains, where the enemy forces are massing in the distance. He's rattled to his core by just how massive the enemy is. Spotting a mountain of them, just as the cat confirms his suspicions with a grim, hard-to-swallow count. The Sandra army is nearly 40,000 strong. Because their own side couldn't even muster 20,000, they're getting crushed out there at more than 2 to 1, and she snaps that there's no fixing it now, since the enemy had way more time to prepare. Haruki blurts out, with odds like this, can we even win? The cat snaps back with a flawless strategy, make their main army go full defense, hold the line, and buy every last second. The real win condition isn't the usual grind, take out the enemy commander while both armies are stuck in place. The Sandra forces will shatter into a chaotic, headless mob, and battle signals will scream through the air as gongs smash and bang. Two armies explode forward, smashing into each other in the open field as waves of arrows hammer down on the heavy infantry nailed to the front lines. From afar, the cat spots the chaos exploding and snaps to Haruki, "We've got to move," and Haruki just shrugs like it's no big deal. While the main armies crash together, the two of them slip past the chaos, sneaking behind enemy lines to creep up on the rear of the Sandra encampment, right where the command tents are. Haruki and the cat duck behind stacked supplies, peeking at that massive central tent like they're waiting for something to burst out. Haruki asks if that's the commander's spot, and the cat immediately confirms it. Watching messengers keep flooding in and out without ever stopping. Haruki asks her if she wants to go in guns blazing or keep it dead quiet, and she snaps back that this is a covert op, so he better stay quiet. Haruki grins and says, "Roger." Right away, he yanks his blade and hacks through the tent wall, bursting in like a storm. Inside the tent, the armored commander and his staff get hit with pure shock. He barely manages to bark, "Who goes there?" before it all goes down. Before anyone can react, Haruki's already up there. His sword slices through the air with one brutal, game-ending strike. He slices through the commander and every guard around him in one clean, unstoppable move, and the whole room goes dead silent in the blink of an eye. Haruki stands amid the shattered command tent, staring down at the bodies he just tore down. The cat says it wouldn't have mattered either way, and yeah, it was obvious from the very beginning. Haruki stares at the wreckage and realizes his earlier question was pointless, because the whole point was to freeze the chain of command, so the only solution his mind can spit out is killing everyone in the area. He can't even believe he wasted breath asking whether he should stay quiet or go all in. The cat prowls right up to the enemy commander's corpse, sniffing every detail like it's hunting proof of the rumored special-grade fighter. Haruki's just small fry, someone you can brush aside in one clean stroke, and when asked about it, he only lets out a soft, non-committal hum. The cat urges them to turn back, and when she peers down at the battlefield, she snaps. No one's left to call the shots, so the enemy's crumbling into pure chaos. Then she grins and declares, "We've basically already won." Back at the castle, Chancellor Ororiver Olga sits in his office, chuckling nervously as report after report crashes in, and he can barely stomach the fact that all of this chaos was caused by just one superior soldier. He wipes the sweat off his brow like he's fighting to stay steady. Once Haruki gets spotted by those clueless princes, you can kiss this whole situation goodbye. It's a full-blown disaster waiting to happen. He realizes Haruki's got a sealed, isolated power, so terrifying it could set the whole world on the path to conquest. The Chancellor starts plotting his next move, but good news, Haruki has zero plans to step onto the political stage himself. The Chancellor secretly decides to weaponize the royals, aiming to seize total control over the country's heart. His mind snaps to one burning problem: there's a troublesome royal figure he can't afford to ignore. Suddenly a voice snaps from the other side of the door, "Excuse me, coming through." The Chancellor jolts in surprise, then steadies himself and tells the visitor they've arrived at the perfect moment. Yet. But he shoots her a quick reminder to knock before barging in, and inside, he's already groaning, because this is exactly the kind of troublesome royal he'd just been dreading. Silfiera Canutas Lagaltura arrives. She's the second princess. The Chancellor looks at her like she's the only spark in an otherwise clueless royal family. Silfiera waves off his grumbling about the knocking and shoots back, "Does it really matter?" But the Chancellor snaps that it does, because his office is packed with classified information. Silfiera tunes out the whole lecture and cuts to the chase, demanding to know one thing: did they win the war? The Chancellor shoots back stiffly, saying they've only just gotten the very first report. Silfiera flashes a fake smile like she's harmless, then snaps that act aside and looks him dead in the eye, pure mischief, telling him that if they've got a high-tier power on their side, there's just no way they can lose. The Chancellor breaks into a cold sweat, stammers that this is exactly why he panics, and begs her to stop flooding everyone with shaky, unverified rumors. Silfiera shoots off a sarcastic apology, realizing the secret is still supposed to stay locked down, and vows to her dad and brothers that for now she'll keep them in the dark. Defeated, the Chancellor can only spit out a grudging agreement. Princess Silphiera beams with rosy cheeks, playing innocent like a master, while she tells the Chancellor that it's totally normal for a girl to want answers about her future husband. Meanwhile, the Chancellor's face seems to drop 10 years in one heartbeat. He just glares into the distance, trapped in his own silent panic, praying the Prime Minister's storm of worries doesn't ever crash onto his doorstep. Later on, the story cuts to the bustling capital streets. Our heroes are back, and the whole city bursts into celebration. Soldiers stride through roaring crowds, bragging that this right here is the kind of crushing victory they've been waiting for. Because their defeats only hit them in the very beginning. From a quiet alley, Haruki and the cat stare at the parade, and the irony hits hard. Soldiers are cheering, yet the one who truly shaped those early days is the one everyone seems to overlook. Is lurking in the shadows, totally ignored, and the second the hero's team strides past, the energy tanks, because they don't look like winners anymore, they look wrecked. Haruki squats down and demands the cat, "Why do you look wrecked, and why is one of you tied up?" The cat lets out the truth. That was a brutal fight, and 3 of the 11 crew never came back. Haruki figures they're falling apart because their comrades are gone. But the cat shuts him down. This isn't the real reason. She points at the classmate who's losing it, saying that most summoners who take a life for the first time end up screaming like that. Haruki just watches and realizes the guy is definitely not sane. The cat flat out declares that once they shift, they turn into full-on battle-crazed maniacs. When Haruki asks what she means, she lays it out. It's all part of the system's function, because people like Haruki, the ones perfectly okay with killing, are basically a microscopic minority. For most people, battle terror is too much to handle, so the system rips their spirits upward to shield their minds, and the cost is brutal. Their sanity crashes. Haruki demands to know if this thing is just a factory for turning kids into battle maniacs, and the cat swears that if they let the students hunt monsters nearby for a bit, they'll calm down for real. Haruki calls it efficient, but it sounds inhuman. Right away, she fires back that she doesn't want him lecturing her about humanity, of all people. Haruki switches gears and lines in, demanding, "Did you finish the post, or the cleanup?" She lets out a heavy sigh, grumbling that the Chancellor's ecstatic while she's stuck drowning in paperwork for treaties and reparations. Suddenly it hits her. She has a message from the Chancellor, and it's meant for Haruki. She snaps that some troublesome royalty is watching him like a hawk, and Haruki fires back, "Wait, do you mean the royal family?" She says there are 31 members, but the one gunning for him is Princess Silphiera, the most beautiful and brilliant of them all. Haruki's totally lost, so she breaks it down for him. For some reason, Silphiera clocked his true superclass, and now she's dead serious about one thing, marrying him. Haruki lets out this huge breath of relief, and tells her that the moment she said targeting, his heart assumed someone was coming after his life. Haruki tries to dodge the princess's attention, telling the cat he doesn't need anyone at all. Shizuka is all he wants. But that cat won't budge. She flat out refuses to help, says she and even the Prime Minister can't do a damn thing against royalty, then hits him with one last warning. The safest way to dodge trouble is to never invite it, so if he's eating alone, he'd better stay sharp and make sure nobody crowds him. Haruki just waves her off and strides away, convinced she's blowing it out of proportion, and like that, the cat's prediction hits instantly. Haruki's now sitting in a restaurant, trying to eat his lunch. But she's trapped, fully surrounded by armed female knights. Princess Silphiera is standing right in front of him, beaming a blindingly cheerful smile and wishing him a good day. Haruki glares into his rice bowl, realizing he's already been boxed in, and when he awkwardly blurts out a greeting, the princess guards instantly snap, screaming that he's disrespecting her highness and cursing him as a bastard. Before things explode, Silphiera barks one command and stops them cold, taking the blame herself, saying she's the one who forced her way in and it turns out she's the one being disrespectful. Her guards snap back, and they instantly drop their attitude to apologize. Silphiera rushes up to Haruki and throws out an apology, saying these knights were handpicked by her, and yeah, they can get a little too overprotective sometimes. Haruki watches how she carries herself and realizes she's not the kind to misuse her authority just to get what she wants. He also spots that her guards come from all kinds of races and ages, and it clicks. Since they were scouted, they're not real palace staff at all, but summoned fighters she picked and recruited herself. She admits they might not be special grade, but make no mistake, these guys are more than capable. Then she scoots in close, cheeks blazing, and whispers a secret meant only for him, because she knows his super grade status makes even her elite guards useless. Haruki goes completely still as that bomb drops, realizing she can see, plain as day, that he's way more powerful than anyone ever guessed. Haruki snaps everything into place fast, because she slipped that super grade part into her whisper so nobody else would ever catch it. It means she isn't about to rat him out or grab him with force. He asked what she wanted to talk about, then slammed a hard boundary down immediately. He tells her he's definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed, so he can't give her an instant answer. Then he insists he has to take her words home, talk it over with his wife first. Silfiera finds his caution and loyalty downright funny. He chuckles under his breath and tells him to wait while he gets his answer. With a sweet smile, Silfiera drops the polite act and tells Haruki straight up she wants him to be her husband. Haruki freezes for a second, then blurts out the warning the cat gave him earlier, don't get tangled up with royalty. But he can't just slam the door right away, so when the princess spots his hesitation, she leans in and asks for one chance to lay out her proposal in full. And Haruki finally agrees to listen. Silfiera admits there's a price for this deal, but she insists she's bringing real value and then drops the bomb. No matter how she looks, she knows a ton of secrets about this world. She drops a huge bombshell. She knows exactly how to break free from the subjugation skill, that absolute control mechanism only the slave class can suffer. Haruki goes stone still and the truth hits him like a punch. He realizes what this could mean. Then he blurts out that exact kind of information is something he'd trade almost anything to get, and Silfiera nods along, agreeing without hesitation. Noting she can't just hand that knowledge out for free, because if she uses it right, she's almost guaranteed to end up clashing head-on with the Prime Minister. Haruki tries to crunch the political numbers in his head, weighing the sweet payoff of marrying her against the terrifying risk of striking a nerve with the state. But then realizes this mess is way too tangled to crack right this second. Silfiera snaps in with crystal clear terms, then smooths the deal, promising him, no matter what, she'd never ask him to abandon his wife. She straight up says she wouldn't even mind becoming the guy's second wife. Haruki is stunned by how laid back she's acting, because the more she talks, the less he understands what's going on. Silfiera snaps that this is where it ends for today, telling him to take the offer home and hash it out with his partner before he makes any move. That night, Haruki drags Shizuka back to his room and the air turns electric fast. When they pull each other close, Shizuka lets out a soft, trembling cry, murmuring that she doesn't need anyone reminding her how perfectly they click. With her in his arms, Haruki's mind snaps back to that princess's offer. Then he looks at Shizuka and blurts that he truly doesn't need a second wife. Shizuka freezes, thrown off by the comment popping up in the middle of their intimacy, and demands what he's talking about. Haruki finally decides to stop hiding and spills the real truth behind the princess's proposal. Haruki wraps up the whole princess encounter and tells Shizuka every last detail. Shizuka pauses, hums like she's thinking through it all, then drops her first impression. Staying neutral and saying nothing the princess could twist against them was the perfect move. Haruki lights up, absolutely thrilled to get her approval. Shizuka snaps right back into analysis mode, laser-focused on uncovering the princess's real endgame with barely any clues, and she cuts straight to the heart of it, demanding to know if the princess is aiming for the throne itself. Haruki blurts out his doubts, sure it makes no sense, she's only the second princess, but Shizuka snaps back that's the whole reason, because with the first prince as the natural heir, the princess has no way to reach power unless she flips the board, so she'd have to find a backer with pure, unstoppable power. Shizuka paints it crystal clear, if the princess can lock down a superclass summoner as her husband, then everything changes. That move would flip the whole game. Haruki knows it, because nobody can just dismiss a faction backed by military muscles strong enough to topple nations on its own. Shizuka leans in and says the princess choosing to be his second wife shows just how desperate she is to get him, and to lock his power down for good. She even jokes they might keep feeding him a third or fourth wife just to keep him trapped, and that idea sends Haruki into full-on terror. Strategy time, Shizuka grills him on how to survive since the Chancellor is protecting him right now, because making an enemy out of that guy would be pure stupidity. Unless Haruki's secretly craving political power, because the moment that thought pops up, Haruki shuts it down cold, while Shizuka keeps warning that charging the second princess straight on is just as dangerous. Since neither side is ready to kick off a full fight, she lays out the only path that could actually work. Slip away from the princess completely, and don't make any official declaration at all. She lands a sharp warning at the end, don't you dare isolate yourself, no matter what people keep telling him. Right after that, Haruki drops into the next scene all by himself out in a field beyond the castle walls, and just quietly stuffs down a rice ball. Muttering to himself that hiding in his room, eating in secret, was killing him, he tells himself he's safe enough out here. Haruki tells himself she's not really going to drag me all the way out into nowhere, then sprawls in the open air, smiling as he monologues, thinking he could flirt with Shizuka for the rest of his life and be totally fine. He admits he just can't wrap his head around people who chase after annoying stuff like thrones or power. Right behind him, a voice suddenly chirps, "Totally agree," and Chancellor Auriver Olga Katragus leans in with a sly grin, whispering that he can't shake the feeling the two of them are going to get along just fine. Haruki snaps around the second he senses someone behind him, unleashing a deadly sword swing in a flash. That stranger in the long coat doesn't even twitch as he slams the attack to a stop, then he calmly tells Haruki to hold his blade for now. Haruki stays locked in guard, pressing the guy hard. "Tell me straight, are you one of the princesses they're talking about?" The man shrugs it off with a laugh and tells him, straight up, it has zero connection to that political mess. He tells you flat out he only came out here because he'd heard the war stories about Haruki. The stranger gives his name, Klein Leibold, and then drops the bomb. Just like Haruki, he was ripped out of a totally different world. For one heartbeat, he ditches the casual mask and declares, loud and clear, that he outranks them, just like Haruki. Haruki tells himself he didn't think he was arrogant enough to be the only superior, and yet that truth still hits like a ton of bricks, while Klein smirks and asks if Haruki's stunned to realize he's not alone at the top. Klein praises Haruki for moving like a blur, but admits he's stunned Haruki popped up so easily. Then he boasts that with his connections, tracking Haruki down was basically a walk in the park. When Haruki pushes back and asks what network even means, Klein stops talking and lays it all out. He runs an organization only Transcendentals can enter, the Gathering of Transcendentals, and he's blunt about it. He came here to scout Haruki. Haruki keeps saying the group's name in a deadpan voice, while Klein admits he doesn't even know if Haruki actually has the right to join yet. Haruki shoots his hand up to stop the moment and asks politely if he can squeeze in one question. Klein nods him on. Haruki fires off a flat, deadpan nope, saying he's just not interested at all. Then Klein's shocked wide-eyed as his smug, handsome senpai act instantly collapses into nothing. Haruki admits that this secret organization drives him just as crazy as the throne politics he had to swallow earlier. Klein desperately tries to rescue the conversation by pushing the point that everyone says the same thing right at the beginning, and begs Haruki to just hear him out for once. Haruki snaps his gaze away, grumbling that he's got a feeling this guy and him were never meant to click. Still, he relents just a bit and snaps at Klein to keep the explanation quick. Klein suddenly bursts into his explanation and lays it all out. There are two kinds of beings beyond the superclass. First, the ones who crank out supernatural powers through mutation-level shifts that twist their bodies or minds. That's the backbone of their whole organization. Haruki shoots the question back. Does he mean the dudes who blowed up like balloons when they push their stats too far? Klein just shrugs it off with a laugh, saying the numbers don't matter at all here, because a real superclass is a whole different kind of existence. It's like the story S ripped past the whole system, and Haruki snaps to it, realizing that description fits him perfectly. The system gives him basically nothing back. Klein knows he won't be beaten by anyone who's just stacking system buffs, and he keeps talking, breaking down exactly what makes a true superior. He says the second condition is all about hiding authority inside your own body. Haruki pushes back on the word and Klein leans in to explain it. Authority is basically the same power as a god. He'll straight up tell you they don't fully understand how it works, but some people are born to wield that divine power like it's the signature of a true superior. Klein jabs a finger at Haruki and blurts that he's got one too, and based on Haruki's insane track record, Klein declares it's the power that slices through literally anything. Authority, scissors, or severance. Haruki mulls it over under his breath, repeating the name like he can't quite decide what it means. Klein decides he's finished talking and drops a bombshell. He's the examiner too. Then he cracks his arms wide and leaps right into the test. Haruki snaps back, reminding him he never once agreed to join their organization in the first place. Klein shrugs off the refusal, straight up saying that measuring how strong their superiors are all across the land was already on their list of goals. He explodes with power, declaring to Haruki that this test is happening, liked or not. Klein smirks as hexagonal energy barriers snap into place around him, and he tells Haruki with a chuckle that he's got an authority of his own called Fortress. He leans in and explains it's built for one thing, dead-on defense, and those basic system skills still can't even scratch the surface. He confronts Haruki and dares him, if he's truly a superclass, then he should smash right through it. Klein smirks and gets a little condescending, saying it'd be downright cruel to demand a rookie smash every single barrier. So if Haruki only cracks 5 sheets, he'll call it a win. Haruki weighs it all in his head. If he smashes those barriers, he'll finally know whether he's got the authority for real. Then, just like that, he flips the script and blurts out a sharp question to his senpai, making sure, yep, Klein is right-handed. Klein stares back, totally baffled, and demands to know what he means. Like, word for word, what exactly are you saying? Right after asking about which hand he uses, Haruki snaps into action. He whips his blade through the air in one sharp, clean strike. The blade doesn't just slam into the barrier, it shaves clean through the hexagonal energy field like it's nothing but paper. Tossing a severed arm into the air, he'd barely even process it before horrified gasps burst out at the sudden brutality. The superior client goes still for a heartbeat, shock ripping across his face as he glares at the empty spot where his right arm was moments ago. Reality slams into him a split second later, and he drops to his knees with a brutal, gut-wrenching scream, while Klein skids across the ground, clutching his bleeding shoulder and wailing that his arm is gone. Haruki smoothly slips his sword back into its sheath, looking totally unfazed by the gore. He leans in and tells Klein that barrier looked absolutely brutal. He didn't just swing, he aimed to smash the very authority, and the blade tore straight through the defenses. Suddenly, a sharp digital chime slices through the air, and Klein goes rigid with pure terror. A system window suddenly flashes across Haruki's vision, and a cold mechanical voice blares that the authority blockade has been ripped out of Ryan Labolt successfully. Haruki jolts as a voice blares inside his head. The system snaps up a question right away: install this stolen power, yes or no? And Klein, the one it calls Ryan panics, is caught in the background. Realizing his own power is getting ripped from his body, Haruki snaps his gaze down at the pathetic figure crumpled on the ground, then blurts out, does his senpai get the same warning too? The system's telling him he snatched the authority away. Klein keeps sobbing and pleading for him to stop. Haruki-sai says bullying the weak definitely isn't his thing, and once he decides he doesn't even need that power. He slams no on the holographic interface, and the system instantly snaps back that because the installation was rejected, the authority gets torn down and turned into experience points instead. Haruki just freezes, thrown by that last part. Haruki yanks open his status window, and the moment he sees the screen, the numbers explode, massive XP flooding in until he just freezes, staring in disbelief at the message. He gained 500,000 experience points. He blurts out, is this some kind of joke, as his total point count rockets straight into the millions. Haruki leans in and stares hard at the status screen floating in front of him, then his eyes lock onto the fresh entry that just popped up under his job and skills. Authority, the Ripper mutters it under his breath, swearing this new item is the real power that's finally his. The second he acknowledges it, the system voice bursts in, locking in that Haruki Ito has recognized the power, then declares the optimization is done and the Ripper is running perfectly now. Haruki whips his gaze back up, staring into the empty space where the fight just ended. He snaps the whole thing into place and finally gets it. This is what authority really means. He realizes you have to read the power the right way before you can use it, and that's why it never clicked for him before when they just called it severance. As Haruki keeps talking, his mind races, dissecting what this ability is really about. That authority is basically the power of a god walking around in human form. And for a mere human to even try mastering it, that's the height of madness. Haruki glares down, clocks that this arrogance is exactly why his opponent lost an arm, then smirks like he already knows the truth and asks his senpai, straight up, if he's got it right. But there's no answer. Haruki spins his head across the huge open field, realizing Klein already bolted and vanished from the scene. He tells everyone the guy's footwork is still feather-light, slipping away from that speed like it's nothing. Haruki yells toward the horizon, firing back at his senpai that right now, he has zero reason to show up for their gathering of transcendentals. With his back turned, he starts walking off and throws one last request over his shoulder, just keep his membership on hold as a maybe for now. Next, the story slams into a shadowy cavern hall, the headquarters of the gathering of transcendentals. Dark silhouettes huddle around a huge table in the dim room, and this grim meeting is in full swing. Everyone's locked in a heated discussion about the battle that just went down. They're totally stunned to learn that someone just got kicked out of power and replaced overnight. One guy points out the wild part. Since Klein came back alive, stealing that power doesn't look like it needs the owner to die. Someone else argues that casually slicing through Klein's 10,000 barriers just isn't realistic, so there has to be some hidden condition nobody's talking about. When someone asks what Klein himself has to say, another member leaks the truth. He's locked in his room, drowning in pure, total despair. A voice slithers out of the shadows and taunts Klein, sneering that once his authority is gone, even a high ranker is just an ordinary person. Their debate doesn't stop as they dissect Haruki's words, and then it hits them. The rookie was right. No mortal should ever try to force a god's power into their body. They finally clock it. Klein is done for good, because he can't survive with his power trapped and sealed away. Deciding to stop bleeding out, one guy snaps up the idea. Just hand the rookie a special grade certification, because they can't pretend they don't have to acknowledge that rank after he took down Klein. The table erupts with agreement, choosing to calm Haruki down instead of picking a fight. Suddenly, a mysterious voice bursts out of the shadows, cutting through the meeting and snapping, "Are we all being a little too passive?" The guards at the door jerk back in shock as the whole room's vibe flips in an instant, and while the battle rages outside, a bespectacled old man with a gray beard watches Haruki walk away, wondering why his power is so fascinating, wrestling with himself over whether he should let Haruki go, then realizing the kid is way too dangerous to ignore. The old man shifts in his seat and mutters that Haruki's been noticed by some real troublemakers. Then he squares his shoulders like, "All right, I'm done waiting. Time for me to make my move." Later, Haruki finds himself sitting with Shizuka in a maid outfit, and she fidgets, muttering about the authorities with a flushed face like her head is spinning. Haruki leans in, spots the exact look on her face, and knows she's plotting something, no doubt. Shizuka finally admits it. Since Shizuka-san is the boss, she figured she'd ask herself for instructions on how to move forward. Haruki clocks that she's not even wasting time trying to deny the plotting. Shizuka cuts straight to the heart of it and asks, point blank, if they can install those stolen authorities into her. Haruki gets totally blindsided by the request, so he yanks up his status screen to verify, then admits, "They recognized me as Haruki's kin before I even realized it." And since the number of items for setting authorities has surged, it's practically certain that this can be done. He awkwardly admits that the last power he grabbed got slammed into experience points, all because his body rejected it. He didn't mean for it to happen, and he swears that when the next chance pops up, he'll install one for her himself. As they keep talking, Shizuka's face snaps up because she suddenly remembers something was delivered to Haruki earlier, and it just might be the missing piece. Shizuka shoots him a card right then and there. They're basically saying this is proof that Haruki's a superclass, and Haruki grabs on tight because they probably won't need it just yet. As he reads the message calling the gathering of transcenders an illegal, adult-only operation, Shizuka shoves her glasses up with a chilling glare, and she goes, "If we go there, we'll be swimming in authority users," implying she wouldn't hesitate to butcher every last one of them the second Shizuka-san gave the word. Haruki pushes her and asks what kind of authority she's really hunting for. Shizuka fires back that if he's handling the fighting, she wants something useful, something that isn't combat, so Haruki agrees, and Shizuka repeats it just as clearly. But then it hits them, they've got no idea how to track these people down. Haruki decides to quiz the cat for answers, and she just smirks, "Go look in a mirror." Basically, most people spend their whole lives never bumping into a superclass, so stumbling on one tied to a country is straight up insanity. Haruki shoots back, "What does that have to do with me?" Then dives right back into his main question. "Have you ever heard about the gathering of transcendence?" Catwoman tilts her head and fires off, "Meow, what's that?" like she can't believe just how clueless Meow is. Haruki flat out says he's finally clocked it. She's completely useless for this whole situation. Racing onto the training grounds, Haruki fires off a question to the Catwoman about what she wants today, and she smirks. She only showed up because he promised to reveal something truly interesting. Catwoman smirks and tells him she's about to show him something so close to the samurai's endgame it'll blow his mind. They stride out into the tiled courtyard, and right there, standing ready, is a wooden training dummy. Kicking into gear for the big demonstration. Haruki and the cat face off in the training courtyard, ready for whatever comes next. Fixated on a woman draped in traditional samurai robes. She freezes in front of a wooden training dummy, her hand hovering at her katana's hilt. Then, in a flash, the samurai rips the blade free. The instant it hits, everything smears into a blur. Motion lines are all you can see. Haruki's eyes bulge with shock as the solid wooden dummy grinds apart and smashes down to the ground. Haruki got sliced clean in two, and he admits he couldn't see a single thing. The cat tells him it was a flawless draw-and sheath in one insane blur, so fast the human eye couldn't follow. She steps up and names the swordswoman, Meika Miyashiro, calling her the finest samurai in the whole country and the next candidate for special grade. Haruki asks if someone who's insanely skilled still won't be called special grade, and Catwoman hits back. Special grade means you've got power on the scale of an entire army, because even if you steamroll anyone one-on-one, a crowd will still leave you helpless. Then she drops the bombshell. Once samurai grow stronger, a nasty phenomenon only they can trigger starts to rear its head, and Catwoman just keeps going with the explanation. It's basically saying that once samurai users get going, they eventually chase that wild rush of slicing things up. And they turned into battle-crazed maniacs, roaming the world like predators hunting for their next victim. She tells him Meika looks calm right now, but once a fight starts, she turns into a full-on berserker, slashing whoever's in reach, so bringing her along as an ally would be way too dangerous. Haruki snorts and says she sounds like a hopeless lost cause. As he says it, Meikia whips her head around and glares at Haruki with a twisted, dark grin. Without warning, Meikia suddenly rockets toward Haruki. She vanishes forward in a blink, and her blade is already whipping toward him. A violent spray of dark blood bursts through the air, and Mecha keeps that wild, maniac grin as her blade rips across Haruki's upper body, leaving him frozen in stunned disbelief at the sheer, sudden violence that almost killed him. Haruki stands there unhurt, gripping Meika's severed arm like it's nothing, his annoyance blazing instead of fear. He snaps that her sudden attack is reckless, warns her it's dangerous, then casually flings her own arm back at her. He swivels to the cat and blurts out whether any medicine in this world can snap lost limbs back into place, and the cat grins. She already has it ready, fully expecting this to happen. We gawk in shock as the truth finally slams into her. A brutal burst of blood explodes from her shoulder, where her arm used to be. The pain slams into her body all at once, and she erupts in a scream of pure agony as Haruki and the cat look on. The cat is totally stunned. She points out that she didn't just miss him drawing his sword, it doesn't even look like he drew it at all. Haruki insists it's a trade secret. Then he admits it turns out he never drew it at all. He blasts the truth, his slasher power lets him slice anything just by willing it, no sword, no medium, just raw control. He admits a blade gives him finer control, but when the situation demands speed a real weapon can't match, his ability cuts circles around it. On the floor, Meikia smashes her forehead to the ground, throws up a surrendering scream, and admits, horribly aware, just how immature she really is. She shot a desperate look up at him, pleading with Haruki to take her in as his disciple. Haruki and the cat just lock eyes with her, and the awkward silence stretches out like forever. The cat suddenly cuts through the silence, straight up telling Haruki to take her, because she can't stand Meika anymore. She's sick of how the samurai girl goes berserk on missions, slicing people like a maniac, and that kind of chaos is a living nightmare for a stealth specialist. Haruki finally clocks it. She's just trying to shove this problem child onto him and call it a day. But the cat snaps back. She doesn't care about making a break, she just wants her gone. Haruki tries to dodge it, flat out saying he'd have no clue what to do with her, even if she threw herself at him. Mika spirals into desperation. She offers her body, promises whatever he wants, begs him to train her, and even asks if she can cut him. As Haruki wrestles with the truth, he really had to cut her loose. You'll start spiraling into this wild, masochistic fantasy. She blushes hard, gasps, and shakes with pleasure just imagining him cutting her down and killing her, while she can't even lift a finger. Haruki stares at her own sweaty, gasping face and realizes, oh no, she's a total pervert and it's the worst kind of natural. Haruki decides to settle it right now. He challenges Meika to a test. He tells her, if you can land even one clean hit on me, I'll take you as my disciple. If she fails, she's done. No more training together, just her out there, training solo, and then he checks with the cat to make sure they're cool with the deal, and she gives the thumbs up. Meika can't contain herself. She's grinning ear to ear, cheeks blazing, because she finally gets to spar in a mock battle with her new master. Haruki squares up for the fight. Then, instead of drawing a sword, he casually pops the cap off a black marker pen. Haruki raises a marker pen like it's a deadly weapon, swearing it's his go-to choice. The cat stares at it, completely baffled, like, what is this even supposed to mean? Haruki just blows past her question. He's sure Meika isn't joking, so he figures the marker should be plenty to deal with her. He leaps up and declares the match is officially underway. In the blink of an eye, Haruki darts away and reappears right behind the samurai, so lightning fast the man freezes like he can't even breathe. Realizing she has zero chance to defend herself, the aftermath is brutal. Meika breaks down in non-stop sobs, her face plastered with humiliating scribbles like X's and triangles. The cat stares at the crying girl like, I actually feel bad for her, then turns to Haruki and snaps that he should have held back just a bit more. Haruki shoots back, saying he was holding back, because if he hadn't used the marker, every single scribbled spot would have ended up as a ripped-off chunk of flesh. The cat realizes this brutal beating proves it. There's a huge chasm between a superclass and a special class, and skill alone can't cross it. Meika chokes out through tears that she was too immature, then she turns and shuffles off, yelling that she'll go train and come back later. That cat shoots Haruki a disgusted glare, calling him the absolute lowest kind of guy. one who'd make a girl cry just to run her off because he got bored. Haruki snaps at her to stop wording it like that, because he's only doing what they agreed on. As Meiko walks away, the cat can't stop wondering if this defeat will steal the samurai girl's spark for the next fight. Haruki just shrugs and blurts out that he's hoping it's true. That night, Shizuka slips into a maid outfit and lights up with pure good vibes. She congratulates Haruki for a job well done and even adds that he doesn't need Meika hovering beside him. Haruki clocks her sudden good mood and teases her like, "So, you jealous or what?" And Shizuka immediately blushes, stammering, "No way." Then she flashes a warm smile and promises him she'll give him a little extra service tonight. Next morning, chirping birds fill the air as Haruki and Shizuka stay tucked in, fast asleep in bed. The whole place comes apart when the cat rockets into the room, shrieking at them to wake up right now. She barks at them to haul themselves out of bed and get outside right now. The cat screams that she knows they stayed up all night doing perverted stuff, and Haruki, worn out and furious, fires back, "What the hell do you want?" like he's been awake forever. She bulldozes right past his every demand to hurry, even though it's his privacy he's insisting on. Haruki lets out a heavy sigh and begs for a break after yesterday's total chaos. But the cat swears something straight up impossible is happening. She yanks him to the balcony and orders him to stare down at the foot of the mountain. Haruki drags his heavy eyes up in the direction she's pointing, like he's waking up mid-dream. Thundering footsteps pound the ground as the cat freezes, staring in pure shock at the threat closing in. She screams that the creature's scale is totally wrong, while Haruki, standing right beside her, just stares out and asks, "What the heck is that thing?" The cat shoots back that it's probably a giant, then blurts out a bunch of facts like it's ready for a test, insisting giants here usually clock in at just 3 to 5 meters tall. Even the biggest mutated monsters ever logged still only topped out at about 15 meters. She hammers the point there's no way a mountain-sized giant should be alive. She figures this one's around 30 meters tall, and when Haruki hears that terrifying number, he just stares back with zero emotion and blurts, "Oh wow." As the monster stomps forward, the cat can't help but stare in disbelief, because it's somehow carrying its own weight, and it's calling the whole physics thing totally ridiculous. She realizes one horrifying truth: if that thing makes it to the capital, it's not just a threat, it's total annihilation. Haruki stares down at the battlefield and spots Nidu and the rest of his classmates scrambling to go toe-to-toe with it. The cat nods and confirms the intercept order is locked in. But their attacks hit like cold water on a blazing hot stone. No matter how hard they try, it just won't cool off. That giant doesn't even think about slowing down. Switching gears to business, the cat snaps a warning: the giant will hit within the hour. She slams the Chancellor's order into Haruki's hands and tells him, "Go stop it right now." Haruki just stares at her then shoots, "So I'm doing this for free." She freezes, completely stunned by the way he's acting, and in the blink of an eye Haruki clocks the truth. He's already loaded, he's got Shizuka, so he doesn't need a single thing from them. He grabs the chance, tells her he's packing up and vanishing with Shizuka, right now. The cat snaps completely, shrieks in disbelief, and demands what kind of joke this is. Haruki just grins and says he's dead serious. Panicking, the cat scrambles up to him and shoves a divine artifact into his hands as payment. Haruki blurts, "What is that?" She tells you this weapon was forged by a god, turns out it's a national treasure, and the power it holds is beyond anything you could ever understand. It's the only weapon in this whole world that you can equip, and the summoner can stash it away and call it out anytime they want. Haruki weighs the offer, then demands the cash up front, and the cat, resigned to his greed, admits she knew he'd pull that move and hands it over. She flashes a short blade and tells him she calls it a kodachi, because she has no idea what the official name is. She tells him that the moment the keyword is registered, his weapon mode will flip instantly. Haruki blurts out the word "change" on the spot. The blade snaps into existence in his hands and he stares it down, realizing, wow, this thing is actually kind of fascinating. The cat snarls, snapping at him to quit fooling around with his new toy, then pushes him to start the subjugation right now. Armed with the fresh kodachi, Haruki tilts his head up at the giant enemy, then casually says he might just step a little closer to get himself in range. The cat lurking behind him lets out a confused meow, clearly clueless about what crazy plan he's about to pull off. Haruki glares up at the towering monster and bursts out laughing, because the sheer size makes everything feel ridiculously warped, and right then the cat loses it, panicking and stammering like, "Is this really gonna work out somehow?" Haruki laughs at how ridiculous it is, then decides to stop overthinking and just jump in. No big speech, he just blurts "heave ho" and lazily whips the air with his shiny new blade. The cat flips out, shrieking at him like he's insane, demanding why he's just standing there. Then she roars at him to go fight already, but Haruki stays perfectly calm, sword at his side, and tells her, it's already over. The cat snaps still and Hanya blurts a dumbfounded "what?" as she just stares at him, totally stunned. Right in front of them, the 30-meter giant suddenly starts to crumble and disintegrate into nothing. Massive rocks and thick sludge ripped off its body, slamming into the earth with a thunderous roar. Up on the ridge, the soldiers and the crowd below can only stare, because that mountain-sized terror starts to crumble piece by piece until it's gone. The story slams into a lab facility where two scientists in white coats stare at a giant screen, tracking the battle in real time. A dark-haired female assistant snaps that the target is finally down, and the older, bearded doctor nods in full agreement. Double-checking that the mutant giant species is finally, without a doubt, wiped out, then the assistant confirms the outcome matches the doctor's exact plan. The doctor's face twists with frustration, not relief, and he grumbles that he never expected a win over a stronger class opponent to come so effortlessly he couldn't even get proper data, and then he snaps, calling it impossible. The assistant lifts a black sphere, the core, and tells him the giant was nothing but sludge that sprang up from it. Because the core stayed locked up safe in the lab, the only way to drop that giant should have been to drain every last drop of its mana. The doctor locks onto the core and then it hits him. Haruki somehow slipped past the rules of their experiment. The giant didn't fall because its mana ran out. The black sphere gets shattered in an instant by something way worse, and back in the lab, absolute chaos detonates as it all spirals out of control. Right when the pressure hits, the core that holds the giant's life force snaps with a sudden crack. The assistant freaks out and screams for the doctor as the sphere finally shatters into a million pieces, because the doctor realizes the core died the instant the Titan dropped outside. And somehow it still managed to keep its shape for this long. That was the truly weird part. The assistant tries to process it all, then blurts out the terrifying question: did the enemy somehow track down the hidden core and pick it off from far away? But the doctor shuts that theory down on the spot, saying, if they knew where we were, they'd skip the guessing and hit the lab straight away. The doctor shoves his glasses up and studies the numbers, then snaps his verdict. The attacker never even knew about the lab or the core, he just showed up and massacred the giant. From that impossible feat, the doctor instantly clocks what they're up against and snaps, this isn't a normal hit, this is a conceptual attack. The assistant stares in confusion, and the doctor cuts in, saying he's got the same kind of weapon, blades forged with the very concept of flame. He explains his flame weapon concept like this: once it hits anything, it drags the world into burning mode, so even water or ice gets forced to flame, because the idea of burning gets imposed on reality itself. So the doctor applies that logic to their enemy and realizes Haruki's authority isn't just a power, it's a conceptual strike that forces the cut to happen. When he cleaved the giant, reality itself had no choice. This giant was cut open, and the universe had to accept he was dead. As soon as that clicked, the linked core in the lab went dead instantly, and the assistant realizes with a sick jolt what that really means. If someone lands a cut on you, you're finished. No shield, no power, no ability can save you. When the doctor confirms it, she snaps, yelling that it's straight up cheating. They say the authorities wield the power of the gods, so if you're expecting fairness, don't, because getting treated dirty is just the whole deal. The doctor smirks like he found a secret loophole, then says, if you want to live, don't get cut. If they can stop the cutting before it even starts, then it's easy to shut down, and he doesn't see it as a real threat. While the doctor grumbles to himself, obsessed with the bigger mystery, how Haruki stole someone else's. She's not fully convinced by that bright optimism, because as she turns to file her report, worry gnaws at her. If the lab's core was wiped out remotely, then Haruki might have found a way to cut it too. Anything she notices without him even moving has her wondering, can something like that really be stopped? But he finally drops the panic, lets the doctor take over, and hands off the heavy thinking. The story whips to the Chancellor's office. Oriver is sitting there debriefing the cat, and the cat blurts out right away, asking if he snagged the next divine artifact. But the Chancellor shuts her down and warns her not to chase the impossible. Rage boiled as they complain that even using their trump card came with an insane price tag, and it was absolute misery. Back to business, the Chancellor leans in and demands to know exactly how she took down that giant. The cat snaps her gaze away and admits she has no clue, while the Chancellor leans in, dead skeptical, reminding her she was standing right next to Haruki when it all went down. Back in the Chancellor's office, the cat is totally freaking out, screaming that Haruki swung his sword on a total whim, and somehow the giant keeled over dead. Demanding to know the secret of how he pulled it off. The Chancellor stammers out a pathetic answer, but inside he's already bracing for the madness, because trying to make sense of Haruki's actions won't just fail, it'll drive him insane. So he decides the smartest play is to stop obsessing over how it all works and just learn how to use it. Because if Haruki really gets the whole reward system, the Chancellor admits the cost of his help is brutal, but at least that means Haruki becomes way easier to steer. He starts psyching himself up mentally for the next payment. A few days have passed since the giant battle, and the world still hasn't stopped shaking. Haruki strides alone through the town streets with a shopping basket in hand, and he tells it straight. He and Shizuka have been pushing the edge of his cutting authority, running wild experiments on each other nonstop. Since yesterday, everything got yanked away, sessions ended early, and he even got booted out of their room. Haruki finally spills the real reason he got exiled, right as Shizuka hits her cycle, and her mood turns downright lethal. He's a little uneasy about leaving her alone, but he bets she'll be totally fine. Strolling through town, he can't help but feel the ache of being left out of their daily intimate time. Then he forces a grin, decides to fly solo for once, because being alone for a change has its own kind of charm. Meanwhile, Shizuka's back in their room, curled up in bed, looking utterly miserable. She's drenched in sweat and writhing in pain, swearing today's cramps are the absolute worst. She's drowning in guilt for pushing Haruki out just to stop herself from snapping at him, but she knows, deep down, that she had no choice. She figures the best move is to keep her mouth shut, lie still, and ride it out, just as she tries to calm the air in the room and it starts warping around her. A sinister, swirling portal rips open right beside her bed. A cheerful voice booms out a long hello, and it jolts Shizuka right out of her sleep. A young guy bursts out of the portal with a laid-back grin, then flashes a name, Karma, and claims he's part of the gathering of Transcended. He tells them his power is teleportation, practical, insanely useful, but it also traps him in the role of everyone's glorified errand boy. He instantly clocks Shizuka's death stare boring straight into him. He lets out a laugh, admits barging in uninvited was a horrible idea, and clocks the fact that she's staring at him like he's trash. He keeps badgering her, asking if she's in a foul mood, while Karma blabs on like he can't see the danger closing in. He admits the whole plan is simple. He just wants Shizuka as a hostage because Haruki looks too brutal to take head-on, so using her as leverage is the easiest route for him, and he doesn't care one bit how she feels. Shizuka doesn't say a single word, she simply stretches her hand toward him. Karma freezes mid-step, utterly baffled, then he blurts out, "Wait, are you offering me a handshake?" Stunned that she's being so chill about getting kidnapped in the first place. That handshake is anything but friendly. Shizuka snaps and orders him to hand over his authority. Karma barely manages a confused little sound before a wild energy wave crashes into him. In the blink of an eye, Karma crumples, staggering and gasping, totally wiped out, and all he can do is stammer as he tries to piece together what just tore through him. A system report bursts across the screen, confirming the authority teleportation has been ripped away from Karma, but then the system snaps back. They have to detune it first before this power can be forced into Shizuka. A prompt pops up asking Shizuka if she's ready to move forward with the detuning and installation. She freezes, staring at the screen as the weight of what's happening sinks in. So she has to detune it, and that's when she convinces herself she's not worthy of the full power, like at the end of the day, she's nothing more than Haruki's subordinate. Even with that self-deprecating thought buzzing in her head, she slams yes, and the system instantly confirms it. She's officially received the pseudo-authority teleportation. The knowledge slams into her the moment it's given. Shizuka calmly reveals that a full world map has appeared in her mind, letting her zoom to anywhere in the blink of an eye or shift targets with almost no limits. She charges a measly 10 experience points for each use, stares down terrified Karma, and demands if her analysis is dead on. Karma is hyperventilating as the truth finally hits him, and he stammers in sheer horror. Now it clicked, Haruki wasn't the one with that terrifying power to steal authorities. It was Shizuka all along. Shizuka snaps and ends the talk. She tells Karma that if he won't answer, he's in the way, then she blasts him away through a dark portal with zero hesitation. Once the intruder was gone, she crumpled onto the bed and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Adrenaline vanished, and the cramps came roaring back. She decides to park those god-level powers for later, because she's got to get through her period first. Haruki's voice turns reflective as he wrestles with his power. Yeah, it sounds like a punchline, but it's been proven real, and then he breaks down that since he can cut anything. The first real trial, he dared to slice straight through space itself. That's how he slammed the gap to zero in the fight with the giant, instant, brutal, unstoppable. But the tests weren't done yet, because next they pushed to see if he could slice through time itself. They wanted to find out if he could unleash slashes strong enough to rip straight through time and space, then land their hit later. He preloaded the scene with a flurry of slashes, betting Shizuka would get attacked, then tossed a pebble at her to snap her into action. The experiment smashed through expectations. 1 second later, that pebble got sliced clean apart. Haruki keeps pushing the truth. These slash reservations don't just snap into action because of bad intent. Now Shizuka can unleash them on her own command whenever she wants. He christened the move slash reservation. And just like that, he showered her with tens of thousands of them. So now Shizuka's combat power is basically on par with his own. Every time a reservation clicks on, it burns up 10 experience points. Haruki's inner thoughts finally settle as he strides down the hallway, because his authority lets him split the power from someone, clean as a cut. Like the time he ripped Klein off. He started whispering that Shizuka had a hidden slash made to cut down authorities themselves, pure intimidation. So even when a superclass enemy comes swinging in, they'll pause, because he's convinced running straight into monsters that strong can't be that easy. He barges into the room announcing, "I'm home," and Shizuka lights up, welcoming him back, until that warm smile flips into something much darker fast. With a terrifyingly sweet smile, Shizuka casually drops it that while Haruki was gone, she already took over the authority. Haruki snaps into a cold sweat and blurts out that her smile is way scarier than it looks. He stammers out an answer, but the terrifying truth hits him like a punch. Maybe his wife isn't just tough, maybe she's the strongest person in all of this. They stare at her status screen. Right there it says she's Haruki's kin, and the new suit grants authority teleportation, while Shizuka, unshaken, starts calmly testing every new power she's unlocked. She realizes she can hoard a bunch of pseudo-authorities, but she can only lock in and activate one at a time. She lets out a sharp sigh and grumbles that every time she has to redo her setup just to switch, it kills the moment. So she finally admits, through gritted teeth, that combat just isn't her thing. Haruki's drenched in sweat as she calmly dissects a god-level power with fearless accuracy. He awkwardly nods along, then forces out an agreement that sounds like it hurts. Shizuka lights up with the idea, since they've got this brand new power, why not teleport and tear across the whole world? Haruki nods, thinking, yeah, that sounds awesome. In the blink of an eye, they warp out of the room. Then the scene slams you into the kind of dangerous places they're headed, forests packed with armed beastmen, ready to tear anyone apart. A dark dungeon ruins you could barely breathe in, skeletons skittering everywhere, spiders lurking in every shadow. And jagged rocky wastelands where lizard warriors ruled the dust. Haruki and Shizuka push the test run again, and whoosh, they warp straight into a bustling town packed with people. Shizuka snaps that their last stops were nothing but monster traps, but Haruki can't help noticing those wild places don't exactly feel charming. As they hit the street, a thunderous, boisterous laugh blasts through the whole area. Shizuka shoots a sarcastic grin, asks if this town has any charm and you'll still get a debate. Then they spot where the noise is coming from. An armored soldier is roaring at the top of his lungs, demanding women be brought to him right now. Haruki locks eyes with him and realizes he's another summoner just like him. He leans in and tells Shizuka how some summoners crank their stat modifiers so high they snap, then their lust spills out and they lose control. The soldier clocks Shizuka at once, yells at her, snarls about her chest, then shoves his hand into her arm and growls that he's taking her for a wild night tonight. Shizuka's eyes turn ice gold behind her glasses, and she cuts straight to it. He's in the way. In the blink of an eye, a nasty warping screech rips through the air. Then the soldier simply vanishes into thin air. The tavern crowd erupts into baffled murmurs, staring at the empty spot where that loudmouth was just standing. Haruki just stares at the empty spot and in a calm voice asks Shizuka where she decided to get rid of him. Shizuka blushes and admits she wanted to blast him straight into outer space. But her teleportation power hits a hard ceiling at 10,000 meters altitude. The camera snaps to a giant fresh impact crater up close, and Haruki just freezes, staring at the wreckage. Because the guy didn't land, he asterisk plummeted from the stratosphere, and now he's probably nothing but a red smear on the dirt. Haruki mutters a quick condolence to the puddle where a person used to be. A scared cat barrels onto the scene in a panic, shrieking at them to explain exactly what they did. Haruki squirms through an awkward apology, then stares at the crater like it's haunted, utterly stunned, screaming that she can't even wrap her head around what kind of sword slash would leave damage that looks exactly like a giant falling from the sky. With logic tossed aside, she lets out a heavy sigh and tells them, since the last summoner failed, he's dead. Haruki and Shizuka have to step in and handle his monster subjugation request, and Haruki only meekly nods. Later on, they're packed into a rattling carriage, racing toward the mission. Shizuka snaps to Haruki and apologizes. She takes the blame for the whole scene and for dragging them into this mess. Haruki grabs her by the worry and tells her it's okay. But he snaps his focus to the third passenger. He leans in and demands to know why the cat is tagging along on a personal mission. She shoots back straight-faced. The second she looks away, who knows what kind of disaster they'll unleash. Haruki asks if she's got anything else to do, but she insists babysitting them beats letting the whole country fall apart while she's tied up somewhere else. The cat decides the couple needs breathing room, tells them not to stress, and promises she'll keep out of the way all night at camp, then hits them with a totally straight face that she's not that much of a pervert. Haruki and Shizuka both squirm with cheeks blazing, thanking her over and over for thinking of them. Later that night, the tent heats up fast. Shizuka grabs Haruki's attention and tells him to stop holding back, saying she'll freely punish him with her powers. Haruki finds himself in a seriously compromising spot, blurts out an apology, and admits he regrets being just some guy she couldn't stand. At least, that's what he says, because the vibe screams he's barely even sorry. The crew keeps rolling forward by carriage, while the cat pads alongside it, ears locked on the loud, heated chatter spilling from inside. Then she shrugs and deadpans, "Yeah, I've got nothing to add at this point." They finally burst through the doors and reach their destination. Haruki steps out into the rubble-strewn wreck of a town and demands, "What happened here?" And the cat tells him the whole place got wiped out when it got caught in a monstrous outbreak. Haruki bluntly admits his job is nothing more than subjugating others. She tells him, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for a rebuild. I want a total wipeout of every monster in this area." As Haruki sets up camp in the wrecked ruins, he can't help himself. He grills the team about the mission rules and demands to know exactly how they'll prove the job is finished. The cat tells them camp for a whole week with 0 attacks and the hunt's over. Then Haruki snaps, "But what if a monster shows up? The clock gets wiped clean and we restart from nothing." He fires back with hard suspicion, demanding if she cooked this up just to keep him away from the capital after some big event, yet she dodges it with a vague, half-baked answer. Haruki grumbles that he'd still have gone on the trip if it weren't for all this mess, and the cat shoots back that the Chancellor is an efficiency nut who won't tolerate a single wasted resource. Haruki lets out a harsh sigh about how brutal it feels to be worked like this, and then, shockingly, she actually nods in agreement. Right then, a pack of armed monsters bursts onto the scene, and Haruki just clenches his teeth. No choice now, so he braces for the fight like he's determined to end it fast. Just moments later, Haruki and Shizuka sprawl on a towering heap of monster corpses. Then the cat finally calls out Haruki's earlier hunch about the capital. She tells him that all the neighboring nations are piling into a summit right now, and the real question on everyone's lips is Haruki himself. Is he some kind of true super being? She tells him, since everything turns to chaos the second you're near, we're slipping you into a fake but important mission, one meant to shove you out of the way and hide you. Haruki blurts out, "Why would anyone from other countries even know about me?" And she snaps back, "Come on, you can't just erase the fact that you summoned a giant monster the other day. Foreign intelligence would have smelled it." Haruki then admits that figures. Back in the capital, the summit's already in full blast. Foreign dignitaries swarm Chancellor Olga, hounding him like, "So you still claim Haruki is just a top-secret special-class asset, and not a superclass?" Olga keeps a deadpan poker face and bluntly confirms that, yep, that's exactly what's going on. Frustrated and suspicious, the dignitaries stare at him, yet Olga shoves the moment forward, saying, "It's totally okay if you don't believe me." Allgood just cuts the small talk and fires off a cold, ruthless challenge. He tells them, "If you want to challenge my country, then go on, dive right in." The dignitaries break into cold sweat, because they suddenly realize they can't possibly start a fight with a nation that has a god-tier superclass weapon. One of them mutters a filthy curse at Olga, calling her a damn raccoon under his breath. Olga watches them squirm and can't stop himself from thinking, this is hilarious. The wild part, that same fear somehow turns it into the smoothest meeting they've ever had. Boredom has officially slammed the room. Haruki lets out a huge yawn and grumbles that nothing's happening. He just stood there staring at the calm scenery and, no joke, started secretly wishing a superpowered monster or a mountain giant would smash in, just to shatter the boredom, until the cat snapped right back, telling him not to jinx them with that cursed talk. Haruki says it's been 3 whole days with 0 monster sightings and asks if they can finally head home, but she shuts him down fast. "Hold your horses, they're stuck waiting 4 more days until the summit is over." She even admits with a tired sigh that she's bored too, and then right behind Haruki, someone pipes up out of nowhere, asking if he'd want to play a game to smash that boredom. The whole gang, along with Haruki, Shizuka, and the cat, spins around in total shock, spotting an old man in a lab coat standing there like he was always watching. The old man steps up and introduces himself, Claytrian Array, an advisory researcher for the Gathering of Transcendent. He shrugs it off like it's nothing, but somehow being part of the gathering means he's got authority by default. The cat panics and screams that no Transcendent could just pop into the world out of nowhere. Then she stares harder and realizes something's wrong with him, because his body isn't even real. She snaps to the truth, this is just a holographic projection. While everyone else is spiraling, Haruki just stares the man down, cold and steady, zeroing in on that researcher on his title. Clyde keeps going, and the moment he starts digging into that godly power called authority, you can practically feel his hunger for answers get wiped clean. He wastes zero time, straight to the point, and demands Haruki teach him the exact method to usurp authority. The cat looks totally lost, like, wait, since when did Haruki get pulled into this wild, god-level chaos? Haruki isn't in the mood to explain, so he jabs his sword, still sheathed, at the projection and barks at Clyde to go do his own research, noting that he's not some student who hands out answers for free. Clyde admits it still stings a little when he gets rejected. But it turns out he hasn't been idle at all. He's already dug into the truth, and he lays out exactly what's behind Shizuka pulling the transfer authority, leaving both the cat and Shizuka completely stunned. Clyde keeps ranting about his theories, claiming Haruki has to cut the power just to grab it, then he admits the clues still don't quite line up. His researcher's gut screams that something is off. The cat whips its head toward Shizuka, horrified, because it just realized the maid's just as abnormal as Haruki. Since Haruki refuses to speak up, Clyde throws away subtlety and pushes his studies head first. Then, out of nowhere, fully armored soldiers warp in and ring the group like a trap. The cat freaks out and Shizuka stands there totally baffled, swearing she already took over the transfer power, so why in the world is someone else using it? Clyde tells them that, as a researcher of divine powers, he managed to recreate teleportation, at least to a limited extent. Even if his version is missing pieces, Clyde stares at the battlefield through his projection, studying the soldiers he just summoned. He spots 5, then pinpoints them as mutated superclasses. He admits that even without any official authority, their raw power hits harder than the whole superclass. He figures out that lining up against all 5 at once is basically a death sentence, even if you're an authority user. Haruki hears the whole analysis with a bored stare, clicking his tongue at their arrogance, then mocks it back, saying that if you're the power type, sure, but guys like him, he'd never get a shot. Haruki squares up to the enemies, eyes blazing as he races through the battle rules in his head. He knows one swipe from these guys spells instant death, but he shrugs it off and makes it simple, just don't get cut. If that's the only rule, he decides it's a walk in the park. In the blink of an eye, he fires off a blindingly fast slash that slices straight through the air. The moment hits instant and brutal, Clyde's projection eyes snap wide, cutting straight through with a jolt of shock. Haruki's voice ripped through the chaos as I screamed, demanding to know what just happened and what he did. Shizuka and the crew stare in horror as the superclass soldiers get erased in one brutal strike. Enemies collapse into black goo, with blood splattering across the ground. One of them finally let out a last, miserable groan as the others crushed them before they could even move. Then, with his soldiers wiped out, Clyde snaps into action, grumbling that Haruki doesn't have any real special power or authority after all, just skill. He calls it unfortunate, but he still goes after Haruki, figuring out the source of that insane strength later. Either way, Haruki's still a pretty solid catch. Clyde snaps to attention, realizing this is way too dangerous, and he decides to sever the connection now. He blurts a shaky laugh, throws out an apology, and scrambles to shut down his projection just long enough to get away. The story snaps to a lab where the real Clyde and his assistant hunch over a live feed, watching everything unfold. Clyde's sweating bullets, still shaking from the anomaly he just saw, scrambling to ask what the hell Haruki is, while his assistant trembles beside him, whispering that the whole thing is straight up terrifying. Suddenly a voice slices through the air right beside them, demanding to know if he really thought he could escape. Then a hand slams out from the viewing screen. And maybe it's the space itself, because suddenly it snatches Clyde by the face, and the assistant shrieks for the professor as she gets violently yanked forward by that mysterious force. Back on the battlefield, Haruki stares in shock as the space around him tears open and spits something out. Clyde's real body hits the ground with a brutal thud right in front of everyone, completely wrecked and dizzy, as he just sits there on the floor. He's losing his mind over the physics of it all, stammering that teleportation can't work that way unless you know the target's exact location. And he howls that yanking a target from that far out like that is supposed to be totally impossible. Haruki just stares down at him, shrugs, and admits straight up that he has absolutely no clue how it even worked. He straight up said he doesn't even have the kind of power it would take. Shizuka stands beside him, totally baffled, blurting out a confused, huh. Suddenly, Shizuka shoots her arm out and brutally clamps onto the female assistant's head. The woman erupts into a terrified scream, begging him to stop right now. The moment Shizuka makes contact, she feels it click, and boom, a system window erupts on screen. She's officially seized the authority of wisdom from Rijulika. Haruki grins as he clutches his brand new authority, and Shizuka, eyes sharp and sinister, coolly confirms, "Yep, this is exactly what I wanted." The cat starts losing its mind, shouting for answers, and demanding to know if the big secret about the authorities just got exposed. She's screaming about usurpation and totally losing it, but Shizuka stays icy calm and asks if she really wants the truth, because if the Supremes get wind of this, they could come crashing down on all of them. Haruki couldn't take the cat's nagging anymore, so he slipped into a fake robotic voice, played it off like a dead phone line, and blurted, "Call rejection activated. Nea, that number is out of service." When Haruki deflects it, the cat quickly backs off, assuming it's no big deal after all, and Haruki nods along, calling it the smart move. He whips his sword toward Clyde and snaps that what he heard in that interrogation isn't his problem. Clyde breaks into a cold sweat and starts begging for his life. He swore his intellect could change the world, then begged Haruki to think about what we'd lose if he walked away. Haruki just glares at him, ice cold, and bluntly says he doesn't care at all. Later on, Haruki's finally face to face with the Chancellor. He catches himself mid-sentence and tosses the Chancellor a casual question, like does he want these prisoners or not? The cat just stares, totally baffled, while the Chancellor's sweating buckets as he forces Haruki to say it again, like the words might have changed. The cat jumps in, laying out just how dire it is, because they snagged the advisory researcher right out of the Gathering of Transcendence. She tells the Chancellor the prisoners begged for mercy and promised anything, so he needs to wring every secret out of them. The story snaps to the castle. Haruki strides through a room, staring around like he can't believe how it all went wrong, and he keeps wishing he could grab the people behind it and ask them straight to their faces. Inside that room, Shizuka stands poised, ready to strike. Her eyes flare wide and bright as she snaps her newly stolen power to life, then the world starts spilling wisdom. Inside the castle room, Haruki jolts when a holographic interface suddenly blooms right in front of his face, and he blurts, "Is this my status window?" Shizuka confirms the wisdom authority can yank up every detail on a target instantly. No consent, no questions. Haruki stares at the screen, jaw dropping as it reveals the enemy's combat power crystal clear before the fight even starts. Shizuka then adds one more main ability on top of that, an all-new search function. Shizuoka leans in and tells Haruki that her new wisdom authority is basically a living vault of God's knowledge, and all it takes is you thinking a single word, boom, the answers pop up. Each search guzzles 10 experience points like it's nothing. She adds a crazy bonus. There's a memo feature stuffed with the previous owner's massive pile of notes. Haruki bursts into laughter, clearly stunned as she wields the power way better than the last owner ever managed. Shizuka drops the bombshell. There's one specific reason the last guy couldn't master it right. Later, in a dank dungeon cell, Shizuka grills the researcher, Clyde, like he's about to crack any second. He demanded confirmation of Haruki's power. Was it really called the one who slices? Shizuka shot back, yes. Even though she only caught a split-second glimpse, she stared hard enough to be absolutely certain. Clyde hears the name and goes, "Wait, why does that sound so strange?" And he nods along when Shizuka says Haruki's power is way too strong. Then he snaps the conversation back to her, pressing, does she really think she's mastered wisdom just because she happens to have it? Shizuka shuts the whole idea down on the spot, blasting the truth. There's a massive difference between just using a power and truly mastering it. Calling it arrogant for a mere human to think they can fully master a god's power. Shizuka throws down her theory on why the past users were so pathetic. She insists they were only tapping a tiny sliver of what their authority could truly do. She tells him straight up, Fortress was only a wall, never the real fortress people thought it was. And the transfer only let him jump to pre-mapped spots, no real freedom to roam like he could dive into other worlds. She rips into the idea that wisdom got dumbed down to just a search engine and a plain old notepad. Shizuka doubles down on her theory, saying real wisdom should unlock every piece of knowledge in the world, instantly. Clyde panics and blurts out that an overload of info like this would drop a human dead instantly. Shizuka erupts, yelling that this is the whole point. Being human is the one chain holding everything back. When Clyde insists Haruki's just as human, Shizuka snaps back, nope, it's all in the name. She files powers under Fortress and Wisdom as phenomenon types since they're common nouns, and then she claims Haruki is the one who slices, because Haruki is a proper noun. It was built like a possession, always active 24/7, no manual activation needed, and Shizu dove into the guts of how the authorities worked, pulling from the research Clyde was doing right before he died in. In a sudden flashback, Regillica grabs Clyde and demands, "So what do you mean?" And then the scientist hits the truth. Ripper Authority didn't just hand Haruki power, it remade him completely into the dreaded Ripper. Clyde's got a theory: these possession-type authorities aren't hanging around somewhere, they're living inside the host's body, viciously reshaping the person until they finally matched the power's true nature. So here's the big twist: if the power has to take over the user just to function, then those other phenomena are getting smashed by plain old human limits. The flashback hits for another beat. Rajulika says she wants to research that exact topic. Then Clyde's face snaps into panic, because he just got his authority stripped by Haruki, and that means every research report he had is suddenly gone for good. Right now, Shizuka lays it out to Haruki. She says for phenomenon-type authorities like transfer or wisdom, the human is the weak link, and bluntly, no one can even squeeze out 1% of what that power could really do. But for possession-hungry types like Haruki, the authority reshapes the user's mind to fit its plan, so they can wring out nearly 40% of the power they could never access before. Shizuka fires off a battleship analogy and makes it click instantly. She says a phenomenon-type power is basically like ripping the main gun right off a giant battleship. And handing it to a human, yeah, they can shoot it, but thinking a mere human can properly wield a god-class weapon is straight-up arrogance, because it's nowhere close to unlocking its full potential. On the flip side, this possession type drops you straight into the captain's chair with a fully optimized crew at your command. You may be using smaller guns, but you've got full control of the whole operation. That's why in a fight, the right kind of possession ends it. She says her stolen pseudo-authority has been detuned to her exact level. She's piloting a tiny personal battleship at 100% efficiency, far more lethal than some gigantic ship that can't even run at 1%. Shizuka nudges her glasses up with a confident grin and basically says, "Of course I can control this power better than the last owner." Haruki shoots back, "Yeah, the technical stuff flies right over my head, but you're insanely reliable." Then Shizu finally cracked it wide open. Her report didn't just spell out their powers, it pinpointed the Transcenders' headquarters where they all gathered. Haruki asks what they should do, and Shizu just grins back like it's already decided, with a violent plan already spinning in his head. Shizuka's whole vibe flips in an instant. Her eyes blaze wide, a little drool slips out, and she starts snapping through options like a battle manual, saying they should charge in, grab the enemy's authorities by brute force, and take control right now. Or set them loose to swim freely, then strip them down one by one until there's nothing left. She's stewing in silence, already picturing herself bursting in and grinding every useless thing into experience points. Haruki clamps down on his nerves and says, "I don't want to throw hands for no reason, but if this battle is what it takes, then I'll do it." Shizuka leans in and snaps that if they waste time, the prey will slip away, and her dark aura hits Haruki like a punch. His confidence crumbles, cold sweat breaks out, and he blurts out that he'll do whatever she says. But the plan crashes at the worst moment. Shizuka pouts in pure frustration and spits that the enemy is being impudent. The strike on the main base has to be pushed back. Turns out their HQ sits on some totally uninhabited island in the middle of the ocean, and it's wrapped in a special barrier made to shut teleportation down cold. The enemy probably figured once Haruki got the teleportation power, he'd strike right away, so they braced for impact and went full defensive. Haruki realizes they could try from the outside, but teleporting blind over the ocean is a death trap. One wrong landing and you drown instantly, so for now they're trapped. Shizuka rages in the background, screaming that the enemy's a coward for hiding behind a barrier, and Haruki just stays cool, saying if he were up against someone who steals authorities, he'd probably cling to pure defense too. Time keeps sprinting ahead, months slide by as autumn leaves swirl through the city, and nobody makes a real move. Haruki strolls along with the cat and practically freezes when he hears the hero is finally coming back. He scratches his head like, "Wait, I didn't even know he'd left." The cat just sighs, swearing she told him this already. They're talking about the Demon Waste, this brutal place where monsters burst out in mind-blowing numbers. Charging in to grind experience is what they call a trial. High stakes, big payoff. If you make it back, you level up fast, but a lot of people don't make it at all. Haruki sort of remembers hearing about some camp, but the cat cuts him off in an instant. "Nope, this isn't a camp, it's a trial." She says 8 of them marched out this time, only 4 came back alive, and honestly she calls that a damn good outcome. Haruki watches the crew come back, led by the beat-up Tsukasa Naito, and it finally hits him. This wasn't practice at all, it was straight-up life-or-death training. The cat needles him, calling him cold-hearted for how he treats his classmates. Haruki just offers a dry "my condolences" while he watches them close in, then he fires back, asking if the survivors have gotten strong enough to be labeled special grade. The cat insists you can't know anything until you watch them brawl, and Haruki immediately starts spiraling. Maybe there's some device that can measure power like a manga scouter, turning strength into a number, but she cuts it off right away, shutting down the thought as impossible. Then she snaps into silence, clutching a crucial memory, and realizes there's only one person who can do exactly that. As they talk, Tsukasa Naito slips by in silence, eyes dark and face set in grim focus. Haruki casually waves him off and cracks a "hey, long time no see." Naito slams on the brakes and freezes in his tracks. He freezes for a second, then pushes forward and slips right past Haruki. No hello back, no glance. As he passes by, he leans in and growls in a low voice, admitting he used to fear Haruki, then smiling like it's nothing, claiming he could take Haruki's head as easily as picking a flower. Haruki watches his former classmate stride away, and he can't help but think, dude, S radiating straight-up powerhouse energy. Naito shrugs him off and keeps marching. Then the moment he's gone, Haruki spins to Shizuka and demands, "Did you see it?" With the stolen wisdom authority in her hands, Shizuka grins and promises, "I'll show you right away." She slaps a status screen right in front of them, flashing Naito's numbers, 18 years old, blessed by Beauty Fairy, and skills like Limit Break and Super Regeneration, while his stats hover in the mid-50s like they're about to explode. Haruki stares at the numbers and groans in pure disappointment, mumbling that they're a complete mess, so Shizuka snaps at him to not get cocky, reminding him it won't be a cakewalk like Naito made it sound. Haruki points at the status screen and asks what the fairy's blessing even means, and Shizuoka admits she hunted for the answer, because with that contracted blessing, their stats can jump a ridiculous 15 times. While Kat's talking, she's basically saying, if it's top tier, then that's the standard, and as long as it cuts down her workload, she'll accept it no matter what. Then Haruki turns to Kat and asks why she kept bringing it up, and everyone snaps back with this cold idea that Kat would be easy to take down, so Kat just shrugs and admits she only mentioned it because that's all she did. In the back, Naito drops to his knees, then sinks even lower in sheer despair, but he's still the hero, so you know he'll snap back soon, meaning you can leave him there for now. Haruki and the cat stride down a palace hallway, and Haruki blurts that he feels awful about what's going on with Naito, until the cat snaps, "Stop talking like that if you don't mean it." Haruki cuts the topic and fires off, "So, any progress on getting the Transcenders together?" She tells Haruki the Chancellor's rule is simple: if you're above superclass strength, you're getting ignored, so if something monstrous crawls onto the scene, they're just going to shove the whole mess onto Haruki and her. She tells him she already has a brand new divine weapon lined up, ready to hand it to him as payment for everything he's done. Haruki praises her as thorough, then goads her, saying he'd love to see her get flustered at least once, only for her to snap back that she gets flustered all the time. Their talk spins to the Chancellor next. She paints him as no hero and no villain, just a cold-blooded servant who puts the country first, every single time. Haruki nods along, watching the man like something's off, because he's not moving for selfish reasons at all. As the scene changes, Haruki's voiceover hits again, saying the Chancellor may not be evil, but that doesn't erase the fact he got yanked into this world against his will, and he has zero plans to play nice with the people in charge. That kind of distance hits the perfect sweet spot. Meanwhile, in a private room, Shizuka sits alone at the table, rocking her maid outfit like she owns the silence. She grips that tiny ball in her palm, staring at it like it holds the answers, lost in deep, restless thoughts. Shizuka whips the ball and slams it into a wooden board riddled with a hole. It smacks back with a weak thud. Right then Haruki storms in, totally puzzled, and blurts, "Okay, what are you doing?" Shizuka greeted him with a smile and told him she'd been forging a brand new special technique. She wanted to test if she could land her ultimate rock move, then claimed her teleport power could shove an enemy into an object and trap them there on purpose. Shizuka admits it looks like the technique won't work, because the target system is protected the moment she tries to teleport, and the whole plan freezes. She can physically shove space out of the way so she bursts through unharmed, no glitching herself into a wall, but she's got a new plan. What if she teleports an object straight into her enemy's body? Haruki looks genuinely freaked out by her own creativity, and admits that once you frame it like that, teleportation is a terrifyingly powerful ability. Plus, Shizuka says she can even fire it off from 10,000 meters up in the sky. But right now her real problem is simple. She's short on experience points, and without them she can't pull it off. Suddenly the door rips open, and the cat storms in like it's on a mission, blurting that the perfect job has just landed in their lap. Haruki jolts in panic, then blurts out that barging into a married couple's room without permission is just way too much. The cat flicks him away with zero mercy, demanding what he thinks he's even talking about. Then she tells him the truth. Privacy vanished the second he showed up, and information is leaking out from everywhere. She blurts out a wild open secret. Everyone knows he has super strength, because a neighboring country caught wind of him and pulled off something completely outrageous. Haruki fires back, asking what she means by outrageous, and she snaps that this world has monsters so vicious that even special-class fighters can't take them down. She slams a sketch onto the table, this giant dragon-like beast in full detail, and then you realize the neighboring country's Dummouth guided one straight into Gardera without permission. They couldn't deal with it themselves, so now a superclass monster is pounding on their doorstep, and the neighbors are basically begging Haruki to handle it. The cat calls it a massive international crisis. She tells Haruki, later I'm gonna wring a huge favor out of that neighboring country as payback, so for now, you've gotta handle the beast. Haruki, Shizuka, and Nito hurry to the spot where the threat was reported, and today Nito's playing chaperone since the cat isn't around. Haruki just shrugs and wonders if this enemy will actually be a real problem, but Nito is already losing it, full-on panic mode. He blurts out, panicking, that this monster is a legend for wiping out whole squads of top-tier fighters. Then when Shizuka steps into view in that maid outfit, Nito snaps, yelling that it's way too dangerous, and demands to know why Haruki brought a woman to a battlefield like this. Shizuka barrels right past Nito's freakout, steps forward like she owns the moment, mutters that she needs experience points, and instantly snaps her ability on. Teleport transfer. Nito just freezes, staring at her in total confusion, while she slams into the beast and starts fighting it. The spell slams into that giant lizard, yet it doesn't flinch, and absolutely nothing happens. Shizuka finally gets it. This thing is way too huge, and her transfer range just can't grab something on that scale, no matter what she tries. Haruki watches the whole miss with chilling composure, pointing out that even her 10,000-meter technique has hard physical limits. Unshaken, Shizuka figures, if I can't teleport it, then I'll change the plan, and with a straight face she says she'll just lop its head off instead. Shizuka lifts her hand and fires off a fresh skill, right through a new reservation. Black energy swells around the monster, and in the blink of an eye, huge black slash marks rip through the air. The massive lizard's head slips right off its neck, and a brutal spray of blood erupts into the air. Nito's eyes bulge in pure terror as the violence hits him like a truck, while Shizuka just stands there, calm as ice, totally unshaken. The fight ends in a flash, and Shizuka immediately checks her status window, only to look seriously let down by the loot she got, while Haruki lets out a heavy sigh, because deep down he knows those experience points still mostly funneled to him. Meanwhile, Nito's mind seems to snap. He's cackling like crazy at how ridiculously strong they are. Later, the focus snaps to the cat, and pure rage takes over. She erupts in a scream, swearing she'll never forgive the neighboring country for dumping this mess on them. Haruki vows to turn it into a huge international firestorm, then tells her to make sure she slaps his cut of the reward onto the compensation claim. And she shoots back a furious yes, taking the responsibility right there. Haruki freezes in pure confusion as the cat drops a blonde girl at his feet, kneeling right there on the floor. The cat snaps and tells her the truth, she's the sacrifice. A neighboring country shipped her over and begged Haruki to take her in, promise forgiveness, do whatever he wanted, while the girl kept her head bowed low. Haruki's shaking, begging the cat to calm his rage, but he won't hear it. He snaps back that he doesn't need any sacrifice. Then she spills the truth. The Prime Minister's threats landed way too hard, and the other country cranked the drama up, sending their most treasured saint just to prove they're serious. They can't just ship her back or the whole other nation will lose its mind. So when Haruki asks what he's even supposed to do with her, the cat shrugs and says, do whatever you want or toss her out if she's getting on your nerves. Unsure what to do next, Haruki whips his attention to Shizuka and says, I've got to talk to my wife first. Shizuka instantly pitches a wild idea, make the new girl Haruki's personal maid. Haruki decides to interview her on the spot, and she flashes a smile, calling herself Irestra, but says, if you want, you can just call me Alice. Haruki kicks things off with the most practical question of all, have you ever done housework? And Alice stammers, then shoots back, I'll do my absolute best. Which Haruki instantly reads as a clear no. He taps into his wisdom skill and scans her condition in an instant. He can't help but clock the Saint job class and that Holy Spirit blessing on her, yet for someone from this world, her stats still look pretty average to him. Shizuka and Haruki start grilling Alice about her saint class right in front of her, and Shizuka goes on about how saints are blessed with mysterious luck that pulls them out of danger, only for Haruki to scoff that it doesn't sound exactly enviable. Then he rips into her holy light, basically saying, saints can't rack up experience points, so your healing magic is way less efficient than a plain potion. Alice just stares, totally clueless, so she blurts out, okay, then what are saints even supposed to be? What? Shizuka fires back that for most people, it's nothing but a fancy label, a brand name wearing a mask, and then she keeps tearing into her dark history lesson. He was explaining saints aren't built for combat. Back then, they were straight-up human sacrifices, tossed to giant monsters just to keep those monsters from going on a rampage. It's the final throw of the dice when even a beast can't be beaten. Haruki grimaces at how brutal that fate is, but Alice suddenly snaps into full power. She swears that if some giant monster ever crashes into the nation, she'll go down as a glorious sacrifice, no regrets, until Haruki cuts her off on the spot, saying that monster won't get her, because it'll be nothing but his experience points. Then a deafening crash blasts through the house, and a scream rips from the kitchen. Haruki sprawled on the bed, finally letting his guard down and relaxing. Asks how Alice is holding up, like she's worried something might have gone wrong. Shizuka strolls in with a cool face and calmly drops the bomb. Our new maid just shattered her third dish of the day. Alice stands in the background, staring at shattered plate shards like hope just cracked, 2 weeks since she moved into the household, while Shizuka and Haruki watch her scrub the floor, silently falling apart. Shizuka laughs that the day's already gone by, but Haruki just shrugs, calling out that even with all this time, her cleaning hasn't gotten any better at all. She brushes off the jab and fires back straight to Haruki. What does he really think about their new maid? Haruki tries to slip past the vague question and tells them she's doing her best. But Shizuka leans in and pushes the question harder, straight up asking if he thinks she's cute. Haruki's breathing catches when that sudden trap question hits, and she blurts out, "What do you mean?" Shizuka straight up admits what she really feels. She's genuinely into Alice, because Alice is the real deal, no games, and she goes all in. She blurts out that she's grown so attached to him, she can't even stomach the idea of using him as a monster sacrifice anymore. Haruki finally calms down, nods along, and admits he's gotten attached too. Shizuka flashes a cryptic smile and says that this emotional bond makes everything perfectly right, leaving Haruki utterly baffled about what she even means. Later that night, Shizuka stays wide awake while Haruki sleeps, breathing softly right beside her. She eyes the status screen and doubts the experience points are adding up, then clicks her tongue, because she'll grind power the hard way on her own. Staring at Haruki's sleeping face, she decides the time for waiting is finally over. She bends down, presses a kiss to Haruki's cheek, and whispers, "I truly love you," like it's her whole heart speaking. As she pulls away, it hits her. She's usually timid, but once she decides something, she just can't stop herself. She slips out of the master bedroom, storms down the hall, and slams to a stop right in front of the guest room door. Alice's name spilled from his lips in a trembling whisper. Standing in the room where Alice sleeps, Shizuka fixes her gaze on the girl, and it hits her. Alice's presence is the last missing puzzle piece she's been waiting for to finally move forward. She treats this moment like a sacred ritual, something she must do to unlock her next step. Even though she knows, in her heart and mind, she doesn't need to go to any extreme. The spark has latched onto her mind, and now she can't stop. She has to see it through. The very next morning at breakfast, Shizu dropped a bombshell in front of everyone. She leaned toward Haruki and confessed that she'd always been haunted by guilt about making him hold back every time she's on her period. While Alice is innocently cooking in the back, Shizuka drops her bombshell policy. If she's not around, Alice steps in to take care of him. Haruki locks up in total shock when that wild harem declaration hits, then scrambles to shut it down fast, blabbering that he can absolutely control his urges, no problem. Shizuka shoots back that he's clearly pulling his punches, and you can feel the frustration boiling underneath. Cornered in the moment, Haruki admits, yeah, that's technically true. But he swears he's not trying to hook up with a whole bunch of people. He's fixated on her and her alone. Shizuka lays out her side. Yeah, normally she'd be green with jealousy and never want him sharing a bed with anyone else, but then she surprises everyone and admits she actually likes Alice. Because it's Alice, she's convinced she can pull this off, so she's shoving the mistress plan forward like it's the only move that matters. Haruki still can't figure out why she's pushing so hard to make this happen. Then Shizuka cuts in and drops the real, practical reason without sugarcoating it. Her period is about to hit any day now. She tells him to think it through before then strides away, leaving Haruki totally stunned and lost. Later, Haruki just sits there in silence at a table, watching Shizuka and Alice crack up together in the kitchen, too smoothly, like they're hiding something, while he's left utterly baffled by the whole weird vibe. Panic hits, so Haruki goes to the cat for a second opinion, and she shoots down his fears like it's nothing more than a slump. So yeah, once Haruki asks her for advice, he immediately regrets it because that boring routine he wants to fix is about to come at a price, and Alice, the saint, might be the reason. Is someone acting suspicious, or does he have dirt on him? That's why all this weird stuff is happening. Haruki shuts that down on the spot, saying his slasher instincts are top tier at sniffing out malice, and right now, he senses zero bad intent. The cat throws out a whole new theory. Maybe Shizuka isn't just acting, maybe she's making a bold declaration of resolve. Because she's convinced their hearts are slipping farther and farther away from each other. She corners Haruki and asks if he's ever actually said, "I love you" to Shizuka out loud, then Haruki realizes he hasn't. She snaps that women start spiraling without that verbal reassurance and tells him to go prove it right now. She pushes him away to go get ready, muttering that their awkward vibe is annoying her, and Haruki's completely stunned because she actually gave solid advice. Wandering down the castle corridor all by himself, Haruki churns through the situation in his head. He figures if Shizuka's just mad, she'd say it straight to his face, and the moment she tosses out this harem setup, it hits him. Something bigger is going on, and it won't stop nagging at his gut. He stares out the window at the pounding rain, eyes fixed on that ugly, storm-choked sky, like trouble S about to snap and go for blood. Right as he whips around the corner, Haruki spots Shizuka standing all by herself in the middle of the hallway. He shouts her name like something S off because she's not supposed to be caught in public like this. She usually hates it when she isn't working. Shizuka whips around to face him, and you can tell she's been standing there for one person, him. Haruki spots Shizuka alone in the hallway, and he snaps, "What are you doing lurking out here instead of waiting in the room?" He can't shake the gut feeling that something's seriously off here, especially with Alice tangled in it. Shizuka nods like, "Yeah, I get your point," but then he snaps back, she's not being controlled. She lays it out clearly, Alice is here, and every bit of this is happening because it's her own decision. A ritual she had to perform, or she couldn't keep moving forward. She spills why she hesitates, calling herself a timid mess, so nervous she can't even bring herself to take her glasses off in front of people. She tells him, "I can't even take one step until I lock down multiple safeguards first." Haruki's like, "Wait, rituals," but Shizuka won't budge, insisting that stepping out alone like this is the make or break first step. She drops a cryptic little jab that if he'd picked Alice instead, she could have nailed it even better, but then she shrugs and insists she's happy all the same. Haruki, still unconvinced, shoots back, asking exactly where she's planning to go with all this moving forward talk. Shizuka steers the talk straight into the past and asks him, "Do you still remember when you wiped out the Orc Lord?" Haruki straight up confirms it. She admits that back then she was so terrified she collapsed on the spot and even wet herself from pure fear. She still remembers the moment he carved through that monster in one brutal strike and how rock-solid dependable he felt. She admits that in that exact moment, something in her snapped, and she couldn't stop herself from being wildly drawn to him, a real powerhouse of a man. She truly thought her life would wrap around his side, forever as his partner. But then her voice flips, and she tells you she just figured something out. It pushed Haruki to blurt out, "Wait, what realization?" Shizuka finally reaches a heavy truth. After everything, she can't see Haruki as the strong man she thought he was. Then it hits him, his slasher ability isn't just strong, it's the absolute most powerful authority in the whole world. She spells out the truth, their power gap is like house cats facing a lion. No matter how hard they try, the fight was never fair, and even she admits her teleportation can't touch what he can do. She adjusts her glasses and tells him, "I'm safe right now, your power is still shielding me, and you've got over 10,000 defensive slashes locked onto my body." Then he lays it all out and makes it clear what it means. She starts peeling off her glasses like she's tossing away her last shield. Shizuka slams them onto the stone floor, and they shatter into brutal little pieces. Rain hammers the courtyard as she looks up and declares, loud and fearless, "This is who I am now." A wild, flushed look snaps across Shizuka's face as she blurts out a bizarre question. Doesn't he think he's stronger than Haruki? Haruki senses the danger in her vibe and shoots a straight question. Are you really about to betray us? Then lightning rips across the sky, lighting up every ounce of tension. Haruki keeps a tight grip near his sword and demands to know what she means when she says someone's stronger than him. Haruki shoves a point-blank demand at her. What are you really trying to say? Shizuka throws her truth on the table. She's claiming she can live just fine by herself in this world, and she doesn't need to cling to some strong guy anymore. Haruki leans in and goes, "So what?" And Shizuka keeps going, saying her days of hiding behind a man's protection stop right now, because she's done being guarded, and she's stepping in as the master instead. She'll step up and throw herself into his corner, taking Haruki under her protection and making sure he stays safe. Stunned by this wild role swap, Haruki can only blurt out one question: how exactly is she going to pull it off? Shizuka snaps, her face twists into a sinister, obsessed grin, and she lays out her plan. She's going to grab the Ripper power and crush Haruki's strength until he's helpless, then she'll swoop in, claim him, and keep him as her beloved pet. Thunder rumbles overhead as Haruki hears that wild declaration, and just slumps into a weary, defeated sigh. He watches her scratch the back of his head, then blurts out her name the moment she asks what he wants. He snaps at her, saying that for someone so smart, she's still an absolute unbelievable idiot. Then Haruki stares her down in deadly silence. He tells Shizuka that if she'd just pause and think for a second, she'd find the answer, yet somehow she keeps refusing to even look, her calm, almost mocking expression saying it all. He admits it, he honestly finds that kind of stupidity weirdly cute. Shizuka's face burns with heat as she blurts out, demanding he spell out, word for word, what he means by that. Haruki refuses to back off. He tells her she'll learn the truth soon as she finally goes and tries. He calls her bluff, clocks the fact she's trying to take his authority, and dares her to try, then tosses out a calm warning that with one pre-booked slash, he could end her anytime. Or maybe he should just launch that attack 10,000 meters straight up into the sky. Shizuka snaps back, flinching at his reckless confidence. Haruki can't stop thinking, like, did she really miss something painfully obvious? Shizuka spirals into panic, overthinking every move, and snaps at herself, is Haruki faster than me? Then quickly reassures her own nerves, her registered slashes are already in motion. She tells herself no matter what he throws at her, her strike hits first, and there's no way he can slip past her guard without triggering her deadly automatic counter. Haruki realizes he can't touch her at all, so she just stands there and watches him mumble a laid-back, okay. With that opening in her grasp, she lunges forward and goes all in on his moment of inaction. The attack snaps to life in an instant, boom, the cutting ability manifests through the one who slices. A monstrous blade slash rips straight through the spot where Haruki's head should be, and Shizuka erupts in a scream, grabbing this power for herself, blasting out glowing energy to snatch his authority right as the cut lands. But once the dust finally clears, Haruki stands there unscathed, totally unharmed. Shizuka snaps into stunned silence, stammers out, why, like her brain just hit the brakes. Panic erupts in her, she realizes she can't steal his power, and somehow her attack never even lands on him. As she spirals into confusion, Haruki just stares at her with pure boredom, then shoots questions, what's wrong and are you done already? Shizuka digs in and refuses to quit. She whips her blade downward with everything she's got, gritting through a strained grunt as that massive slash rips straight through the air. She completely loses it, stammers in pure shock, while Haruki just vanishes like he never existed. The teleport skill bursts to life, and Shizuka clenches her teeth in pure frustration, utterly baffled by how he's moving. Haruki pops back in like nothing happened, and his hakama settles smoothly around him. He's standing there totally unscathed, like nothing even touched him. Shizuka lunges for him, but he just drifts right out of reach. The truth slams into her like a punch. Shizuka crumples to her knees, gasping for breath, and blurts out, how in the world did this happen, and why did it turn out like this? Watching her spirit shatter, Haruki softly calls out her name. Haruki starts unraveling the logic, because the moment he first realized the Slayer could cut asterisk anything, it all clicked into place. He's got a whole plan in his head, then he quizzes Shizuka, have you ever wondered what I'd cut first? But she just stares up at him, clueless, and blurts out a totally confused sound. Haruki insists that once you can cut anything you hear, there's only one thing that makes perfect sense to cut first. Shizuka is completely baffled, she just keeps staring at him, lost in pure confusion. Suddenly a status window slams into view before her, and her eyes go wide in shock. She freezes on the name Kin in her profile, and the disbelief hits so hard she can barely get the words out. Haruki shuts her down with a sharp explanation. She didn't instantly become his kin just because they got married. He points out how wild it is that a legal wife could suddenly be handed that kind of power out of nowhere, then shoots the question, didn't it bother her that this exact category showed up the instant he realized his slasher abilities? Shizuka is freaking out, hyperventilating in full panic. He completely panicked as the reality crashed in. Haruki tells her it doesn't matter if she calls it a bond or a yoke, names are meaningless, and then he reveals the truth. He cut the chain to the one who held absolute control over her, the Chancellor. He couldn't even breathe when he imagined his beloved wife chained to another man. So he was the first one to slice through that man's control. Haruki lays out exactly how it all happened, because this slave system only works when that bond stays locked to a master. He fired the same play he uses to steal power, and used it to reel that bond back to himself. The second he pulled that move, Shizuka got bound to him as his retainer, thanks to the subjugation skill. Turns out the Chancellor secretly fiddled with the summoning circle, stealing command power while dodging the protection duties, so Shizuka's status sheet came out blank until Haruki took over both jobs. Haruki lanes in and blurts out that up to this exact moment, he'd never once used his full command authority. With him staying completely silent, the Chancellor and Shizuka never clocked it, because the no-one-speaking mystery was actually the current master. Because a slave had zero right to strike her master, the moment she attacked, her strike got shut down instantly. He leans over her, smirking, and tells her that if she'd only tried a bit of research with her wisdom skill, she would have caught this immediately. Totally crushed, Shizuka crumples to the floor and blurts out an apology, terrified beyond words. She drops to her knees and begs for his forgiveness, confessing she thought she'd gained real power, then admits she got swept up and lost herself. Haruki locks eyes with her, her face set in stone, and tells her straight up that this is okay. She crossed the line way too far this time. Squatting down to her level, he tells her he can't forgive her that fast, and Shizuka lets out a terrified squeak. Haruki slams his authority into place and declares he's issuing an order to his kin, Shizuka Ito, while Shizuka tightens up, bracing for the worst. But Haruki simply orders her to become his beautiful bride. A violent thunderstorm tears through the night, and lightning blasts down all around the castle. Then the storm finally cracks, the sun blasts up into the sky, and a brand new morning kicks off, while in one bedroom the day begins right there. Shizuka's wide awake, naked under the sheets, basically sparkling with pure energy. She bursts out a way too hyped good morning to Haruki, grinning like the room's full of floating hearts. Haruki's still half asleep, staring in silence as Shizu's intensity hits like a wave, and he awkwardly forces out an okay, sweating a little the whole time. Then Shizu cheerfully blurts that breakfast is already ready and pushes him to get up. In the dining room, Alice sits at the table, eyes vacant, and says this morning feels totally different from the usual, like something is off. She watches the whole scene blow up beside her, deadpan as ever, and thinks, these two are seriously on another level. Right next to her, Shizuka, now dressed in a maid outfit, gleefully spoon-feeds Haruki-ku's master, and begs him to open up and say, ah. Haruki breaks it all down, basically saying, this is just how it's going to be from now on, and you realize Shizuka has never once been handed a straight order by him, until now, so she's been able to keep her own personality intact. The Chancellor exploited a loophole, twisting the rules so he could control the slaves while still letting them believe they had free will by refusing to protect him when it was his duty. Still, Haruki's authority hits different. It pulls with a force the Chancellor never could, and the moment he gives an order, it sparks fierce loyalty in whoever obeys. They swap their own free will for this overwhelming bliss, and pure, total obedience takes over. Now all that's left is one loyal follower who's happy only when he obeys him. Shizuka clings to Haruki's arm, humming like everything's perfect and pressing herself against him, while Haruki slumps with exhaustion, thinking he'd actually preferred the old Shizuka and knowing this cheerful shift was coming. So he dodged giving orders altogether from the very start. Even with the way she's acting right now, he can feel it. Some cold, calculating part of her is already cooking up a new rebellion, one built to erase the shame of her last failure. He can't believe she even bothered to rebel in the first place, like she only tried because it looked doable. Noting that if their actions make zero sense, you can't really stop them. Haruki swings around to Shizuka and snaps that right now, she's just playing the sweet little wife, doing exactly what he orders. He figures that if she truly slips into being that adorable wife for real, the deal gets marked as done, so she could finally snap back to normal. But the order is still running, so somewhere in her head, she's still working it out and pretending like it's real. He urges her to hurry up and become his truly adorable wife. Then Shizuka flashes a sweet smile and vows she'll do her best, even as doubt quietly gnaws at her like, can she really pull this off? For a brief moment the story dives into Alice's head. She replays the exact instant she met her husband and remembers how the power inside her, probably her saint ability, snapped to attention instantly. A real spark shot through her, and she sensed it, an overwhelming divine power pouring off the man standing right in front of her. That shocking realization flipped her whole world. Alice says it hit her like lightning, and in that instant she finally saw the real truth behind everything. At first she believed her only purpose was to die as a sacrifice for the monsters, but then she finally saw the truth and realized she'd been wrong all along. With Haruki resting nearby, she drops to her knees and declares, clear as thunder, her real mission is to lead the one who's holding this divine power. Later, Haruki strolls across the castle grounds with his cat padding right beside him. She leans in and asks what the Chancellor was so rattled about earlier. Haruki lays it out, that guy probably just figured out his cord was already cut a long time ago, the one you thought you had on Haruki. Haruki figures that if he can wipe out the whole country with a whim, then a measly control cord won't change a thing. The cat takes it in and then realizes nothing really changed. Haruki was always the real danger, so panicking right now changes nothing. Haruki draws a hard line in the sand, telling her that as long as she doesn't touch his reverse scale, his absolute trigger point, he has zero plans to tear down their position. The cat shrugs and admits nothing's changed, then swings straight into a dirtier question. She leans in and asks if the saint was tasty, saying she likes hers a little more mature. She slips in one game-changing detail. Turns out a saint only counts as a sacrifice if she's still a virgin. Haruki lets out a tiny laugh, then cracks, guess I should hurry up and sleep with you just to mess up the sacrifice plan early. In the living quarters, Alice hums to herself with a grin as she cooks up something in the kitchen. Haruki slips in behind her, flashes a casual good morning, and playfully taps her waist, then Alice jolts with a startled scream. Alice immediately snaps at him, shouting that she's his master, insisting this is exactly what Drake would do. Haruki shoots back without shame, saying, if you're going to move like that, of course people are going to notice, while Alice freezes, stammering, I wasn't wagging anything. But Haruki tunes her out, thinking to himself that her rear end is top tier, yet her small chest just doesn't spark a damn thing. Right as he's casually sizing her up, he suddenly freezes. Shizuoka is literally right there in the doorway, staring you down. Locking eyes with him in brutal silence, a glare so intense it sends cold sweat pouring off his skin. Haruki awkwardly blurts to Shizuka if she saw what just went down with Alice, then tries to brush it off with a casual morning, hey, but Shizuka's face is totally scarlet, and she can barely stammer out a greeting to her master. But the emotional damage hits like a truck. She violently projectile vomits a massive wave of blood right in front of him, and Haruki is left screaming in shock. Haruki explodes in a furious yell, demanding, what the hell just happened? Shizuka crumpled onto the floor, drowning in her own blood, weakly just set it straight. Watching Alice and her master act all sweet and lovey-dovey hit her so hard that stress instantly shut down her stomach. Alice snaps, totally confused, saying Shizuka was the one who pushed her to become a mistress in the first place. Then Shizuka finally admits she misjudged herself, thinking she could handle the jealousy. She starts coughing up blood again, and Alice panics instantly as she fights through screams for healing. As the chaos erupts, Haruki finally realizes Shizuka's plan to stay out of reach and rebel from afar totally backfired. She realized it way too late. She liked him way more than she ever admitted to herself. Later on, Haruki slips outside the castle and starts walking in the open air. When Princess Silphiera cuts him off with a bright, cheerful greeting, Haruki just stares at her in silence for what feels like forever, then finally blurts out, wait, who are you, for real this time? The princess freezes in pure disbelief, then Silphiera detonates into a furious scream, shouting that she's the country's second princess and he seriously forgot her. Haruki scrambles backward, bluffing that he remembers, while inside he realizes he's just dragged up a memory he desperately wishes he'd never recalled. Silphiera snaps into action at once, tossing out the rumor that he's taken the saint as his mistress. She fires back that if he's already collecting mistresses, then there's nothing stopping him from making her his second wife. Haruki plays dumb, then when she swears she's the devoted type, he shuts her down cold and keeps walking like she's not even there. Not giving up for a second, Silphiera barrels after him and screams that she won't stop until he tells her exactly what she has to do to make him her husband. Haruki slams on the brakes and suggests she might have to drop her political dreams. He pauses like he's about to say yes, and then surprise hits. Silphiera flushes bright red, looks away, and mumbles that chasing him has nothing to do with ambition anymore. Haruki stares at her, totally thrown off by the sudden mood swing, and Silphiera cuts the talk short on the spot, telling her she'll return later. As she turns to walk away, Haruki clocks it. She's way more on edge than usual. He flicks a quick thought about what's got her rattled, then shrugs it off fast. He's not about to dive into royal family drama. Instead, Shizuka decides to switch tactics and go for a whole new way to win Haruki over. She steps up to him like a thundercloud with that ridiculously huge chest, then acts all proud and commands him to look. Haruki immediately shuts it down, saying there's no way she could have grown that much overnight and calling out whether she's cheating with padding, and Shizuka just shrugs and admits it. Alice straight up bought her a padded bra to pump up her chest. She leans in and asks Haruki if this exact size is the kind he really prefers. She fires off the logic: if she's so big, she can't exactly whine about the results. Then she ratchets everything up fast and dares him to go ahead and squeeze them if he wants to test the quality. Haruki freezes on the spot, fumbling her words as she bows sweetly, then shoves that fake chest right toward him like it'll save her. He was left totally stumped, not knowing how to deal with her vicious new game plan. Later, while the trio trudges through the castle halls, the whole atmosphere turns creepy and off. Shizuka tells Haruki to hang in there, but he snaps, telling her to quit staring at him with those pitying eyes because it freaks him out, so Alice jumps in next. Saying it's no big deal just makes people ignore the truth. Turns out a bigger chest can mean stiff shoulders, and it's honestly not even all that great. Shizuka snaps the second she hears his humble brag, calling out the maid as getting cocky, because her curves are real, and that's exactly why it sounds like she thinks she's better. Shizuka lays out her master plan. If she can become a woman with a chest big enough to tempt Haruki, she'll take control of him and steer him exactly the right way. Haruki nods along to her nonsense politely, then finally snaps that she should stop wearing that fake bra already. Alice brushes it off and tells Madame Shizuka, "You've got to train your heart strong enough for the day when Alice and Haruki finally end up together." Shizuka's jaw drops as she blurts out, "How am I even supposed to do that?" Then Alice snaps into an over-the-top pose and launches into a fiery monologue about the brutal grind of being a saint, having to forge both a solid body and a steel heart for her mistress. Haruki realizes Alice isn't just reading, she's straight up quoting Shizuka's secret diary, down to an entry called Ultimate Collection of Cool Lines. The moment Shizuka's cringy private writings get read out loud, embarrassment hits so hard she instantly vomits blood and crumples back down again. Haruki is totally stunned she actually keeps a book like that. Alice panics as her mistress drops down for the count. Later, Haruki heads out on a mission with the cat, and the two are deep in a fierce talk, zeroing in on the bandits and pirates they're hunting. Catwoman snaps that they've got to move fast, then she can't wrap her head around it. Why can't the summoners just erase them with zero trouble? She drops a dark truth like a bomb. Most of these bandits are just runaway summoners who ditched their own groups, and Haruki can't believe what he's hearing. Catwoman just smirks and calls out that he's clueless, as usual. They explain that when monsters get summoned, usually half the crew bolts, but Haruki's hero stepped in and kept every one of them in line. So it took until now for them to finally face the brutal truth of desertion. On the ship's deck, the cat breaks down the mission to Meika, and she can't stop herself from blurting out, "Why am I going when the so-called hero isn't even here?" The Catwoman just shrugs and lays it out, so they can toss the hero at easy bandits first, make sure he's winning clean every time, and pump up his confidence before the real trouble hits. Meika realizes this is just training wheels to teach him how to plow through enemies, and Catwoman nods, saying real war isn't won by tricks, it's won by mental toughness, so if the fight gets brutal, Meika's the one taking the hard grind while she goes to battle the pirates. Meika, Alice, and Shizu leaned in to take in every corner of their vessel as the ship finally set sail. Alice is genuinely having the time of her life, grinning and saying her very first trip out on the sea has this irresistible kind of charm. Meika's not buying it. She narrows her eyes and demands to know why they'd risk sailing on a total wreck like this. Catwoman tells everyone it's a must. This disguise has to be perfect. Their cover, they claim pirates already struck first and all this wreckage is what's left, and she insists that if they'd shown up on a brand new spotless ship, the pirates would have been too scared to go anywhere near them. Catwoman's calm snaps into terrifying rage. She warns that pirate attacks are no game and shouts at Meika to hunt them down and destroy them. He ordered her to blast the enemy ships clean in half and make sure not a single witness survived. Meika's bloodlust-trembling fear spikes hard until Catwoman drops her real motive. She's going to torture the survivors by tormenting the very spot of their hideout, and wipes them out because pirates keep stealing fish off her. Maka realizes the commander isn't on a mission. He's just furious about a very personal food grudge. 3 days slam by and the vibe on the ship drops like a rock. Alice and Shizuka is totally wiped out by this diet, snapping that they're done with fish for every single meal, while Meika is basically on their knees, begging for meat or even vegetables. But the Catwoman is in heaven, swearing she's totally satisfied with the menu. Yet the second frustration and hunger hit, she snaps, screams into the ocean, and begs for pirates to finally show up so she can stop just eating fish and actually do something. Right on cue, as if her prayer reached the heavens, a lookout yells, "Sails," and warns that the pirates have finally crashed in. Meika's face lights up with terrifying joy, and the second she gets the Catwoman's attention, she starts demanding the permission. She's ready to sink that ship and split it down the middle. Catwoman urges Meika to hold up until they're close. She needs a hostage for the interrogation, but Meika is already buzzing with excitement and won't hear a word. In the blink of an eye, Meika unleashes her attack. Massive geysers of water tear out of the sea, and the pirate ship gets obliterated in one brutal strike, shattered into splintered debris. The Catwoman lets out a heavy sigh, fixes her orders, and barks at the crew to grab those pirates the ocean spared, ones thrown overboard instead of killed. Meika just stands there, wiping sweat off her brow like it's no big deal, looking all cleaned up and smugly satisfied because she finally managed to cut someone. On the ship, the cat snaps the team to attention and lays out the last phase of the mission, then drops the bombshell. They've found the tiny island where the pirates are hiding. Turns out the pirates are foreign saboteurs in disguise, and that stolen treasure is already packed up and shipped straight back to their homeland. There's no loot to grab, so Catwoman kicks off the plan with a ruthless grin, split the island in two and sink it. Meika hears she won't have to hold back, and with grim determination, she snaps into action, ready to make any surviving fool spill their secrets. Meika unleashes the attack, and in one brutal heartbeat, the island on the horizon gets wiped out, blasted to pieces by a strike so vicious it hurls colossal geysers of water skyward. With the target finally erased, Meika whips back to her crew, glowing like she's just won the fight, and tells them they can go home for real now. Shizuka and Alice immediately shower their terrifying master with praise. Soon, the whole crew rockets back to the capital and crashes into the castle grounds. We march through the courtyard, blasting an intense, crushing aura so hard that the station guards froze on the spot. She's staring ahead, visibly terrified as she rushes past them. Strolling down the corridors, Catwoman clocks Maka's mood and decides to press for answers. She tells her that Meika may be feeling the karma crushing down from all those people she slaughtered so effortlessly. Then Meika fires right back, snapping that it's rude to assume she doesn't worry, but in the middle of her sentence, her words stop cold. A hollow stare flashes across her face as she scrambles to remember the last time guilt or worry ever hit her after killing. Only to realize she can't remember a single time she ever felt like that. Catwoman isn't even fazed. Meika has always been exactly like this, while Alice watches the exchange and kicks her analysis brain into high gear. She says this cold lack of remorse comes from the slasher job class itself, because the class doesn't just guide her, it owns her, sharpening their minds and power until all they could think about was slicing through their enemies. Shizuka finally gets it. This is how those guilt-filled walls get torn down, so Maka's composure feels unshakable, and then Catwoman decides to poke the bear one last time. She flashes a grin and goes, maybe it's not the class at all, maybe Meika was born a heartless, rotten scoundrel. Boom, she locks in a bright, terrifying smile, draws her katana, and asks if this is one of those moments where she's allowed to get angry. Alice bursts into frantic screams, begging her master to stay calm, right before she swings down their own commander. The story whips across the sea and lands in the kingdom of Starliana. Inside the royal castle, where every shadow feels like it's plotting something. A tense showdown is happening right now between the country's top officials, and the Starlina squad, posted by the window, watches the horizon where the island used to be. One of them confirms the target's been wiped out for real, and the next straight up says the whole island and the forward base are gone too. Calling it without a shadow of a doubt, this was the work of a supreme, top-tier being. They huddled over the rumors of the old Tanuki Chancellor of Gardera, then it hit them. He wasn't making it up because he truly ruled over a supreme underling. A young official, headband snug on his brow, leans in and marvels at how insanely rational Gardera's supremacy really seems. With a sharp pinch of envy, he notes that the island went down, and not a single soul outside it got hurt. So this means he can fully master that huge power like it's nothing. Their talk snaps right to their own situation. An official bluntly warns that most superclass beings walk around with shattered minds or missing pieces of their hearts. He's sick with frustration, pointing at Starlina's own superclass like it's the ultimate proof of that instability. While they chat, quiet whispers creep in right nearby. Their local monster just strangled another attendant. Piling his kill count deep into the double digits, the officials can't even hide their fear. They're admitting nobody has a clue what flips the switch inside him, and they'd rather swap him out for Gardera's rational weapon any day. Since their military option keeps failing them, they agree on one brutal truth. If brute force doesn't work, then it's diplomacy or nothing. Elsewhere, Princess Silfiera soaks in the moonlight as she meets a shadowy conspirator, and the man swears the plan is already set in motion. Silfiera leans in and says the only thing left is the perfect trigger, one spark, and everything moves together at once, like that sharp-witted princess is cooking up something secret under the surface. Back with Maka's crew, everything snaps into high gear. The cat bursts in and tells Maka that an emergency declaration just got triggered worldwide. A look of confusion slammed across his face as he blurted, "What does that mean?" Catwoman slams the heavy truth down. Demons have just surfaced. Catwoman lays it out, the real threat, but while most monsters just follow instinct, every so often a rare few crawl out with razor-smart minds and logic that actually makes sense. These are the demons, pure nightmare fuel, with power so brutal that even a squad of special-grade fighters can't drop a single one. Once it's discovered, international law kicks in and forces every nation to jump in and cooperate right away. She drops the most horrifying truth: demons don't just hunt, they multiply, snatch humans, and pump them full of mana until they're torn apart and remade into brand new, even stronger demons. If they're left unchecked, their numbers will keep multiplying until it gets out of control. It multiplies faster and faster, like the numbers are racing out of control. He's building an army of monsters, each one stronger than a nation's top fighter. The cat leans in and tells Maka the brutal truth: if the demon count ever climbs past 10, the world is basically over, because they breed faster than humanity can possibly cut them down. She explains that demons run on a ruthless hierarchy, and they siphon magicules from the world around them to keep stacking power forever. Eventually, a demon can level up into a demon lord, an absolute monster, stronger than even the superclass itself. She tells them straight up, no human can beat a demon lord, so the second one is born, the world is basically toast. Makia chews on this in her head, nervous that her authority might actually do something to a demon king, and if it works, she can still believe they've got a real shot at winning. Pumped up and ready, she yells that she just has to do her best to wipe out the demons, only to tack on a loud meow by accident. The second it slips out, embarrassment hits hard, because she realizes she's totally started copying Catwoman's annoying verbal habit. The army keeps grinding forward, and the story slams into the loud, bustling streets of the Ordes Kingdom's frontier. Haruki, Shizuka, and Arista push through the crowd, soaking in the huge mobilization, and the cat warned them that every country is trapped in the same storm, because stirring up trouble right now would paint the entire world as their enemy. Haruki demands to know where the real demons are, and the Catwoman points straight to the frontier. Haruki whips around to Shizuka and snaps, "Why didn't you just lean on your wisdom and teleport us there right away?" Shizuka tells them wisdom hands you the map, like you're staring down from a god's eye view. Which looks like pure gibberish to her, and she just can't make sense of it. Shizuka keeps talking and drops the terrifying limit. She can only plant one pseudo-authority at a time, so she can't fuse the wisdom data with the mental map teleportation demands. She admits that mixing them could unleash insane possibilities, but she's pretty sure it's safer not to push her luck too deep into the gods' territory. The whole crew rolls up to the frontier city in the Kingdom of Ortiz's urban district, and boom, there it is. A massive camp swallowing the area while they press in to survey it. The cat drops the bombshell. Special-grade warriors from every nation have converged, over 300 strong, forming a monstrous army. Haruki realizes that because they slipped across the borders with zero trouble, the nations must have finally clocked it. There's no time for pleasantries. Right in the middle of the crowd, the Grand Marshal of the Ordes army steps up in front of the troops, welcoming the elite warriors like heroes and pouring out his heartfelt thanks for them showing up. Haruki blurts out, "Who's that guy?" And the cat snaps back that he's the Grand Marshal of the Ordes army. Then she immediately goes, "Yeah, and you're probably trying to seize command of the joint forces," while clearly side-eyeing the whole idea. Suddenly, a blonde young man in the crowd shoots his hand up and cuts the marshal off, calmly saying, "I've got a question." Without a second thought, he shoves aside the plan and demands to know who's taking overall command. The Grand Marshal freezes, then stammers that of course it would be him, because hey, he's the Grand Marshal. The blonde young man fires back at the Grand Marshal in a flat, no-nonsense tone, saying he just isn't convinced, while the Marshal snarls and snaps back with a furious "what?" in sheer disbelief. The blonde kid stays cool as he insists they're not even his people, and the Marshal fires back that he can't just dump command on a man he doesn't know the first thing about, who knows what he's capable of. Hearing that, the blonde kid fires back and says they settle it for real, no guessing, just skill, as he unsheathes his blade. In a blink, the blonde young man whips his sword through the air, so lightning fast it's almost impossible to even see the swing. Leaving the Grand Marshal stunned, he couldn't even react. The Grand Marshal's outer robe tears to shreds and drops away. He stands there with his sword yanked free, while the blonde young man declares, "I refuse to serve anyone weaker than me." The blonde young man snaps his gaze to the elite warriors and hurls down a challenge. He roars for anyone who thinks they can beat him to step up, daring them to prove it, because he'll gladly follow the lead of the one strong enough to take him out. The crowd murmurs with nervous tension, like something big is about to snap. And somewhere inside, they can already feel the whole thing spiraling downhill fast. The air between the warriors turns razor-thin. Everyone's annoyed that some nobody grabbed command, but that's not even the worst part. They're terrified that taking him on would be brutal, and even a possible win would grind them down before the real fight, so nobody plans to step forward. Suddenly chaos ripples through the crowd, and the Grand Marshal snaps his head around, utterly baffled. Maki strides out from the line of soldiers, walking straight at the challenger like she owns the ground, while the blond young man keeps his eyes locked on her coming closer. In the background, the cat freaks out, blurting that the girl is an idiot. Shake off the tension, now tighten her gloves and get ready to throw down. The cat sits on the sidelines, staring in disbelief, muttering that Meika is seriously pulling this stunt right now. She blurts it out to the baffled crowd. Meika's got a permanent marker in her hand. The crowd murmurs, baffled by this weapon, while a blond young man gapes at it and blurts out to Maka what she's planning to do. Then the cat pops in from the back, declaring it a kindness attack, and the blonde just freezes, asking if she means kindness like being nice. The blonde kid steadies himself, then leans in and points out that Meika's got a weird weapon. He smirks and asks if he should even bother getting his challenger's name. Meika pops the marker cap with a calm smirk and tells them she's totally fine with being called Challenger Number 1. In the blink of an eye, a move drops, so brutally fast the blond young man snaps and flinches violently. His eyes bulged with shock, he jolts a hand to his cheek, stammers, and can't make sense of what's happening. Make us freeze completely, then tell him, one death already counts for him. The blond young man leans in and demands, what do you mean by that? Meika snaps that the moment she managed to draw a line on him, it proved she could have cut him clean, no problem at all, while the blonde kid thinks she's going easy just to teach him a lesson, and the cat interrupts, saying this isn't some gentle, soft-hearted act meant to make him learn. Blinded by rage at the mockery, the blond young man snaps. He surges forward and swings his weapon, screaming that she's pushed it too far this time. The blond young man slammed his huge mechanical spear forward with explosive force, hunting to skewer her. Then he unleashed a furious storm of stabs, but Meiko slipped through every single strike like it was nothing. As she weaves through deadly strikes, she calmly stretches out a marker and shouts, "Up go," and that's how it all ends there. When the chaos finally dies down, the blonde kid is left gasping, with a big triangle, a circle, and an egg scraped across his face like someone just played tic-tac-toe on him. The crowd explodes into a wild cheer, but the truth is way less glorious. One kneel over the defeated blonde kid, sweat pouring, pure panic written all over his face. She grips the marker and finally blurts out the truth. She ran out of ink. She hurried to save face, dropped her gaze at her opponent, and demanded, "So, you feel okay now?" Then she glanced again, almost frantic, to confirm he'd finally understood just how strong she really was. The blonde kid snaps out in shame, staring at the ugly scribbles on his face, and demands to know how that's supposed to be a kindness attack, because it looks nothing like anything helpful. Then the cat smugly chimes in. It's written break heart, but it's pronounced heartbreak. Makia snaps and says she's had enough. She hurls the empty marker aside and tells them to finish it without her. Then she strides off and shouts, "If you want to be Challenger Number 2, bring your own marker." Soldiers erupt into wild cheers for her win, and when night falls back at camp, that cat starts roasting Haruki nonstop. She demands he keep it locked down because he's super tier and he has to hold back even more. It was like he'd issued the order for that crushing spectacle. Then Haruki snapped, apologized, and confessed he'd just gotten fed up with how cocky that guy was. Clung to Haruki's arm and showered him with praise, calling him absolutely amazing. The cat slides into the hug, eyes spinning as she swoons, because nope, she's fallen for her master all over again. Even so, she can tell the Prime Minister is probably breathing easy now that the conflict is finally over. Right as the real work starts, Haruki lanes in and demands to know the actual game plan for the demon extermination. The cat says the hunt kicks off tomorrow morning, each country goes its own way, and if they spot anything, they'll ring in backup from the nearest nearby teams. Haruki scoffs at the whole plan, calling it half-assed, right after all that mess over who's really in charge. The cat says if you try to force everyone to cooperate, you're just going to make them trip each other up and drag the whole thing down. That night, the tent turns into a private, intimate world between them. From beneath the sheets, the cat blurts that Haruki is still getting handsy even at a time like this, while Aristora, stuck watching, seethes and prays they'd at least wait until after work. Next morning, Haruki bursts out of the tent, stretches hard, and yells that it was absolutely incredible, while insisting he didn't get a wink of sleep. The crew charges into the forest for the mission, and Haruki whips his gaze across his teammates. He clocked it, same old crowd, same carefree vibe, Then he turned to Tsukasa Naito and went for it, asking straight up if he'd be down to talk. Naito lets out a sharp, cold HMPH and keeps moving, like nothing can slow him down. Haruki stood there watching Tsukasa Naito walk off in total silence, and then blurted, "Dude, was that rude?" His mind racing, wondering if he'd somehow done something to make the hero hate him. The cat snaps that Haruki not knowing the reason makes everything way worse. Haruki's focus snaps forward the moment he spots a dark silhouette looming ahead. He demanded, "Is that really your target?" And the cat nodded like it knew exactly what it was doing. Haruki's shaking with nerves as he blurts out that ever since she mentioned injecting humans with magicules, he's been imagining something that's way too human to be a coincidence. Haruki whips his eyes up at the gigantic hulking demon looming over the forest, and then it hits him hard. He was badly wrong about it being human-looking. The creature rips the air with a deafening roar that rattles the trees, and the Naito squad snaps into action the second it hits. A soldier screams for formation as the squad charges in like a storm. Naito charges in first, slamming the beast with a brutal hit while the soldiers sweep in on its sides. From the sidelines, Haruki just stares with a deadpan face as everything erupts around him, because Naito's crew completely blew them off and jumped straight into the brawl. He asks, "So you really hate us that much?" And the cat snaps back right away, correcting him. Naito doesn't hate them, he just hates Haruki. Haruki shrugs off the roast and shoots, "So what's the plan?" The cat smirks and tells them to kick back and wait, let the hero's party push forward until the moment they're trapped in a real pinch. Meanwhile, Naito barrels forward with an all-out assault on the demon, and Haruki watches the battle's momentum like he's reading every move. Naito's squad looks like they're shoving the enemy back for real, until the cat steps in with a chilling correction. Demons get feared because they don't just attack, they think, with reason and smarts behind every move. So yeah, they basically never do anything solo. As she talks, the demon explodes into another earth-shaking roar. Then, right on cue, a second demon crashes out of the sky behind the soldiers. The troops crack in terror, stammering as they realize they're trapped between two monsters, with nowhere to run. Naito snapped into action, yelling for his rearguard to hold the line and buy time. Then he swung his sword hard, blasting away a storm of projectiles while he shouted that he'd rush over and help the moment the first one was down. Jumping straight into the demon battle, Haruki casually waves at Naito's squad, yells that his side is totally fine, and tells Naito to lock in on his own fight. He leans in and demands to know why Naito's face is twitching like that. The cat stares as the demon crumbles into black smoke, then snaps that Haruki is a genius at draining the will right out of people. Shizuka and Alice erupted in cheers for Haruki, bragging that he wiped out both demons all by himself. Haruki gripes that the XP payout was brutal, then the cat scolds him to shut it, even though it's still worse than the orc lord he was talking about. Suddenly a brutal sound rips through the air, so they whip around, stare toward their base, and feel it in their gut. Something terrible has happened. They rush back and find the main camp wiped out completely. The cat breaks the news. An army of demons just ambushed the main force, hitting them with ruthless coordinated tactics and racking up brutal losses among the special grades. Even after the leaders pulled off the evacuation, Haruki snaps, "What about the Chancellor?" The cat tells him the enemy slipped back the moment they finally had the upper hand, and Haruki grins, saying they might as well charge the demons right now and rack up some experience while they're already on their turf. The cat squints and calls out the massive problem. Dozens of demons are packed into that horde. Haruki remembers the old warning, if the demons ever stack up past 10. The world is on the edge of getting obliterated, like it's minutes from total annihilation. He blurts out, "Isn't this basically apocalyptic, like for real?" The very next morning, the Chancellor drags them into a tense briefing and lays out the whole plan. After the emergency talks, he reveals the truth. World leaders have quietly forged a secret deal behind the scenes. They'll look the other way at everything so Haruki and his team can do whatever it takes to wipe out the demon race. Haruki demands a straight answer, so we've basically got a blank check to go wild right, and the Chancellor confirms it, but Haruki can't shake the fear that if he battles openly, everyone will spot his power even if the leaders swear they're not seeing it. The Chancellor leans in and promises, "Don't worry, I've got ways to deal with what comes after this." Haruki agrees on the spot, because if the world is going to end, he's not letting it happen on his watch. But he admits he has no idea where the demons are hiding. The Chancellor jumps in to tag along because he's got the intel on where they are, and the cat throws a dramatic pout, saying it's not fair at all. They whip out the map, slice the search down to a smaller zone, and track the demons down, one by one. Haruki and Alice blink back to the Allied camp in a flash of light, and the surrounding soldiers jump in shock. The cat keeps its eyes locked on their arrival, like it's studying every move, Then it blurts out that the slave girl might have special powers too, even though it can't explain the details. Still, watching how things play out, it can't deny one thing: Alice is the one calling the shots. She laughs under her breath like, this has to be some wild kink, like the owner's craving to be owned. Haruki shuts her commentary down, then bluntly declares it's time to go hunt the enemy. Meanwhile, deep underground in a labyrinth of caves, the demon leadership huddles together. The blonde demon general slams himself onto his throne, clutching his skull in pure panic, and blurts out what's happening. He's totally rattled. Demons can read minds from miles away, but every single scout he sends is getting wiped out, one signal after another, until they're all gone. The blonde demon is screaming that everything was running perfectly, right up until just a second ago. He roars that they've mastered human tactics and smashed the main human force yesterday, without losing a single soldier. Right as he's talking, a voice slices in. Haruki, Alice, and Catwoman pop into the dead center of the demon conclave, and when Haruki glances around, he smirks like he just hit the jackpot. The demon general freezes in shock. Haruki swears this really is the enemy's main force, and the Catwoman tags along to mutter that a reckless charge like this should have been a total disaster. Haruki doesn't bother with small talk. He snaps that he wants this over fast, then bursts into an attack. In the blink of an eye, a massive invisible slash rips straight through the cavern. The attack tears straight through armor and flesh without mercy. He blasts the weaker demons out of existence while the blonde demon just stands there, utterly frozen in terror. While the demon's body sails through the air behind him, Haruki shrugs and casually asks, "What's the count?" Catwoman answers, "By my count, that's 2. The last surviving blonde demon stammers his. His mind races in pure horror, while he screams inside his own skull. He can't even figure out what kind of monsters just stormed his base, and the last surviving blonde demon general is in full panic. He scrambles over the jagged rocks, panicking so hard it feels like his mind is screaming, and he hammers the same thought over and over: he can't let himself die out here. But he doesn't get far. Seconds later, he gasps in confusion as a massive invisible slash slams into him from behind. His body is split diagonally in two, no hesitation, no second, ending the fight in an instant. Back at camp, the cat is totally snapping during the mission debrief. She's losing it, demanding answers, and screaming that there were nearly 30 demons in that cave. She demands to know what went wrong inside the country's intelligence department that let such a massive mistake happen, and Haruki just stands there, cool as ice, pointing out that reporting 7 targets when there were actually 30 screams negligence. The commanding officer studies them with weary eyes, then gives them a simple nod, like, "You did great." Later, while everyone watches the Ordes Kingdom soldiers shove their gear together and get ready to leave, Haruki clocks that their commander is fuming, like full-blown pissed off. Catwoman snaps that the Ordes Kingdom is probably done for, and Haruki shoots back, "Do you really think it's going to end that badly?" And she lays out the brutal political truth, saying it's unforgivable to ignore intel on a demon race that could wipe out the world. Because of that awful intel, other nations got hit hard and lost several special-grade assets, and now their grudges run even deeper. She sure talks about carving up. Ordes have already started behind the scenes. She says the Prime Minister might wear anger on his face, but deep down he's probably bursting with joy, because Gardera just took over with the most influence. Haruki bursts into laughter, bragging that she's a born natural when it comes to political maneuvering. Inside a towering palace hall, Chancellor Ororiver rules the round table meeting with a smug grin that practically dares everyone to challenge him. He slams the final verdict and declares it settled, locking it in so Ordes has to take the full weight for the entire incident. Once the reps from the other nations storm out, they clench their teeth with pure frustration. One of them mutters a curse when the truth hits. Somehow, Gardero is the only nation that leaves this disaster actually making a profit. Meanwhile, intelligence chiefs from nations are huddled over the battle data, trading stunned looks and whispering, "Is this report even real?" They can't wrap their heads around the fact that 32 demons were slain. And honestly, special class squads usually can barely manage even 1 kill a day. They can't believe one special grade would pack that kind of power until they cross-check intelligence from every nation and are forced to accept the report as the truth. One official confesses he used to laugh at the idea that a single person could bring a whole nation to its knees. But now he finally sees it clearly. Everyone agrees that hating Gardera like that just isn't believable anymore. So they call off any military move and instead show Haruki straight-up goodwill, hoping to win his cooperation for whatever emergency hits next. Back in the capital, Haruki, Catwoman, and Alice stride through a courtyard. Everything feels calm again, but Catwoman's eyes sharpen as she warns them about one huge problem that still hasn't gone away. Haruki throws his hands up with biting sarcasm, loudly proclaiming, "The world's at peace now," like it's a fairy tale where everyone gets that happy ending. Catwoman doesn't care about his tone at all. She cuts right to the real issue. Someone's already sliced through his leash, and the higher-ups are treating that like a serious problem. Haruki blurts out, "Are you scared I'll just snap and go on a rampage?" And Catwoman answers, "Yeah, that's exactly what I'm worried about." Haruki scoffs like, "Why should I even care, letting strangers nurse grudges and shoving their dirty work onto me?" The Catwoman lets out a sigh and tells him straight up, that's just how the higher-ups think. The talk shifts to why Haruki does all this, and Catwoman lays it bare. If the kingdom really wanted to control him, they should have lured him with bait, not tried to trap him with chains. Haruki straight up admits she's 100% right, then leans in and says the folks running the show are failing hard because nobody has a clue what kind of bait he's really after. Haruki flinches, groaning because he knows she nailed it, then he clamps his mouth shut and says nothing. He couldn't give her an answer on the spot. As they walk off, Haruki scratches his head and mumbles that he'll think it over, but the Catwoman is already seething. She snaps that his indecision is the very thing wrecking her the most. Haruki tries to talk his way out of it, firing off the facts one by one. His basic needs are covered, he's not struggling for money, and when it comes to romance, Shizuka is more than enough woman for him. He ends it with a hard, no-nonsense declaration. He wants nothing to do with political power, so Catwoman is left with absolutely no leverage to bargain with. Later, inside the Chancellor's office, Catwoman slips into her report and admits she never managed to crack what Haruki truly wanted. Chancellor Orover slumped behind his desk, lost in thought, then it hit him. In one sudden rush of clarity, he told her that Haruki's real nature wasn't greed or ambition at all, it was pure, deadly sloth. He breaks it down. Turns out they'd been working under the belief that they had to hand him an active reward. But that whole idea might have been dead wrong, because the Chancellor stares over the capital and starts thinking that for Haruki, doing nothing might not be punishment at all, it could be the prize. The Catwoman nods and says it could be true, then points out that whoever sent her should make sure Haruki accepts a deal where he's used for absolutely nothing, except real emergencies. Genuinely calling Haruki a dirt cheap trump card. The Catwoman flashes a wicked grin because she just clocked the real move. She'll keep him on the bare minimum from now on. The Chancellor glares at her cheeky grin, and a tired sigh rips out of her like she's had enough. But the plan snaps into action, cutting back to Haruki. The Catwoman slides in a whole new deal, promising him nothing but idle time for his cooperation. Haruki's face lights up instantly as he blurts, "That sounds great." But the moment she locks eyes on him, Catwoman's gaze snaps wide with terrifying seriousness, and she cuts through the air. "Since that's the deal, your next job starts right now." Haruki's excitement dies on the spot, and a bitter protest bursts from his mouth, only for the Catwoman to wave him off like his whining doesn't matter. She snaps that the country's situation is too desperate to let him just hang around, and Haruki blurts, "So you're saying I can't deter them just by being here?" What? But she insists that's just a stopgap to smooth things over with foreign nations, because the real danger they have to crush first is the internal threats lurking at home. She drops a bombshell. The country's military can't even run right, and Haruki is left utterly baffled. He starts bragging that they've got a whole army of summoned students, but she snaps his math in half. There aren't even 1,000, and a real army needs 100,000 troops. She lays it out cold and clear. From a logistics standpoint, these students can't even begin to replace a real army, and legally, their standing is a gray, tangled mess. So yeah, they don't really act like a national force. They move more like the Prime Minister's private militia. Catwoman leans in and dumps the whole military mess on Haruki, then hits him with the shocker. The men running the show are really the first and second princes. Haruki freezes for a heartbeat, then the nasty rumors hit him. Every royal in this country is either a fool or a total screw-up, with the princess as the only exception, and Catwoman wastes no time proving he's right. Haruki blurts out whether it's really fine to let people like that run everything, and she shuts him down cold, absolutely not. As she keeps talking and stitches the past to the present, she finally reveals why the last war's mobilization got dragged, and why the army just shrugged off bandits and pirates. It all comes down to the prince's leadership, and to make things worse, she realizes they're weirdly itching to move, so everyone else gets stuck with even more pointless work. Haruki clocks the whole mess instantly. This is that classic diligent, incompetent disaster. They work their guts out and still fumble so badly they're worse than any real enemy. Catwoman snaps that the truly incompetent never see their own failures. Then Haruki hits back, asking why they don't just shove them into resigning. She lays out the whole political trap. Because the opponents are royalty, you can't just drag them down without detonating a scandal that rocks both home and abroad. The Prime Minister has to fake it, acting like they're obeying every single order, even when it's all a lie. Storming out, he left the nobles rattled and wide-eyed. Catwoman lays it out straight. The first prince commands the army as its general, and the second prince rules the navy as its admiral. Since they're useless, the Prime Minister is basically juggling both military branches by herself, and she's drowning in work. That's exactly why she tells Haruki to step in and help. Haruki tries to wrap his head around this bombshell. She takes one look at the disaster and tells him, "Keep your head up, regular time off is coming soon if you just hold on." Haruki lets out a heavy sigh, because if he wants to keep his peaceful life safe, there's no choice left. The story cuts to a colossal arena packed wall-to-wall, and the crowd erupts like they're about to witness something legendary. Haruki whips his head around at the chaos and blurts, "What's happening?" Catwoman steps in and tells him a tournament is about to kick off. Haruki shoots back with biting sarcasm, so is her job basically just watching games. But she shuts him down. No, she didn't plan a thing. She jabs a finger across the arena and insists this whole spectacle was cooked up by someone else. Haruki snaps her eyes where she's looking, and there it is. Silphiera, the princess, stepping onto the arena floor like she owns the place. Catwoman tells them this tournament might be her final, desperate shot. She bursts the news: an official marriage proposal has finally arrived for Her Highness, straight from another country. That catches Haruki completely off guard. He's so baffled he points out, the princess is the only one among the royals who can actually handle things, so why would the Prime Minister agree to send her off to another country? Catwoman nods, saying the Prime Minister sees Silphiera as one of the rare comrades with the grit to rebuild the nation, and he'll never give her up. But that marriage proposal has been sitting on the table for ages. And the Prime Minister keeps slipping around the real question, because she admits the princess has been frantically hunting for a marriage match inside the country, a powerful figure who can crush and nullify that foreign proposal. When Haruki hears it, everything clicks. Her teasing wasn't some game at all. It was her sneaky way of scouting him, lining him up as a potential husband to keep herself from getting thrown into political exile. Haruki can't even process what he's hearing. While he and the others were tearing through demons, the royals shoved a full blast of political talks down everyone's throats at the same time. He demands to know if that breaks the rules, because during a demon crisis, diplomacy and plotting are supposed to be frozen. Catwoman shuts him down on the spot. This isn't a scheme at all, because it's technically labeled an alliance. The Prime Minister was absolutely seething, but he couldn't move an inch. She says the king's incompetence finally detonated, mainly because he still refuses to treat Haruki as a top-tier strategic asset. Haruki realizes the Prime Minister's also to blame for never making his intentions clear, and that's exactly why Haruki walked straight into this trap. Catwoman realizes it's just one disaster after another, and she even starts feeling bad for the Prime Minister, while Haruki slashes straight to the point, demanding to know how any of this ties into what's happening to them right now in the arena. She tells him that after some frantic maneuvering, the princess finally forced the opposition to swallow one last condition, just enough to settle the alliance dispute. They're putting their military might on full blast because they've got to win this brutal 5-on-5 elimination tournament, no excuses. Haruki shoots a skeptical look, but Catwoman fires back that this tournament is the very last shred of the princess's political power. The opposition has naturally snapped up their own special grade fighters, but the princess can't officially unleash Gardera's special grades just to benefit herself. Haruki narrows his eyes at last, and the truth of her tiny, sneaky plot snaps into focus. She's counting on some ridiculously strong guy to randomly appear and help out, no questions asked. Before anyone even told them to, Catwoman grins as she watches him scatter the enemies with that sharp, perfect insight. Haruki suddenly clocks it. This enemy isn't random at all. It's the same country that sent those pirates after them before. He's furious that from now on, he has to read every silence in the room and act according to what the princess and the Prime Minister are barely saying. Catwoman confirms it. Yep, the opponent really is the Kingdom of Staliana, and Haruki just can't believe it, calling Gardera shameless for even thinking about teaming up with a nation like that. Catwoman nods, flat out saying nobody wants this alliance, no one but the king, because if someone doesn't rescue the princess, that marriage is going to slam shut for good. Haruki lined in and demanded the details one more time. Haruki mutters that if the princess had just asked him the truth from the start, things would have turned out so differently. But he fires the question at Catwoman. Why should he lift a finger for someone who won't even show a drop of sincerity? She tries to calm it down, saying that once people climb to high positions, something in them hardens and they can't honestly bow their heads anymore. Then she swings the hammer down. Turns out the prospective husband is the third Prince of Staliana, a dude so crude and slovenly he's basically legendary for it. She slams the guilt down hard, warning Haruki that with that country's brutal reputation, the princess won't find a single decent life waiting for her if she goes. Haruki shot her a grimace, basically telling her, "Don't say it like that." A massive gate screeches open with a brutal grind, blasting the signal that the event is officially about to start. The whole crowd explodes as the fighters stride onto the arena floor and Catwoman steps up to the mic, announcing the bout is on. Her eyes flick to Haruki, and in a low voice she presses, asking if she can trust him again this time. The tournament has become a slaughterhouse, announcers screaming that the match is over, as yet another princess's defender gets crushed by the enemy's brutal, unstoppable power. The crowd erupts as her opponent grabs another win, and Princess Silphiera just stares from the sidelines, crushed. She knows her team is getting slaughtered. Medics rush onto the field and drag yet another defeated soldier away on a stretcher, and Silphiera's face falls as she mutters that it's getting really, really bad because the horror hits her fast. The entire enemy team is made up of special-grade fighters. Desperation hits hard when the announcer demands the fourth fighter step forward. Silphiera clutches her head, panicking, and screams to herself that she has to act before everything spirals out of control. Up in the stands, the cat sits there like it owns the chaos, watching the carnage unfold with zero emotion. She sneers that the poor little princess can't even lift a finger to save herself. Then Haruki grunts once, spins on his heel, and starts to walk away. When Catwoman fires the question, he shoots back without a pause. He's dashing out to grab a drink. Before he turns and leaves, Haruki stops cold and makes it crystal clear. He tells the Catwoman he can't stand people who think it's natural to work others like dogs. And he makes it crystal clear, this rule hits the princess and the prime minister too. He tells her, "Don't you dare forget that." Still, he eases his voice and admits it plain. When the princess has her back against the wall, even someone like her deserves one last chance. Catwoman's cheeks tint a little as she swallows his words, realizing he's actually way more decent than she expected. Back in the arena, the chaos keeps raging. Another bout ends in a blink as the announcer shouts the winner, and a spearman looms over his knocked-out opponent. The announcer snaps for the next fighter to step up, because he can't stand watching her team get shredded anymore without a real plan. Silphiera freezes for half a heartbeat, then screams at the top of her lungs, demanding everyone stop and call for a break in the proceedings. Silphiera finally grabs a short breath, then stumbles along the stone hallway like her strength is already gone, totally wiped out. She mutters under her breath that this situation feels totally hopeless. Her thoughts spiral into pure panic, crashing straight into the nightmare of a forced marriage, and for one scary moment, she wonders if they should just keep running forever. She snaps her head back, berating herself for spiraling like that, then slams her focus into finding a way to break through the crisis. Even though she keeps drifting off, her thoughts slingshotting into the strangest places. Haruki tiptoes up to Silphiera while panic takes over her mind. She whips around in a panic because she feels someone right behind her, and when she finally turns, shock hits. Then she blurts his name, totally blindsided. Haruki just casually stands there and shoots out the question, does she need something? Silphiera snaps into defense, barking that she wants to know what he's after, right now. Haruki tells her that if she's been watching the match, she already knows exactly what's going on. Reality slams into her. He knows her whole team is getting torn apart, and panic kicks her brain into overdrive as she thinks, what's the point in asking for help when he's already talked to Catwoman and still hasn't moved? She jumps straight to the worst conclusion, tells him that if he's here then he knows the story, and points out that his silence says he's choosing to refuse help. The princess tries to force a sentence out, but her nerves smash the words into stuttering chaos as the pressure crushes her. She chokes on her thoughts, struggling to get a single word out. When he spots her hesitation, Haruki snaps his back to her and strides off, telling her plain and blunt that he's gone once she's decided. Panic hits her in an instant. She lunges forward, tripping over her own words, begging him with shaking urgency to wait. Abandoning every ounce of royal pride, Silphiera hurls herself onto the cold stone, slams her head down in full submission, and screams for help like her life depends on it. She pleads over and over, completely breaking down with desperation. Tears pour down her face as she keeps pleading through loud sobs, begging him with everything she's got. Haruki just sits there and the answer won't come, at least not right away. He just turns his back on her, freezes in place, and leaves her to sob on the floor behind him. With his back still turned, Haruki chants a quote under his breath, forcing himself to figure out what's right, because not doing the wrong thing takes more courage than he ever wanted to admit. Silphiera stares up, utterly thrown off by the sudden, wild philosophical turn he just took. Haruki leans in and tells them straight, If you spot the right thing and still refuse to move, that's cowardice pure and simple. Sure, he can't swear he fully understands righteousness, but he'll spot cowardice the moment it shows its face. Implying he won't be won, Haruki stares down at the trembling princess, then finally drops the answer she's been begging for, telling her he's seen her righteousness with his own eyes. Sylphiera snaps her head up, eyes huge and face blazing red, utterly stunned that her desperate plea actually worked. Without a second to spare, Haruki snaps his back to her and storms straight for the arena tunnel, then flicks a few parting words over his shoulder, "Leave the rest to me." As he disappears into the shadows, Sylphiera is left standing there, gripping her chest with both hands like her heart just dropped. She drops a heavy, lovesick sigh and whispers, "Lord Haruki," while hearts practically swirl around her head. But while Haruki struts away like he's cool, inside his head he's spiraling, cringing so hard it hurts as he thinks, what the hell was that? He's gotten way too brainwashed by Shizuka's ultimate stash of cool lines, and now he squeezes his eyes shut, replaying that painfully dramatic exit and dying all over again. Meanwhile, the story rockets to the arena, where the crowd's roar hits like thunder. Haruki bursts into the ring and goes right to work, one clean swipe, and he carves through an armored gladiator, sending the whole opponent crashing to the ground. The announcer goes absolutely berserk, screaming that it's over, and that this win finally snaps the enemy's streak of 3 straight victories over the kingdom of Gardara. Back in the viewing area, Sylphiera stares at Haruki's performance with her cheeks burning, whispering, "It's so beautiful." A cat slips out behind her and she can tell, yeah, the princess nailed it. Sylphiera straight up admits it all happened because of her advice, then freezes for a moment and realizes she was dead wrong to demand results without ever putting her real sincerity on the line. She tells the Catwoman, "If you just bowed your head and asked nicely from the start, you'd have dodged all this trouble." The cat tucks in that little comfort like, "Maybe all that hard slog and struggle is why you're finally here," and Sylphiera just quietly nods like she can see it's true. In the arena, the fights are exploding faster than anyone can react. Haruki stands his ground now, staring down a towering mechanical giant that looms over him like a living nightmare. In the arena, the announcer roars that the challenger has already wiped out 4 of the Galtura Kingdom's finest warriors. Up in the stands, the cat watches the chaos unfold, clocking one thing: Haruki can't stop himself for a second, and even with the back of his blade, he's wiping opponents out so hard they're beyond saving. Sylphiera, though, totally shrugs off the carnage like it's nothing. She just gapes at Haruki, stars practically exploding in her eyes as she swoons over how amazing he is. Catwoman stares at that lovesick princess, trying to wrap her head around what Haruki did to make her fall this hard, like, what on earth happened? She can't help thinking it, she's got to hand it to that princess for daring to try dating the guy who's basically a monster. While he fumed to himself, stuck in this nightmare he never asked for, the announcer slams the mic and calls the 5th fighter from the kingdom of Stariana to step forward. A steel-armored knight follows the command and charges toward Haruki. Then, just as the bout is about to begin, a thunderous voice roars from behind him, ordering the knight to get out of the way. In the blink of an eye, a towering fist comes slamming down, smashing the armored knight into the dirt from behind with a gut-wrenching crunch. Haruki stands there perfectly calm as the dust finally settles, and looming over the crushed Stariana knight is this huge, bald giant who just wrecked his own teammate to get his shot in the ring. Up in the stands, Sylphiera turns deathly pale, stammers in stunned disbelief as the massive figure hits her, and she finally recognizes him. They confirm the giant is Gaze's cruiser, the Staliana Kingdom's top-tier weapon, and the moment you see him, you know something's horribly wrong, because veins bulge across his face like they're going to burst. They say superiors stay under tight lock and key, but this dude is Staliana's real problem child. His violence and savage brutality are so loud no one can hide them. Terrified, Sylphiera blurts, "Why would someone like me even be here?" And the cat drops a brutal truth on the princess. Turns out the official story was just a lie, because Stariana's 3rd prince specifically demanded Sylphiera, which is why they rolled in their biggest weapon. Sylphiera blurts, "Are you kidding me?" and pure horror spreads across her face. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts into panic, screaming that Lord Haruki is in real trouble against that monster. But down in the ring, Haruki stays rock steady, and he tells the worried crowd to chill. Coolly tells them to step aside and leave the monster business to the monsters. Even with Haruki owning the moment, Sylphiera is still spiraling, completely losing it. She screams that the opponent is a superclass 2, like this isn't a regular battle at all. The cat slices straight through the chaos with one razor-sharp insight: our superclass Haruki isn't just different, he's in a whole different league. The monster showdown is right on the edge of exploding, so while the princess frets, the cat calmly reassures her that everything will most likely be fine, even casually saying that the monsters she knows are on a whole other level than this fight. Sylphiera shoots off a refusal to the chatter and shouts for Lord Haruki as the two juggernauts crash together in brutal combat. Gaze unleashes a crushing punch, and the shockwave rips straight through the air. The cat snaps into attention and points, urging the princess to look, while Sylphiera barely tracks a single move, fully lost in a swooning trance for Master Haruki, completely captivated by him even as danger closes in. The dust finally drifts away and you see it, the exchange is over. Haruki doesn't even flinch, blade held and still. And off in the distance, one brutal punch lands, his massive arm smacks the ground with a heavy thud. The giant stares down in horror, seeing his forearm is totally gone. Leaving a spurting stump, Sylphiera chokes on a gasp as the giant grabs his severed limb and slams it back onto the stump, instant reattachment. The cat barely blinks because a superclass enemy like that would totally have tricks like this tucked up his sleeve. Haruki stares at the regeneration, brows knitted in trouble, and whispers to himself, so what now? Simple cuts aren't enough. Then it hits him. If the enemy heals in an instant, this fight won't be over anytime soon. Admitting it, this situation is straight up bad. Haruki decides it's time to turn up the heat. He steps right up to the giant and tells him Gaze hasn't just made mistakes, he's stacked plenty of evil deeds, so the giant better brace himself for what's about to hit. Haruki finally throws in the towel, because at this point, he realizes there's no choice left but to go for something that won't be temporary. He clenches his focus, then commits. He'll slice the limb in a way that makes reattachment impossible, and he won't go after the bone or flesh at all. Instead, he goes after what really makes a human, the soul, that vital core inside you. Haruki snaps his blade in a sharp sidewise swing, aiming to cut clean through the giant's life force source. Gas's eyes snapped wide with pure shock the moment the attack landed. He realized way too late that this blade wasn't swinging like a normal sword at all. Haruki stands over the battered opponent like it's already over, calmly explaining his attack, saying his authority lets him see the result, and that cutting a soul at its source doesn't just hurt, it crushes pain beyond anything physical. He grimly realizes the best case means those eyes never come back, and the worst case is the relentless agony pushing the giant clean out of his mind. On the floor, they stare in shock, writhing and screaming as that soul-crushing strike destroys everything in them, and the announcer snaps the match is over, detonating the whole stadium into roaring cheers. From the sidelines, the cat glares at Haruki's icy calm, stunned that he did that terrifying thing without blinking, like the truth is, monsters don't suddenly stop being monsters. Haruki stares at the carnage and blurts that it's totally gross, while Sylphiera just shuts her eyes to the violence, blushing hard and swooning over how dreamy her hero looks. As the group storms out of the arena, Haruki wrestles to pry the clinging princess off his arm. But she won't let go, she just keeps gushing, praising how he saved her and the whole country. That cat trots right behind them, shattering the wind with one cold truth. Stalliana has already bled out 5 special grade fighters and 1 super grade. So it'll probably shatter their rival nation, or at the very least, slam the brakes on their aggression, though she abruptly cuts her report short. Haruki gave a smug look ahead, basically daring him to brace, because something far uglier than an enemy army was about to crush him. Haruki stares down the hallway and goes ice cold. Aristara, his maid, stands there, except the clumsy girl is gone, and in her place looms a terrifying figure pulsing with a dark, ominous aura. Blood-red streaks or shadowy tendrils pour from her eyes like something inhuman is breaking loose. Haruki and Sylphiera both go ghost-white the second they realize the saint is not happy about Haruki's little stunt with the princess. The story snaps to the bedroom. Aristara lunges in, claiming her master like she's starving, pinning Haruki down with flushed, obsessive intensity, and he thrashes and screams as her overwhelming affection crushes his panic. Up on the castle roof, the cat lounges in moonlight, soaking up the screams like background noise, and then throws out sarcastic comments about how peaceful the night is.